It's been 399 years and 364 days since I accidentally crossed into this world through a portal. Tomorrow will mark 400 years of being trapped in this damned place, I muttered, staring at the wall in front of me with emotionless eyes. The wall bore countless lines, each representing a day spent in this hell. Back on Earth, I had been hiking when I discovered a strange portal on a mountain. Curious, I reached out to touch it, and it shone so brightly that I had to close my eyes. When I opened them, I found myself in this world, which I called hell. I tried to explore, but suddenly heard a low growl behind me. I turned around to find a rabbit-like creature with blood-red eyes staring at me as if it wanted to kill me. Terrified, I ran, but the rabbit chased me with sharp claws. Eventually, I managed to kill it with a stick, but not before it wounded me deeply. For 399 years, I fought for survival in this godforsaken land, battling countless monsters and demons, each stronger than the last. The only thing keeping me sane was the hope of seeing my family again. I didn't know if they were still alive, but their memory was my driving force. Today, in my cave that I called home, I prepared to go hunting, feeling extremely hungry. As I stepped outside, a huge spatial rift opened above me, and countless demons poured out surrounding me. Despite being outnumbered, I smirked, ready to fight. Come at me if you have guts, demon. Show me what you've got, I challenged. After a fierce battle, I stood amidst endless corpses and rivers of blood, covered in wounds and demon blood. Looking at my battered body, I wondered if this was finally the end. I didn't want to die, but perhaps a bit of rest wouldn't be so bad. I fell to the ground and stopped breathing, feeling my life slip away. I suddenly regained consciousness. Confused and surprised, I thought, wasn't I killed? How can I still be alive? Slowly opening my eyes, I found myself in a place that was too familiar to me. Despite the passage of years, I couldn't forget the place I disappeared from. Is this a dream? Am I really seeing this? I wondered, looking around. The area looked almost the same, except for a few fewer trees. It's been 400 years, but the trees are the same, huh? I murmured. Then a horrifying thought struck me, and my face grew pale. Does that mean my family is dead too? Panicking, I started running out of the forest. After some time, I finally reached the road and found a bus stop. I sat on a bench, trying to figure out what to do next. I wonder what currency is used after 400 years. Oh, do I have any money? I thought. Checking my pockets, I found my purse with everything intact, including the money, which seemed unaffected by the 400 years that had passed. It was weird, but I didn't have time to think about it. I needed to find my house and see my family. I knew the 400 years in hell were real, but accepting my parents might be dead was hard. A bus came and stopped. I got on and sat at the back, noticing there were only 5 other passengers. The TV on the bus showed the date and time, June 18th, 2020. I disappeared on June 18th, 2018. Realizing it had only been 2 years, I felt a wave of relief. My parents were likely still alive. A news broadcast caught my attention. A reporter named Jin Hae was standing in front of a dungeon, which was reportedly a level 6 dungeon. She mentioned the Bloodlust Guild, one of Korea's top 10 guilds, would be clearing it, led by Ki Hwan, the captain of the second squad. Dungeon? I mumbled, frowning. The interview continued, and Ki Hwan described the team lineup for tackling the dungeon. The reporter wished them success, and they signed off for a commercial break. What the hell is going on? What dungeon are they talking about? Is this some kind of game? I thought, confused. The boys in front of me started talking about the dungeon. One was excited about the Bloodlust Guild clearing a level 6 dungeon, while the other mentioned the Pride Guild had cleared a level 9 dungeon, the highest level in Korea. Man, I wish I could be a hunter and clear all the dungeons, said one boy. You think being a hunter is easy? Half the people who attempt the tutorial dungeon die. If it were that easy, everyone would be a hunter, his friend replied. Hey kids, do you know what dungeons are and how they appeared? I asked. They looked at me with disgust, thinking I must be some kind of mental patient. Seeing my emotionless eyes, they gulped nervously. Of course, mister, we know about dungeons. They first appeared on June 18th, 2018. If a dungeon isn't cleared within 6 days, the monsters inside break out and try to destroy everything. The first dungeon break caused many deaths because no one knew what to do. Entering a dungeon takes you to a different space filled with monsters. Killing them gives you experience points to level up. Clearing a dungeon grants equipment and valuable resources that can be sold for money, one boy explained. Something weird happened when I disappeared. Does my disappearance have anything to do with the dungeons appearing? I pondered. After some questioning, I found out that no one knew why the dungeon suddenly appeared. To start as a hunter, you had to pass a tutorial dungeon, which was a small test with monsters ranging from levels 1-5. This dungeon helped people gain initial levels. But it was tough because almost 50% of people died trying. Only people over 18 were allowed to enter dungeons, a rule set by the Hunter Alliance worldwide because younger people had a very low survival rate. I was 18 when I was transported to that other dimension, so I must be 20 now. The government had changed a lot. People now relied on guilds and the Korean Hunter Association for safety, not the government. A country SE's strength was measured by how many high-level hunters it had. Initially, the world turned lawless when the dungeons appeared, but the Hunter Association was established to maintain peace. I learned that dungeons started with the tutorial dungeon, but stronger ones kept appearing over time. To hunt in a dungeon, you needed an identification card from the tutorial dungeon. While there was no limit on the number of people entering a dungeon, only one team or individual could enter at a time. After understanding all this, I got off the bus near my house, which was a mansion because my father owned a company. When I reached the house, the guard, Chu Hyun-ki, who knew me from childhood, stopped me and cried, asking where I had been. I said I got lost in the jungle. He warned me that my uncle, now a powerful hunter, had taken over everything and forced my father to leave by threatening my sister. I was filled with rage but calmed down to avoid scaring the old man. He gave me my parents' location, urging me not to fight my uncle. I promised myself to protect my family no matter what. I walked to a slum, still furious at my uncle Joji Dak, who had always wanted my father's wealth. Seeing a small, broken cottage, I knocked on the door, and my exhausted mother opened it. Recognizing me, despite my messy appearance, she hugged me tightly, crying with relief. The house was small and in poor condition, with just one bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. When we entered the living room, I saw my father sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Look who's back, honey," my mother said, holding my hand tightly. My father turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. He got up, ran to me, and hugged me. After a moment, he started shouting, asking where I had been and why I looked so messy. I quickly made up a story about being stuck in a dungeon and hiding in a cave to avoid worrying them with the truth. My parents were horrified, especially my mother, who cried while asking if I was all right. I reassured them I was safe. They didn't press further, sensing I wouldn't say more. "Thank God you were all right," my mother sighed in relief. I noticed burns on my mother's hand and asked about them. She explained she had a small accident while cooking in their restaurant. My father warned me about Joji Dak, who had become a dangerous level 50 hunter and forced them out of their home. As we talked, my little sister, Yi Hua Young, peeked through the door. She was shy at first, but soon ran to me when I promised her candy. We hugged, and she asked why I had been gone so long. My mother told her I had been working. We chatted for a while, and I learned my family was struggling to get by since the dungeons appeared. I decided I needed to visit the tutorial dungeon to make money and support my family. I also needed to get familiar with this new world where hunters were so important. During dinner, I told my parents I wanted to become a hunter. My mother was very worried, but I reassured her. My father, seeing my determination, sighed and told me to be careful. That night, while my family slept, I made plans for the next day. I needed to visit the tutorial dungeon, learn more about hunters and dungeons, and get a haircut. Despite everything feeling like a dream, I was happy to be back with my family after 400 years of struggle. The next morning, I woke up at 8 a.m., took a bath, had breakfast with my family, and got ready to go to the tutorial dungeon. My mother was still anxious and told me to be careful. I reassured her and promised my sister I would bring back lots of candy. I said goodbye to everyone and headed to the tutorial dungeon in Busan. It took about 2 hours to get there. The place was lively with many people in armor. I found the reception and rang the bell. A receptionist named Min Ryung greeted me and helped me register as a hunter. She checked my government ID and confirmed my details. The receptionist explained the process of entering the tutorial dungeon. I had to choose a weapon and complete the dungeon alone. The tutorial dungeon had 3 difficulty levels: easy, normal, and hard. Easy mode had slimes, normal mode had vampiric bats, and hard mode had a level 10 dire wolf. Clearing the dungeon on normal mode or higher was necessary to become a hunter. There was an option to publicize results, which could attract guilds or the Hunter Association if I performed well. After the explanation, I asked a few questions and learned more about the Hunter's official ID and booking dungeons through a new smartphone app created by the Hunter Association. The association controlled dungeon distribution to prevent conflicts and maintained a 5% tax on loot. Once registered, I was guided to the dungeon portal. It was an oval-shaped sky blue portal, different from the one that took me to the other dimension. I touched the portal and was immediately transported inside without any difficulty or pain. Inside the dungeon, a window appeared before me with my attributes and statistics. I was asked to choose a weapon, and I decided on daggers, as I was most proficient with them after fighting for 400 years in hell. A pair of daggers appeared in front of me. I grabbed them and tested their weight and balance. Trash, I muttered, disappointed by the cracks and lightness of the weapons. The attribute window confirmed they were broken daggers with minimal attack power, but I decided to make do for now. I chose the normal mode for the dungeon, and was transported to a dark cave. I waited for 29 minutes before moving to avoid any scouts or guild members following me. I preferred to work alone. As I progressed, I encountered a group of vampiric bats. Their attributes showed they were level 2 with 100 health each. I swiftly attacked, hitting their eyes and killing them with critical hits. I leveled up twice. I continued through the cave, encountering more bats. This time, there were 10 bats, including a larger bat, the vampiric bat lord, which was level 5 with 500 health. I killed the smaller bats first and then the bat lord, leveling up 3 more times. A notification appeared, congratulating me for clearing the dungeon in 35 minutes and asking if I wanted to reveal my achievement. I chose to proceed to the hard mode instead. In the hard mode, I faced a level 10 dire wolf with 2,000 health. I attacked its eyes and neck, dodging its claws and making deep cuts to its belly and skull. After a fierce battle, I killed the wolf and leveled up twice. A new notification congratulated me for being the first to complete the hard mode in 3 minutes and offered me the chance to reveal my achievement. I declined. Then it unlocked a hidden purgatory mode, which the receptionist hadn't mentioned. Excited by the prospect of an uncharted challenge, I chose to enter the purgatory mode. I wasn't afraid. After 400 years in hell, I was ready for anything. With a smile on my face and killing intent in my eyes, I prepared for this new adventure. I was transported again, opening my eyes to the same scenery as before. I started along the path and soon encountered a pack of wolves, 5 dire wolves, and 1 much larger wolf. The dire wolves were level 10 with 2,000 health. The larger wolf, the dire wolf lord, was level 15 with 5,000 health. This surprised me since class 1 monsters, levels 1150, weren't supposed to appear in tutorial mode, but I wasn't afraid. I attacked quickly, injuring 3 wolves. The dire wolf lord retaliated, but I dodged and killed the 2 injured wolves by stabbing their necks. I was attacked from all sides but managed to block the attacks and counter, killing 2 more wolves. The dire wolf lord then attacked. I blocked, pushed it back, and slashed at its paw, cutting it off. Enraged, it pounced again, but I took advantage of its openings, slashing repeatedly and finally cutting off its head. I leveled up 3 times. Continuing along the path, I encountered another pack, 2 lords and 10 dire wolves. I targeted the lords first, killing them quickly before massacring the rest. I leveled up twice more. Deeper in the dungeon, I found another pack with 2 lords, 10 dire wolves, and 1 dire wolf king, double the size of a normal dire wolf, at level 25 with 10000 health. After a short rest, I attacked. I wounded the lords but had to dodge a powerful strike from the king that shattered a boulder. I continued my assault, cutting off a lord's leg and killing it by piercing its brain. The king attacked again, scratching me slightly. Bleeding but determined, I knew I had to finish the fight quickly. I gripped my daggers tightly and prepared for the next attack. My body wasn't used to this world yet. In hell, I would never have been scratched by such weaklings. I needed to level up fast to regain my speed. Hell was a dangerous place, like a lioness den. I had to be fast to survive there, constantly training my speed and stealth for 400 years. I became the fastest and most feared being in hell. I prepared for the next attack, knowing I had to finish it quickly. I ran towards the dire wolf lord, blocking and pushing the king wolf down. Taking advantage, I decapitated the lord and swiftly killed several dire wolves. Only 4 were left. The king tried a surprise attack, but I sidestepped and injured its neck with an uppercut. I didn't let up, continuing to slash until the king was covered in deep cuts. Gathering its strength, the king attacked again, but I blocked and pushed it down, killing it with a final blow to the ear. One of my daggers broke, so I finished the remaining wolves with the other. I leveled up 5 times and collected 21 Class 0 monster cores and 6 Class 1 monster cores. The system notified me of my completion time and offered to reveal my results, but I declined. I received a 2-level bonus and a chance to get an SSS rank class at level 50. I also got to choose a weapon and pick the blood daggers, which were much stronger than my old ones. Along with the daggers, I received a major healing potion, a stamina recovery potion, and a storage ring. These items were incredibly useful. I checked my status and saw I was now level 21, with significantly improved attributes. My main concern now was how to sell my monster cores without revealing my identity. Exiting the dungeon, I realized I needed a way to carry my daggers, so I stored them in the ring. Unbeknownst to me, someone was watching from the shadows, eyeing my storage ring with greed. He muttered about informing his young master before disappearing. I didn't realize I was being watched. After taking a photo of me, the person in the shadows disappeared and reappeared in a high-end restaurant, entering a private room where a man was drinking and playing with a woman who didn't seem happy. "Young master!" the man from the shadows shouted. "Do you want to die?" "Why are you shouting?" the young master replied, annoyed. "Boss, I saw a guy with a level 1 jade storage ring," the man reported. "Is that true, Kim Dong-gu?" the young master asked, now interested. "Yes, sir, I saw it myself." "He just completed the hunter's trial," Kim Dong-gu confirmed. "Show me the picture." "We need to check if he's from a high-end guild or family. We can't afford to offend someone powerful," the young master said seriously. Kim Dong-gu showed a picture of me with my messy hair and beard. The young master didn't recognize me and decided to kill me quickly to take the ring. He mentioned that the ring was worth $50,000, but hard to find, especially in Busan. Confident in his level 30 strength, he prepared to hunt me down. I was unaware of their plans as I approached the reception. The receptionist waved and checked my results, congratulating me on passing the test in 35 minutes. I lied, saying I had practiced in easy mode. She gave me my hunter's ID, explaining I could use it for transactions and booking dungeons. Afterward, I wandered the city, looking for a barber shop. My mom had given me money and insisted I cut my hair and shave my beard. Eventually, I found a shop, got a haircut, and shaved. I looked average but had eyes that seemed like an endless abyss. Feeling hungry, I went to a local shop and enjoyed a plate of jjajangmyeon. It was my first proper meal in 400 years, and I savored it. Meanwhile, Choi Dong, the young master, grew impatient, wanting to kill me quickly. Kim Dong-gu reminded him not to cause a scene to avoid trouble with the Hunters Association. They watched me closely as I left the restaurant. I sensed someone following me and felt their killing intent, but decided to deal with them after my errands. After finding an isolated street, I led them there. Choi Dong and Kim Dong-gu confronted me, demanding my storage ring. I silently drew my daggers, enraging Choi Dong. He threatened my family, which was my breaking point. My intense killing intent made them struggle to breathe. Kim Dong-gu tried to escape, but I moved swiftly, cutting off his legs. He fell, terrified, realizing his fate. "Wait here! Don't move!" I ordered. Kim Dong-gu, paralyzed with fear, nodded unconsciously. Choi Dong felt immense pressure from me earlier, as if he were bound by heavy chains. He couldn't move or breathe. Seeing Kim Dong-gu's legs cut off, he gripped his sword tightly and charged at me, determined to kill me to save his life. "I will kill you!" Choi Dong yelled. I blocked his sword easily and backed away, wanting to test his strength. He was slightly stronger than me, so I planned to avoid direct confrontation. Choi Dong attacked again, but I dodged and slashed his left arm off from the elbow down. Furious, he attacked wildly without thinking, which was a big mistake. I blocked his attack and stabbed his vocal cords, not enough to kill him, but enough to silence him. Choi Dong's rage turned into fear. He tried attacking multiple times, but I dodged and slashed him repeatedly, leaving him covered in deep, bleeding wounds. Realizing he couldn't win, he tried to run, but I cut off his legs just like I did to Kim Dong-gu. He tried to crawl away, signaling for mercy, but I ignored him and chopped off his head, ending his life. Turning to Kim Dong-gu, I asked, "Is there a shop where I can buy and sell monster cores without revealing my identity?" Frightened, Kim Dong-gu handed me a mask and explained about the black market, where transactions were safe and identities kept secret. He revealed that the Hunters Association stored all information related to hunter activities, which led to powerful individuals pressuring for the black market's involvement. He also explained that while 5% of dungeon loot went to the Hunter ES Association, an additional 3% went to the black market. The black market ID worked like a Hunter SID, but without personal details. I asked how he knew I had a storage ring. He had seen me put my dagger away when I left the dungeon. He explained that storage rings were rare in Busan, but common in Seoul. Satisfied with the information, I cut off Kim Dong-gu's head to eliminate any potential threat. I then cleared all evidence of my presence and headed toward the market, contemplating my next steps. It was smart to question him. Knowing the Hunter S Association keeps tabs on everyone is useful. I don't mind the fees as long as I avoid trouble, I thought. I bought some meat and lots of candies for my sister, not wanting to be thrown out by her. After shopping, I headed home. Tomorrow, I plan to visit the black market to sell my monster cores and buy new clothes since the ones I had were too tight and small. Next morning, Kang Ho woke up early and made breakfast for his parents. Last night, he came back too late, so he didn't get a proper chance to talk to his parents about him being a hunter. So today, he planned to talk while having breakfast. The breakfast was ready. The family sat together to have breakfast. Mom, I need to tell you guys something, said Kang Ho. Yes, said Hanul. I became a hunter yesterday. You guys were asleep yesterday when I got here, so didn't get a chance to tell you then, said Kang Ho. Really? Asked Hanul after being surprised. Yes, Mom. Here, look, my hunter's ID, said Kang Ho as he took his ID out. Well, you are my son after all, said Yiman Young with a smirk on his face. Yeah, my big brother is a hunter. I will tell this to everyone at my school. Hua Young was extremely happy as she yelled and celebrated. Big brother, you will have to bring me a lot of chocolates when you come home today, said his sister. This is a very good news we should all celebrate today. I will cook your favorite food today. Come back home early this afternoon, said Hanul happily. Yes, mother, said Kang Ho. They talked some more as they finished their breakfast. After they were done eating, Kang Ho said his goodbyes and made his way towards the city. Today, he planned to visit the black market. He made it to the city, then he followed the direction that Kim Dong-gu gave him and came across one dark alleyway. He went in there and wore the mask. These days, even if people wore masks, it wasn't anything odd. In fact, most of the people that were walking in this part of the area were wearing masks. It was best way to ensure your safety if you didn't have any backer. In this lawless world, they didn't have anyone to protect them. They could only protect themselves. After some time, he made it to the black market. It wasn't very different from normal market. The only difference was everyone were wearing masks. Even the shop owners were wearing masks. On the way, he saw many things that were being sold. He didn't stop in any of the shops, he just made his way through the crowd. Only when he was in front of a huge building did he stop moving. The building had total of 10 floors. According to Kim Dong-gu, this was the headquarters of the Busan black market, and this was the place which controlled entire black market of Busan. He went inside the building and soon was greeted by a female with the mask on. How may I be of help to you, sir? Asked the woman. I would like to sell monster cores, said Kang Ho. All right, can I have your black market card? Asked the woman. I don't have one, said Kang Ho. All right, come with me inside, I will provide you with one, said the woman. They made their way inside. After some walking, he came in front of a reception. The woman talked to the person on the reception, and after they were done talking, she bought a black color card with her. Here you go, sir. You can complete your transaction in black market with this card. After you are done, you can also transfer the money to your hunter's ID through a safe channel, said the woman. All right, I would like to sell 26 Class 0 and 6 Class 1 monster cores, said Kang Ho. Please come with me. Sir, said the woman, and took him to a private room where these types of transactions were held. After they arrived at the room, both sat on the sofa opposite to each other. Can you let me check the authenticity of the cores? Asked the woman. Checking the authenticity of the products were a must-do in the black market. Sure, said Kang Ho, as he dropped the cores from his ring on the table. The woman started with her inspections, and after some time of checking, she found out that it was the real deal. The normal price for these cores would be $86,000, but as you are selling it on the black market, 1% of it will go to the black market as compensation for using our services. So, in the end, you will get $85,140. Is there anything you would like to buy, sir? Asked the woman. Yes, One Hunter's Mobile, the one with black market app. And I would also like to book 2 level 1 dungeons for today, said Kang Ho. Yesterday, Kim Dong-gu also told him that black market also had an app with features like Hunters Associations. Please, give me a minute, I will be right back with your requested items, said the woman and left. Kang Ho planned to clear both the dungeons today as he didn't have anything else to do. After some moments, the woman came back carrying a box on her hand. Here, sir, is your phone. Its cost is in total $10,000, and for the 2 dungeons booking fees, it's $15,000 each, so your grand total will be $40,000, said the woman. Please give me your black market card so that I can complete your transaction, said the woman. Kang Ho handed her the card, and she took the card, inserted it in a device which looked like the credit card machine, and did her thing. After some moments, she handed him the card. Here's your card. I have deposited $45,140 in the card. You can manage your balance through the black market app that's in your mobile, said the woman. One more thing. The dungeons that you booked will be in your possession for 2 days if you don't clear the dungeon. By that time, your rights will be revoked, and the dungeon will go to someone else. There won't be any refund no matter what situation you were in, said the woman. Kang Ho nodded and acknowledged what the woman said. He checked his black market balance. After he was sure everything was okay, he stood up and made his way to the door. Please visit us again, said the woman from the back. After he was done with all the things he had to do in the black market, he didn't waste his time there anymore. He went straight to a secluded area and took his mask off. Then he transferred the money which he received from black market to his own account. After he was done, he went towards a mall. He desperately needed some change of clothes. He bought a lot of clothes for himself and also for his family. He in total spent $15,000 on clothings. After he was done shopping, he was headed home. Mom told him today to come back early to celebrate his becoming hunter. He planned to go to the dungeon he booked at night to clear them. It would be safer that way. He wondered what would the dungeon be like. He had heard the dungeons from level 1 above had its own environment. Also, the dungeons starting from level 1 were not like the tutorial dungeon. They didn't have any modes in them. After he bought some candies for his sister without forgetting, he started heading towards his home. After some time, he arrived his house from outside. He could smell the food that was being cooked inside. His mouth started watering. He was very hungry. "Mom, I am back," said Kong Ho as he entered his house. "Oh, you are back? I am almost done cooking," said Han Noel as she welcomed Kang Ho. "Mom, take this. I bought some cloths for me and everyone," said Kang Ho. "Where did you get all this money?" His mom frowned and asked. "I went on a hunt with some group of people and made some money, so I decided to buy some clothes with that money." He lied so that his mother wouldn't worry more than she already was. "You didn't need to do that. And why are you going to hunt just after returning from that horrible dungeon? What if something happens to you? How are we going to live with ourselves? Can you not go to dungeons and work with us in the restaurant? I know it is not as profitable, but you will still be safe," said Hanul while trying hard to hold back her tears. No mother in this world would want to see their son risk their lives in any circumstances, and she was the same. "Mom, trust me. I have stayed inside a dungeon for 2 years. I know how to survive inside a dungeon," Kang Ho said as he hugged his mother and consoled her. But Ha Newell wanted to say something, but stopped because she didn't have any words. She didn't know what to say to her son. She didn't believe what Kang Ho said, but what could she do? In a world where common sense was dead, how could she have said that Kang Ho's words made no sense? All she could do was nod. Ha Newell took the bags from his hands and went inside. He also followed. He went inside to the living room. His parents didn't open the restaurant for business today, so his father was also sitting on the sofa reading newspaper. He greeted his father and sat on the sofa and started to look through his new phone and started to surf internet for some information. "Where are my candies, Appa?" said Hua Young, making a cute face. Sorry, Appa forgot to bring them," Kang Ho said playfully. "Bad, Appa. I will never talk to you again," said his sister, while puffing her little cheeks and turning away from him. "I was just joking." "Here, look, brother brought you a lot of candies," said Kang Ho. "Really?" she asked. "Here, look." He took the candies out and gave it to her. "Love you, Appa. I will go and show it to Mom." She took the candies and ran away. Kang Ho was smiling. She always made him smile with her antics. "The food is ready," Han Noel yelled from the kitchen. They all sat together and enjoyed their meal. For Kang Ho, it was his best meal of his life, having all of his favorite meal with his family. It was the best feeling. After the meal, family merrily talked, and Hua Young tried the new dresses her Appa bought her. She was extremely happy with the dresses. When it was about 6 in the evening, Kang Ho left his house. His goal was to get to the dungeon that he booked. It took him about 2 hours to get to that area. He went to a secluded area and made sure no one was around, then wore the mask which he wore while visiting the black market. The woman in the black market told him that the dungeons, which are sold on black market, were only guarded by the black market personnel. The Hunters Association took 65% from the amount that black market sold the dungeon for, so they didn't mind whatever the black market did. After some more time of walking, he finally came in front of the dungeon. He was greeted by Mask, wearing black market personnel. "Excuse me, sir, but can you give us your black market card so that we can confirm you booked this dungeon?" asked the guard politely. Kang Ho took his card out and handed it to the guard. After he made sure the dungeon was in fact booked by him, he handed the card back. "Thank you, sir," said the guard, and gave him way to enter. Kang Ho entered the dungeon through the portal. The height of this portal was the same as tutorial dungeon, but the color was dark blue. When he opened his eyes inside the dungeon, what he saw was a jungle-like environment. A window appeared just like in tutorial dungeon. "Welcome to Swift Claw Hideout." He then took out his daggers. You never know when the enemy would attack. He started exploring the dungeon. There were many tiny blue glowing stones. From what he had heard, he guessed it to be the energy stone. After some time of exploring, he found out that the dungeon was not vast. It was small, just a small area. After being done with the exploring, he wanted to begin the hunt for his prey. So he went along the pathway of the dungeon, and it didn't take him long to find the enemy. He moved in fast. He came in front of the animal and made a swing from his dagger. He wasn't in his full speed. He was using 75% of his speed. Kang Ho was amazed and excited with Swift Claw's speed. He was happy if this is the opponent. He is fighting in the entrance. The boss will be faster, so he would get to have a speed challenge. This dungeon is going to be fun, thought Kang Ho. This time, it was the Swift Claw who made the first move and tried to attack Kang Ho. He sidestepped and swung his daggers and hit the Swift Claws right on the neck and made 2 very deep wounds. After the Swift Claw got injured by Kang Ho, it turned really angry and made his move again. This time, it attacked Kang Ho multiple times, all the time Kang Ho managing to clock the attack. On the last attempt, Kang Ho forcefully pushed down the Swift Claw. This time, Kang Ho moved and repeatedly attacked the Swift Claw. Without giving the Swift Claw a chance to recover after many successful strikes, the Swift Claw had blood dripping from all over its body. The Swift Claw was in horrible state. The Swift Claw still made an attack, but it was in its end of the line. So Kang Ho didn't waste any time and finished his job by attacking the beast's eye. He didn't stop there. He pinned the Swift Claw on the ground and pushed the dagger and penetrated its skull and killed the Swift Claw. After he was done, he went deeper and encountered one more Swift Claw and killed it swiftly. This time, he didn't try to test out the Swift Claw's limits. He just went for the kill after doing some heavy damage, but he didn't gain any levels. He advanced forward into the woods. After a little while, he came across 4 Swift Claws. He didn't have time to check if there were any other hidden Swift Claws, as they came charging straight to him. He managed to dodge 2, but he didn't have time to dodge other 2, so he faced them head-on. He managed to block them, then he successfully pushed them away, which made them fall to the ground. Without wasting any time, he ran towards them and started his barrage of attack and successfully injured them. He then moved some steps back to get to a better position for his offense. After he was in a better position, he ran towards the injured Swift Claws. Kang Ho targeted mainly their neck and swung his daggers. He managed to behead one of the injured Swift Claws. He attacked the other Swift Claw's neck multiple times until that Swift Claw also fell lifelessly, his neck bone clearly visible. The other Swift Claws were enraged and stacked. Kang Ho, one of them, managed to make a deep wound on Kang Ho's shoulder, but he managed to dodge the other one's attack. I should be more careful when dealing with them. I was too careless, thought Kang Ho. Kang Ho took some steps back to check the wound. The wound was not that deep, so he didn't care too much about it. He attacked the remaining 2 Swift Claws with series of deadly attacks, all targeted at their vitals. Because of Kang Ho's serious attacks, they couldn't take any more after some time, as they fell lifelessly on the ground. He leveled up 4 times. He tore off some of his cloth and covered the wound. After that, he started moving. After some distance, he came across a pack of 4 Swift Law and 1 huge Swift Claw. Swift Claw Lord. The Swift Claw Lord can command up to 10 Swift Claws. He didn't rush in as he wanted to catch them off guard, so he waited a little. After some time, 2 of the Swift Claws came near where Kang Ho was. He didn't waste this kind of awesome opportunity. He made his attack. The Swift Claws weren't prepared, so they couldn't react in time. Kang Ho ruthlessly attacked the Swift Claws with a number of strikes, each attack aimed at vitals of the Swift Claws. He wanted to finish the job, but before he could do it, the Lord came rushing to him very fast. He attempted to attack Kang Ho with his claws, but Kang Ho managed to block the fatal strike with his dagger. He made the Lord stumble, but he didn't attack the Lord, rather he ran towards the injured Swift Claws. He attacked them again with numbers of fatal attacks again. They weren't as lucky this time, as the Lord couldn't protect them this time. So, Kang Ho finally managed to kill them both. Kang Ho didn't stop at just that because he wanted to fight the Lord without any distractions, so he made his way to the remaining 2 final Swift Claws. He attacked them with a series of attacks and managed to injure them a little. Right then, the Lord attacked. Kang Ho had to face the Lord. They clashed a little every time Kang Ho blocking the Lord's attack. This time, Kang Ho attacked the Lord and making him step back a little. Before the Lord could recover, Kang Ho attacked the Swift Claws once more. All they could do was try to defend against Kang Ho and wait for the Lord to save them. But they weren't so lucky as Kang Ho made a short work out of them. Lord was enraged, so he made a series of attacks, which Kang Ho didn't have any difficulty to defend against. It made the Lord snap out of the enraged mode. He realized that Kang Ho wasn't an easy enemy. He had to think carefully before making a move against him. Kang Ho took 2 steps back and launched an attack towards the Lord. Even so, the Lord managed to dodge it and launch his own attack in just a second. Kang Ho managed to dodge the attack, and they faced each other off. No one wanting to make the first move, both waiting for the other party to move first and take advantage of the opponent's opening. After their little face-off, the Lord finally lost his patience and charged at Kang Ho. Kang Ho took the assault head-on. He blocked the attack and before the Lord could take his footing, Kang Ho attacked the Lord's vitals. He managed to seriously injure the Lord Arburar. The Lord roared in pain. He retreated a little. Kang Ho saw an opportunity to make his move. He attacked the Lord with a series of fatal attacks. He was successful in injuring the Lord badly. The Lord Maid swung his claws to attack Kang Ho, but he dodged the attack and slashed the Lord's claws off. The Lord was in extreme pain, so he finally lost his cool and went into berserk mode. The Lord didn't care about his own safety anymore. He started to attack Kang Ho. He just wanted to seriously injure Kang Ho, but the more he attacked, the more Kang Ho got chance to counter the Lord with fatal strike. The non-stop attacks from both sides went on for 5 minutes, and finally, the Lord showed signs of exhaustion. Kang Ho didn't let the Lord catch his breath as it was his chance to take down the beast. He attacked the Lord, not giving the chance of fighting back to the Lord. After some time, Lord finally fell to the ground lifelessly. Kang Ho was exhausted, but without wasting time, he started collecting the monster cores. He was able to gather 11 Class 1 dungeon monster cores, right when he was done collecting. Congratulations on clearing the Swift Claw hideout in 1 hour 30 minutes. Do you want to exit the dungeon? Yes, Kang Ho replied. He was thrown out of the dungeon immediately. When he came out, the people from Black Market were still there. He went to them. Can you call the miners and make them clear the energy core from the dungeon? Asked Kang Ho. The dungeon is cleared? Asked the mask-wearing man from the Black Market. He was really surprised. I'm sorry for my colleague's rude behavior, sir. The mask-wearing female beside the man said, bowing. She also made the man bow. It's fine, replied Kang Ho. After hearing what Kang Ho said, she was relived. It will take about 4 hours for the miners to clear the dungeon off energy stones. Would you like to wait, or should we send the energy stone to the Black Market? Asked the female politely. Send them to the Black Market, I will collect them from there, replied Kang Ho. He didn't wait there any longer. He made his way to the second dungeon. He wanted to complete both of the dungeons at one go. He had fun fighting the Lord. He wanted the next opponent to be stronger. The Lord helped him to regain a little of his previous speed, which made him extremely happy. Are you fuming trying to kill us both? Asked the masked female to the masked man angrily. But that guy cleared a dungeon that takes 4 hours for a team of well-equipped hunters in just 1 hour and 30-something minutes. Who could believe that? Said the mask-wearing man like he was being wronged. That's exactly my point. Maybe he is a high-rank hunter. What have you done if you offended him? What if he attacked you? Could you have survived an attack from a high-rank hunter? Asked the masked female in raised voice. But what would a high-rank hunter do in a place like Busan? Asked the masked man in an intimidated voice. Why do you care? Just be happy that she was not like other high-rank hunters. You just escaped a disaster because of me. Don't expect me to apologize for you from next time, said the masked woman in an annoyed tone. Yes. Sorry, that won't happen again. The masked man bowed and apologized to the masked female. Enough. Now go call the miner team, said the masked female. Yes, replied the masked man. Meanwhile, Kang Ho had no idea that he was being mistook as a high-rank hunter. He made it to the next dungeon and entered the portal after greeting the guards from the Black Market. He wondered what kind of creature he would run into this time. Welcome to Goblin's Cave. He hated the cave-type dungeon. He didn't like gloomy atmosphere, but this cave is beautiful, thought Kang Ho. This cave was different. The cave was filled energy stone, making it shine. The beauty of the cave was breathtaking. Kang Ho didn't stay there for much long and started moving deeper into the cave. Not long after, he came across 2 goblins. The goblins were 4 feet in height. Their skin was green, long, pointy ears. One carried sword and other carried a bow. After making sure there were no other goblins roaming in the area, he ambushed the goblin carrying the bow. With the sudden, the goblin panicked and tried to shoot an arrow towards Kang Ho, but he skillfully turned the goblin's hand, moving the bow towards the other goblin with his left hand, and with his free right hand, he stabbed the goblin on the left of his belly. With the sudden pain, the goblin released the arrow without realizing that the bow was aimed straight towards his friend. The arrow shot towards the other goblin and hit him on the back, which surprised him. The pain caused him to shriek in extreme pain. The goblin turned his back to see who it was and saw Kang Ho, so he ran to attack him. He didn't let the bow-carrying goblin to catch a breath as he started stabbing him repeatedly. And he did. The goblin started to lose strength in his body. Kang Ho stopped stabbing him, took his dagger close to the goblin's throat, and made an arc with his dagger. The blood of the goblin started to splash all over the place. FK, I just bought this shirt just today. Kang Ho cursed inwardly. The shirt costed him a lot. He felt pained from the waste of money. First, it was the tear because of Swift Claw, and now, this. If Mom finds out about this, She would kill him, he thought. While the bow-carrying goblin fell to the ground lifelessly, the other goblin attacked him from behind. Kang Ho was already prepared and blocked the attack, and counterattacked the goblin with other hand with a stab. The goblin felt extreme pain, so it tried to take some steps backward. But as he was doing so, Kang Ho made an attack to Goblin's leg with a kick, which made the goblin stumble. Without wasting the opportunity, Kang Ho pounced at the goblin and started to swing his dagger non-stop. The goblin was rendered with countless cuts all over its body. The goblin didn't last long and fell to the ground lifelessly. He leveled up once. After picking up the monster cores, he moved along the cave. After a little while, he encountered 4 more goblins, 2 bow-carrying and 2 swords-carrying. Without wasting any time, he went and attacked the bow-carrying goblins. It didn't take him long to take care of those 4 goblins. He took their cores and went deeper inside the cave. After a while, he came to an area where there were 6 goblins, but the one at the back, sitting in a throne, had a robe covering his entire body. He had an old wood stick in his hand and 1 book on other. "This is going to be boring," said Kang Ho. He hated mages. Speed was arch-enemy of mages because they had a low defensive ability. He waited there for a little while to observe a little, if there was any hidden danger. After not finding one, he launched a sneak attack towards the mage goblin. He was successful in the sneak attack, as he bypassed the goblins protected him. Kang Ho went straight to the mage and started his rain of attacks without a stop. The mage made a pain-filled shriek, which made the goblins with sword gaze towards him. They saw Kang Ho attacking the mage, which enraged the goblins. They started running towards Kang Ho. They made their attack towards Kang Ho, but he quickly sidestepped and dodged the attacks from the goblins. Kang Ho was satisfied with the sneak attack he launched on the mage. Now he planned to kill off the goblins first. He attacked the goblins, and they started fighting. But the goblin couldn't make a single cut on Kang Ho's body. He blocked all their attacks. Right then, the mage fired a fireball. Kang Ho dodged the attack, but the goblins were not so lucky. One of them lost one of his leg. The mage didn't care even if his own attack damaged his own ally. He just wanted to kill Kang Ho. Kang Ho again started to fight the goblins again, amid of the raining fireballs. He managed to kill all the goblins after some time. After doing so, he focused on the mage. The mage, without his protector against Kang Ho, was helpless as it died in no time. "Do you want to exit the dungeon?" "Yes," said Kang Ho. He came outside of the dungeon. "Sir, do you need us to call a healer?" asked the short-masked man. "Call the miner to clear the energy core and take it to Black Market. I will come tomorrow for the money," said Kang Ho as it was already midnight. But the short man was going to say something, but was pulled back by the other tall guy. "I apologize, sir. I will call the miners immediately," said the tall guy apologetically. "Go and call the miners," yelled the tall guy towards the short guy. The short guy ran to make the call. After Kang Ho left, the short man came back. "You jerk! Why do you have to run your mouth all the time?" asked the tall man angrily. "Sorry, he came out so fast and he had blood all over his body. So I thought that he was seriously injured while inside the dungeon," said the short man nervously. "From next time, just shut your mouth," said the tall man. "Yes," said the short man. Meanwhile, Kang Ho arrived at home. He entered the house, made sure no one woke up. He took a bath, then took the dirty clothes out and threw it in a dumpster a little far from his house. He didn't want his family to see that bloodied clothes. From now, he planned to take extra pair of cloth with him on a hunt. After he was done with everything, he went to his house and slept on the sofa. Kang Ho woke up at 8 a.m. in the morning. After having breakfast, he got ready. He was about to head outside. "Kang Ho, come to the restaurant today. We will be having our dinner at the restaurant," said Hanuel. "All right, Mom," said Kang Ho. "Don't be late," she said. Kang Ho started heading towards the black market. After some time, he was near the black market, so he went to a secluded area and wore the mask. He didn't have any business in the market area of the black market, so he directly went to the headquarters. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you?" asked one of the staff in the black market. "Yesterday, I cleared 2 dungeons and assigned the miners to bring the energy cores here," said Kang Ho. "Can I have your ID to check the staff who was assigned to you for the transaction?" asked the masked man. Kang Ho handed him over the card and waited. After some time, the woman from last time came. "Welcome, sir. Please follow me," said the woman. They went to a private room. Kang Ho went inside and sat on a sofa. "Would you like to have something, sir?" asked the woman. "No," said Kang Ho. "Would you like to sell the energy stone to black market or take the energy stones with you?" asked the woman. "I will sell," said Kang Ho. "Please wait a moment, I will bring all the stones," said the woman. "All right," said Kang Ho. After some time, the woman came with a ring in her hand. The miners got 2,345 Class 1 energy stones from both dungeons, so after deducting the Hunters Association's tax and black market tax, you get 2,157.4 energy stones. After converting it to money, you get $215,740. Please check the contains of the ring to verify the number of stones yourself, said the woman. Kong Ho did what the woman told him, and after confirming that what she said was truth, he took out all the monster cores and kept it in front of the lady. I want to sell these too, said Kong Ho. The woman checked the contents of the pouch and found out that it was 23 Class 1 monster cores. This will be $230,000, and after the black market tax, it will be $227,700. Altogether, you get $443,170. Please hand me your black market card so that I can complete the transaction, said the woman. Kang Ho gave her the card. After the transaction was done, Kang Ho left the black market. He didn't have anything else to do here, so he decided to roam around the market today. He came to a secluded area and opened the mask. After he was done, he headed towards the city area. Kang Ho didn't have much to do today, so he decided to roam the market to look at the items that was being sold there. Inside a 10-floor building, there was a man sitting on a chair. His eyes were red. There was another man kneeling on the ground. Did you find out who killed my son? Where is that witch? Did she talk? Asked the man. Yes, guild leader. We found out that this guy killed young Master Choi. The man handed him over a sketch of Kong Ho with beard and long hair. Good. Buy information about him from black market and kill the son of a witch and his entire family, said the angry man. Yes, we are on it, Guildmaster, said the man kneeling on the ground. You can go now, said the man. The kneeling man came out of the room and went to a room where there were many people gathered. This is the person who killed young Master. Find out who he is and kill him, said the man. Yes, sir, said the people in the room. Kong Ho was unaware of these kinds of developments. He was currently searching the market in search for a good worthwhile item, but to his disappointment, he didn't find one. He was about to leave. Kang Ho, someone shouted from behind him. Kang Ho turned around to check out who it was. It was his old friend from school. His name was Moon Jung. He was his best friend when they were in school. He came from wealthy family, but his family moved to capital 2 years. Kang Ho wondered what he was doing here again. Hey, long time, no see, how have you been? Asked Moon Jung. I am good. What about you? Didn't you move to the capital? Asked Kang Ho. I came to help a friend with his guild, said Moon Jung. Oh, said Kang Ho. Hey, let's go and have some drinks. After all, we meet after so long, said Moon Jung. Okay, replied Kang Ho, as he didn't have a good reason to turn him down. They went to a nearby restaurant and ordered meat and some soju and started drinking. Hey, I became a hunter, and I am level 90 right now. I am a warrior. Did you go to the tutorial dungeon yet? Asked Moon Jung. Yes, I am a level 10 hunter. Kang Ho lied even if they were best friend that was in the past. Oh, nice. Do you want to join a guild? I can recommend you to the guild I am in right now. Although I am here temporarily, the guild leader is a very good friend of mine, so he will take you in no problem, said Moon Jung. Thanks, but sorry I don't want to join any guilds, said Kang Ho. All right, if you change your mind, just ask me. I will introduce you to him, said Moon Jung. Hey, so I heard your uncle took over your father's company. Do you want me to tell my father about it and make him pressure your uncle in giving the company back? Asked Moon Jung. Of course, he wasn't joking. Even before the dungeon came to be, his father was top-tier tycoon of the country. No, it's okay. I think they are doing fine right now. Kang Ho didn't want to owe anyone favor, so he rejected the offer. Even so, he was going to kill his uncle anyway, and as for property, he can earn a lot by hunting. It's just a matter of time. He would be rich by hunting anyway. So what's your purpose for you to visit Busan? Asked Kang Ho. Mass dungeon, said Moon Jung in a very low voice. He didn't want any other customer to hear him. What is that? Asked Kang Ho. This was the first time he heard that. Mass dungeons are different from other normal dungeons. The area of mass dungeon is larger than normal dungeon. The dungeon's size may vary. If it's a low-level mass dungeon, the size could be up to a size of a medium-sized city. But high-level mass dungeon size could be comparable to a country's size, said Moon Jung in a hushed tone. What if the hunters couldn't clear the dungeon in time? Kang Ho asked. A mass dungeon stays up until 1 month. It does not matter if you clear it or not, it will disappear after 1 month, said Moon Jung. What? Kang Ho was really very surprised by the revelation. Yes, it surprised me when I first heard too. There will be monsters scattered all around the dungeon. If you are lucky enough, you might come across some kind of treasure or skill inheritance, said Moon Jung. What is a skill inheritance? Asked Kang Ho. You don't even know about skill inheritance? Have you been living under a rock for 2 years? Asked Moonjung. Skill inheritance is the most important part of a hunter, said Moonjung. Oh, okay, and what's that? Asked Kong Ho. By skill inheritance, you can get skills relevant to your class. If your skill is powerful, skill is all it will take for a life and death situation to be decided, said Moonjung in a serious tone. How can one get skill? Asked Kong Ho. You can get a skill when you get your class. But after that, there are only 2 ways that I know of. One is skill scroll. Skill scroll is as name suggests. You will get a scroll with the skill described on it. You will have to tear the scroll to learn the skill that is present inside the scroll. And the other one is different. It's trial skill inheritance. Like the name suggests, there will be a trial to see if you are worthy enough to wield the skill. The trial will take place inside a dungeon-like area where you will have to face many kinds of difficulties, and if you can overcome all, you will get the skill, said Moonjung. You mean there will be a dungeon inside a dungeon? Asked Kong Ho. Yes, but they are only found in rare cases. But if you manage to get your hands on one, your power will be multiplied. Aldo, don't underestimate the power of the weapons that comes out of the mass dungeons. Just one high-level weapon caused destruction of a single city in just one strike. You can also find top-class, low-level weapons and armors. People are willing to pay millions for a single weapon, said Moonjung. That's interesting. Kang Ho mumbled while thinking of something. I should visit the black market to know if they sell pass to the mass dungeons, thought Kang Ho. What level is the mass dungeon you are going in? Asked Kang Ho. Oh, it's just a level 3 dungeon. My friend has prepared everything, so we should be okay. If luck is on my side, I can even get my first skill, said Moonjung. Call me when you get your class. I will help you get into a mass dungeon, said Moonjung. All right, said Kong Ho. Anyway, when did the dungeon appear? Asked Kong Ho. It's just been 3-4 days. There's still a lot of time till it closes, said Moonjung. When are you going to raid the dungeon? Asked Kong Ho. We still don't know the exact time. Maybe in 10-20 days we are still negotiating with a guild to cooperate with us during the raid. They talked for a little while more. It was refreshing for Kong Ho to meet his old friend as well. So he didn't mind talking with him. They were good friends before he moved after all. They enjoyed drinks and the food. They exchanged their contacts before parting ways. They decided to meet again to have some drinks. Kang Ho thought he could get some good information through the guy. So, he didn't mind sharing his contact, no. Anyway, it was nice to have 1 or 2 drinking buddies. It was 6 p.m., so Kang Ho decided to head towards home because his mother had told him to visit the restaurant for dinner. Hey boss, look, doesn't that kid look same as in the picture that boss gave us to find? Asked one short man. Have you gone crazy, shorty? You think we can just find that guy in one day? Boss hasn't even bought the information yet. How do you think we can find this guy with only a sketch? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, said the man angrily while fondling a beauty. But boss, look at him first and judge for yourself, said the shorty. The man stood up from his seat and went to the balcony where Shorty was. When he finally came to the balcony, he finally saw the guy that Shorty was talking about. Right then, many emotions flashed through his eyes. First it was killing intent, then happiness, and lastly greed. The man he was looking at was none other than Kang Ho. Boss, wait, I will report to the HQ right away. They will surely reward us handsomely, said the shorty while he was going toward the phone. The man suddenly turned around. Then he suddenly attacked the shorty from behind. The shorty fell to the ground. Thud, ouch. Boss, why did you hit me? Asked the shorty, making an expression which seemed that he was being wronged. You F King Jerk, this is the reason why you are still just a lackey. You have no brain to think, said the man to the shorty. What do you mean, boss? I thought we can tell the HQ and get some rewards in return. What's the problem with that? Asked the shorty again. What's the problem? You are the problem. Your brainlessness is a problem. Just think, what if we handed this guy directly to the HQ? What kind of reward would we get then? I heard he killed the young master. Even the guild leader might come to meet us directly to reward us. I Namsuk might even get the chance to enter the second hunting team if I am lucky enough, said Namsuk. Boss, you are the best. You are genius. Sorry for doubting your intelligence, said the shorty. All right, shut up. Now go and gall the whole team up. We are following this kid. I will go ahead and start following the kid you bring. Take the team and follow me immediately, said Namsuk. Yes, boss. I will immediately get in to do that, said Shorty as he made his way to call the team. Ha, 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 ha. Today is a very lucky day for me, said Namsuk while laughing. Meanwhile, Kang Ho had already sensed the killing intent, so he waited for the person to come to him. After making sure that the guy was following him, he started to continue on the road again. Kang Ho wondered who it was. He thought he would question the guy before killing him. He can't let anyone with killing intent towards him live. Kang Ho was in no hurry to go to his house, so he just kept walking around the market. He was still searching for some good items that he could buy. He didn't find any good item even today. He was a little disappointed. After he was done, he saw the group following him increase in numbers. He wasn't worried, he just wondered who these people were. He waited some more time to check if there were more people. Boss, we're back. I bought 10 level 15 and 5 level 20 guys with me. What's the level of that guy? Do I need to bring some more guys just in case? Asked Shorty. No need. From what I heard, he is just a rookie. He just completed the tutorial dungeon, said Nam Suk. Ha 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 ha. Seems we don't have to even work and we are going to get rewarded, said the Shorty. Shut up, young master was 30 from what I heard, but he still died. Someone must be protecting him from Shadow. Don't get too cocky just yet. I just hope the one protecting him isn't more than level 45, said Nam Suk. Sorry, boss, said the Shorty. After some waiting, when nobody joined the group, Kang Ho started moving. He didn't waste any more time. He had to visit the restaurant too, so he just started his search for a secluded area. After he found one, he entered the area. He was still walking there. Boss, should we attack now? Don't you think it's the best option to attack now? We can't find more suitable place than this to do our job right? Asked the Shorty. No, said Nam Suk. Why? Do you think the person behind him found out and his leading was to a trap? Asked the Shorty. Doesn't matter, even if he found out, we will still kidnap the kid. I am just waiting for him to lead us to his house. We can get more reward if we find his house. Boss will take pleasure in killing them, said Nam Suk. You are genius, boss, said the Shorty. After some time, when the guys from the Shadow didn't show up, he stopped and turned back. Are you guys coming out or what? Asked Kang Ho as he took his daggers out. Cocky, aren't you? Ha, 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 said Nam Suk as he walked towards Kang Ho. All right, kid, surrender to us right now. We don't kill you if you surrender, I promise. But if you show any intent on fighting back, this here is our boss Nam Suk, and he is level 45. If he gets angry, and one can protect you then, said Shorty. Kang Ho didn't care what he said. He suddenly disappears from the location. It was a dark alley, the view wasn't clear, so they thought Kang Ho disappeared. Swish! Aye! Someone from the back shouted. Thud. After the shout, a sound of something falling to the ground came. Nam Suk turned back. He was stupefied from what he saw. He saw a lifeless body of his team member falling to the ground after his head was cleanly cut off. He finally saw Kang Ho in front of the dead guy. What the fu-K? Wasn't this guy supposed to be a rookie hunter who just completed the tutorial dungeon? Did the boss Fu King lie to us? Thought Nam Suk. Gulp, Nam Suk gulped, seeing his men dying like that. I will kill you, yelled Nam Suk. Nam Suk grabbed his battle axe, which he was carrying in his back. He ran towards Kang Ho to attack him. He wanted chop off Kang Ho's arm. Ah! Shouted Nam Suk as he tried to attack Kang Ho. But unfortunately, his attack didn't land on Kang Ho. He dodged the attack and ran towards his other targets. You fooing rat, come here and face me! Shouted Nam Suk. He didn't want to see his teammates die in front of his eyes. Kang Ho didn't stop at Nam Suk's provocation. He continued what he was doing. Kang Ho wanted to take care of slam fires first, so that they wouldn't run away when he fought with Nam Suk. It would be a nuisance if someone ran away. Kang Ho kept attacking the ones with low level. Only Shorty and Nam Suk were left. After killing all the small fries, he turned his head towards Nam Suk, who was attacking him. This time he didn't dodge. He faced his attack head-on. Clank thud. He pushed Nam Suk back. Nam Suk couldn't land properly with his heavy battle axe in his axe. He stumbled a little. Just how? Nam Suk was surprised. He couldn't imagine he could be pushed back by Kang Ho. Nam Suk was worried now. You could clearly see sweat dropping from his forehead. He thought this job would be easy. He regretted his decision of following behind Kang Ho. Wait, we could talk about this. There is no need for violence. I hate violence, said Nam Suk. Kang Ho didn't stop. He continued with his attack. He swung his dagger. He would never spare his enemy, even if they begged. Kang Ho didn't put much pressure on his dagger while swinging at Nam Suk. Even so he couldn't dodge the attack, there was a cut on his chest now. The cut was not that deep, but it was enough to make Nam Suk scream. You fool, I will kill you, yelled Nam Suk in pain. While all this was going on, Shorty decided to run from the location. He didn't want to die. Just when Shorty attempted to run, Kang threw a dagger towards him. The dagger penetrated his knees, so he fell to the ground screaming. Ah! Hey! Kang Ho turned his attention to Nam Suk, who was still screaming. Please don't kill me, Nam Suk begged. Kang Ho didn't take pleasure in others' misery, so he killed Nam Suk swiftly. He now walked towards Shorty. He was still screaming while crying. "Who is behind you? Why did you want to kill me?" asked Kang Ho. It's Choi Guild. You killed the son of the guildmaster, so he ordered us to go and kill you. The guildmaster is level 80. He will kill you, Shorty said, trying to intimidate Kang Ho. Where is Choi Guild located? Asked Kang Ho. Shorty told him where it was. Shorty didn't have any choice, he thought. If he answered Kang Ho honestly, he wouldn't kill him. After hearing Shorty, Kang Ho came to a conclusion that he had to get rid of the Choi Guild. But before that, he needed to get his first class. After hearing everything, he killed Shorty with one swing of his dagger. He left the area. He made his way towards his parents' restaurant. When he was little away from the restaurant, he saw the restaurant burning. He was panicked. He started running towards the restaurant. When he came in front of the restaurant, he saw his mom and sister crying while his father was consoling them. At this moment, Kang Ho felt like his world turned upside down. It felt like his heart fell to his stomach. Seeing his little sister and mother cry, at this moment all he felt was endless rage, which he had kept in check inside of him. The rage after finding out his uncle had threatened his sister's life. The rage he felt when he saw his family living inside a cottage. The rage after seeing his mother's burned hands. The rage after seeing his sister wearing ragged clothes, because they didn't have enough money to buy new clothes. Everything came rushing to his head now. Kang Ho had locked away a monster inside of him after finally seeing his family. It was the monstrous side of him who always craved blood. The monster that took shape while living in that Hades-like world. This monster didn't let him have peace until he took lives of thousands of creatures. The monster didn't care what creature it was. His only desire was to kill. Kang Ho felt that monster finally break free. Kang Ho didn't let his emotions out. He suppressed his emotions. Turned to his father, who was consoling his mother and sister. His father's hand was broken. "Who did this?" asked in a worried tone. "Oh, don't worry, it was just some guy complaining about the quality of the food. We can repair the shop with the money I have left, so no need to worry about anything," said his father. Kang Ho knew his father was lying. His father didn't want him to worry about the situation. He knew his father wouldn't talk even if he asked again. So, he decided to leave the topic be. He could also sense someone was watching them while laughing, so he decided he could get the information from that person anyway. "Let's go home," he said. Kang Ho picked up his sister and helped his mother up. "Big bloater, that bad man kicked father," said Hua Young while still crying. She couldn't talk properly because of sobbing. Kang Ho looked towards his father, but later moved his gaze from him. His father didn't want to make Kang Ho worried. Kang Ho controlled his rage as much as he could. They arrived home. It turned out the one in the shadows was still following them. After his mother and father stopped crying, he stood up and went to his father, took out the healing potion from the ring. "Father, drink this. It's a healing potion," said Kang Ho. He didn't know if the healing potion could heal his father's hand, but still, he tried. "How did you get it?" "It's precious. I can't drink that. You will need those for your hunt," said his father. "I can buy more. Just drink this," said Kang Ho. After many urging, his father finally took the potion, and it turned out that it did work. His father's hand finally became normal. His sister and mother finally smiled. "Father is okay again," yelled his sister happily. They talked for a while. After making sure they were fine, "I am going to call a friend for help. I think he can help about the restaurant. And while I am at it, I will also bring dinner for today," said Kang Ho. "All right, come back immediately after buying food," said his mother. Kang Ho left his house. After a little walk, he made sure he was a little far from his house. He then ran in full speed towards the person he felt was watching his house from distance. "I'm going to get rich today. I just have to kill this family and I will get $100,000 for that," said a man who was standing in the shadow as he watched Kang Ho's house from a distance. The man was laughing while he saw someone exiting the house. "Oh, one of the preys is coming right at my way. I guess I will start with this guy," said the man. He saw Kang Ho approaching slowly. After a while, he saw that Kang H totally disappeared from his visor. "Did I drink a little too much today? Am I seeing things?" asked the man to himself. Right when he was thinking where Kang Ho had disappeared, Kang Ho suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked at Kang Ho's eyes. At that time, all he felt was fear. Extreme fear. It felt like he was standing in front of a monster. He dropped to the ground because of the pressure Kang Ho was releasing. Kang Ho didn't say anything. He just grabbed the man by his neck and he ran. He didn't want to continue with his questioning here. He ran towards an empty alleyway. After he came there, he finally stopped. He threw the guy to the ground. "Please, don't kill me. It wasn't me. I was paid, begged the man. "Who paid you?" Kang Ho asked. "It was the unholy brothers. They paid me, said the man while shaking. Kang Ho knew who it was. From what he heard, the unholy brothers belonged to his uncle. After finding out who it was, Kang Ho took his dagger out and killed the guy. After he was done, he went to a high-end restaurant and bought meals for 4. Kang Ho went straight to his house after he bought all the necessary items. "I am home," said Kang Ho as he entered. After he came in, he started opening the food. The family enjoyed the meal. After they were done eating, everyone went to sleep. Kang Ho waited until everyone fell to sleep. After making sure no one was awake, he came out of his house. Kang Ho started heading towards the black market. After some time, he reached the black market. He went straight to the HQ. When he entered the HQ, he was greeted by the same woman who did his transactions. "How may I help you, sir?" asked the woman. "I need to buy information of someone," said Kang Ho. "Please follow me," said the woman. They went to a private room and started their talk. "Whose information do you seek, sir?" asked the woman. "I want information on the unholy brothers, and where I can find all of them," said Kang Ho. "As seeing the information is about a public guild, it won't cost you a lot. It will just take $100,000. Please, wait a moment, I will bring you the information for you," said the woman as she made her way out. After some time, she bought the information about the guild and handed it to Kang Ho. The levels of the members were also mentioned. He didn't need those, he just needed the information on where he could find them. His uncle was level 55, he had a rank D class called Swordsman. There were a total 1,200 members of Unholy Brothers. Most of them were of level 10-15. He didn't care about the low-level members, he just cared about high-ranking members of the guild. He took note of the whereabouts of these people. There were about 200 high-ranking members in the guild. This night, Kang Ho planned to attack the guild's HQ. He didn't plan to kill his uncle first. He didn't want him to die peacefully. His anger wouldn't quell. He gave the woman his card. The woman took 100,000 from his account. After he was done, he didn't open his mask. He didn't want himself to be recognized by someone while he was hunting down unholy brothers. He made his way towards the first location in the list. The list had accurate scene information on all the high-ranking officers. He was surprised by the ability of the black market's info gathering. The high-ranking officers were in front of a dungeon that they got from Hunters Association. They were planning to enter the dungeon in 2 hours. He only had 2 hours in his hands. He decided to attack them first because it was the second hunting team of the Unholy Brothers. They also played a vital role on running the guild. There were 8 high-ranking officers there waiting to enter the dungeon. He wanted to reach the location as fast as possible. "Hey, when are we going to get inside the dungeon?" "I am bored waiting," said one guy standing in front of a portal. "Oh, Insu, you are too impatient. Just wait a little while, we will get to enter the dungeon. We just need to get the green signal of the guildmaster," said the other man. "Hey, Chaju-chan-si, I just remembered that guildmaster told you to kill the family of guildmaster's brother and his family. Did you do it?" asked Oh and Sue. "Why would I waste my time doing that kind of trivial tasks? I have more important thing to do here, so I hired someone to do the task. He should be done by the time we complete this dungeon," said Ju-chan. "You know that if guildmaster finds out you hired someone to do the job, he would be angry, right?" asked Insu. "As long as the family is wiped out, it won't matter who did the job anyway. As far as guildmaster knowing about me hiring others to do his task, you are the only one who has the knowledge about that. If the guildmaster somehow found out my dealings, I will hold you responsible," said Ju-chan, while giving Insu a menacing look. A drop of sweat dropped from Insu's forehead. "All right," said Insu. Although they both were high-ranking officials, it was clear that Ju-chan was some levels higher than Insu. That's the reason why Insu's so nervous when he heard what Ju-chan had to say. As they continued talking, all the members of this raid were present in front of the portal, ready to get inside Ant anytime. They were just waiting for a green signal from the guildmaster. As they were waiting, they didn't notice, but Kang Ho was already there watching them with rage-filled eyes. Right now, all what he wanted to do is kill. He wouldn't stop until everything that his uncle owned was destroyed. There were 10 people. 2 were from Hunters Association. They were easy to recognize as the Hunter Association's people were wearing suit, while the high-ranking officers were wearing armor and carrying weapon and had some kind of guild insignia on the chest. None of them were wearing any intriguing armor or weapons. "Hey, stop right there. If you come any closer, we will have to attack you," shouted one man towards Kang Ho as he came out of shadow and was approaching the portal. Kang Ho didn't reply, but in response he took his daggers out and kept advancing. "Shoot! We are under attack!" "Get ready," said the guy. "F. Kerr, you have a death wish?" asked while yelling at Kang Ho. The man ran towards Kang Ho to take him down. The people from Hunter Association didn't care about fight between guilds as long as it didn't harm any normal civilians. Killing civilians while being a hunter was the only crime they couldn't tolerate. You can kill every hunter you want in front of them, they won't even speak a word. Swish slash ah, yelled the man in pain. When he swung his sword towards Kang Ho, latter just leaned to one side and avoided the sword attack. And as a counter, he swung his dagger. He managed to cut the man's arm off. Be careful, guys, he is not easy to deal with. Let's attack together, shouted Ju-chan. Without waiting, Kang Ho swung his dagger twice. On first strike, he managed to make a deep cut in the man's chest. On the second strike, he managed to cut the man's head off. The head and the body fell to the ground lifelessly with a thud. The people watching this became stupefied. The fight didn't even take 5 seconds to end. They took one step back without even realizing it. When they saw Kang Ho's face, they were more traumatized as he had a little smile on him while killing the man. He is a maniac, said Insu without even realizing it. On the other hand, Kang Ho's monstrous self was happy because he could finally kill. He enjoyed killing. His head became messed up after killing for 400 years straight. The monster was happy that he wouldn't have to be locked up anymore. There were enough hateful creatures in this world for him to massacre too. After he killed the man, he looked at the other people. He pounced towards them. Careful, don't attack alone. Try to attack all at once. I don't believe we can't take a jerk like him with all of us together, shouted Ju-chan. They all attacked Kang Ho at once. He managed to dodge them all. They were too slow. After the joint attack, they didn't have time to recuperate. Kang Ho didn't give them the chance. He just made his counterattack. He swung his daggers 3 times and managed to take one more man. The man attacked Kang Ho with his huge hammer. Kang Ho turned his body backwards to avoid the hammer. After successfully dodging the hammer, his back was still facing the man. The dagger in his hand was reverse grip. He just swung his hand upwards like a reverse uppercut. The dagger penetrated the man's mouth, and the Ju-chan and his team could clearly see the pointy end of the dagger penetrating the man's skull with a crack. The man's lifeless body was hanging on the dagger with the dagger pointing out of his head. What? One of the women from the Hunters Association couldn't take it anymore and vomited on the spot. This was too much for her. It's okay. You will get used to seeing this kind of things in the future eventually, consoled the other woman. From her reaction, it seemed clear that she had seen this kind of brutal acts or more brutal acts every day. She acted as it wasn't anything. Hey, we can pay you money. We will even forget about what happened today. We don't have to fight. You can even take this dungeon if you want. We can go separate ways, said Ju-chan, trying to solve this issue. Even he was afraid of the guy now. Kang Ho didn't reply. He just shook off the dead guy off his dagger and went to the next guy on the line. He didn't care about anything. He just wanted to destroy everything his uncle has. Care. I will kill you, yelled Ju-chan, seeing his tactic not work. Everyone move back, let's regroup, yelled Insu. Kang Ho didn't stop his attack. Without blinking his eyes, he continued on killing. He killed everyone until there was only Ju-chan and Insu left. He had heard what he said earlier. Please don't kill me, begged Ju-chan and Insu. He swung his dagger and killed Insu. His head rolled on the ground lifelessly. No, please, yelled Ju-chan. How many people did you hire to kill the family? Asked Kang Ho in a hushed tone, not letting the people from Hunter Association hear them. Well, what? Asked Ju-chan. Kang Ho was standing in front of a nightclub. According to the locations provided by the black market, 12 high-ranking members of the second hunting team were at this nightclub. Kang Ho went inside the nightclub. After searching for a while, he finally saw 2 guys with the same emblem on their chest. The emblem was same unholy brothers from earlier used. He made his way towards them. It seemed like they were guarding the door behind them. Stop right there. If you move closer, we will have to attack you, said one of the guards from the unholy brothers to Kang Ho while gripping his sword. Kang Ho didn't care about what they said. He still continued advancing towards the door. As he did so, both of the guards gripped their weapons and attacked Kang Ho. Both of them swung their weapons. One of them was using a huge hammer. Other one was using a sword. As their weapons approached Kang Ho, he just sidestepped and dodged the incoming attack. They were both stupefied. They never thought anyone could dodge their attack. After Kang Ho dodged the attack, the hammer hit the ground in full force, which created a huge sound. The hammer-carrying man was not in position to defend himself after his hammer hit the ground. Kang Ho didn't let him get the time to recuperate. He just, with a swing of his dagger, cut the man's head off. The other guy was terrified to see his friend's head roll off lifelessly. He went mad. He attacked Kang Ho. That guy swung his sword without any stop. He just wanted to kill Kang Ho right now. But Kang Ho, in response, just blocked his sword with one hand. With the other hand, he pierced the man's heart in effort to kill the guy. After killing that guy, Kang Ho took his dagger out of the man's chest, then swung his dagger to get rid of the blood. Right then, the door that the guys were guarding opened. "Who is causing commotion? Do you people want to die?" One guy came out of the room while shouting these words. "Who is causing the como?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the two lifeless bodies of his guild, and Kang Ho, who was carrying bloodied daggers. "Hey guys, someone is looking to die today. Come out," said the man, looking towards the room behind him. Meanwhile, "Who is that guy? Does he think he can do whatever he likes?" said one of the guys in the bar. "He will die today for sure. He shouldn't have provoked the unholy brothers," said the other man. "Should I call the Hunters Association?" asked one of the men. "Shut the FK up. Do you have a death wish? It's a fight between hunters. Don't even think about calling them," said the other man. "Let's go home," said one man. "Coward, I am going to watch how hunters fight. Next time I will surely clear the tutorial dungeon," said the other man. "Yeah, right. You clearing the tutorial dungeon is impossible, forget it," said one of the men sarcastically. "Shut up. Now let's watch how Unholy Brothers skins that mask-wearing guy alive," said one of the men. "What is it? What happened now?" someone asked while he made his way out of the door. "Many people came out following that man. One guy was trying to talk, but Kang Ho killed him swiftly. Kang Ho pounced towards him before he could react. He swung his dagger. His head fell to the ground. He was angrier now. "Foo!" yelled one of the men, after watching his teammate die so easily. "Who are you? Which guild sent you?" asked one of the men. Kang Ho didn't stop for anything. He pounced towards another person. He continued the same way for some more time. He managed to kill everyone from Unholy Brothers. After he was done killing, he made his way out of the nightclub. He started heading towards his next target. His next target. How could this be? He just killed the entire second hunting division of Unholy Brothers all alone. How is this possible? "I can't believe this," one of the earlier guys commented. "Who is he? Which guild did the Unholy Brothers provoke now that this kind of monster was sent to take care of them?" asked the other man. He won't live for long. If the guild master of Unholy Brothers was here, that guy would be long dead," said one of the men. Knock knock. "Yes, come in," one guy who was sitting in a chair enjoying the view of the city from the 9th floor of a building said. He had a nameplate on his desk which wrote, "Park GYU. "Sir, we can't seem to come in contact with the hunting team which went for a hunt today," said a woman after entering the room. "Do you think they died in the dungeon?" asked Park GYU. "No, sir, we lost contact with them before they could enter the dungeon," said the woman. "Bam! Were they F King drunk? I remember instructing them not to drink today," said Park GYU while he slapped the desk. This dungeon was very important for the guild. If they messed up this hunt, the guild was going to be in trouble. Park GYU knew that if the guild master knew about this, he would kill him. He had to do something. "Don't call the guild master, it's too late at night. You go bring the car outside, we are going to the portal to check the entire situation," said Park GYU. "And also call the second division. Tell them they might have to enter the dungeon," said Park GYU. "Yes, sir," said the woman, and went to make the call. After some try, "Sir, they are not picking the phone either," said the woman. "Where did they have King disappear to?" "Go immediately bring the car, we will head towards the portal," said Park GYU. Park GYU and his assistant left the building, and right after they left, Kang Ho came in front of the Unholy Brothers HQ. It was a 10-floor building. It had some guards guarding the entrances and exits. Kang Ho didn't care how many guards there were. He just kept walking towards the building. "Wait right there! What work do you have in the Unholy Brothers Guild's HQ? Do you have an appointment?" asked one of the security guard. Kang Ho didn't answer, he just took his daggers out and dashed towards them. It didn't take long for him to dispose of them. Kang Ho took one of the guards' ID. Then he entered the HQ of the Unholy Brothers Guild. On 1st floor to 5th floor, there weren't anyone because it was the place for low-level member of the guild. He went directly to the 6th floor. All the high-level officers of the guild had their office on this floor. He came out of the elevator. He looked around, there were no one, so he continued to head inside the office area. When he got there were about 20 people still working at the midnight at the office. "Fuker, you have got guts entering our guild, but you won't return alive," said one of the people inside the building. When they saw Kang Ho entering the office, everyone took their weapons in their hands and ran towards Kang Ho. Everyone had killing intent in their eyes. While most of them attacked Kang Ho, one guy picked up the phone and called the captain of the 1st Hunting Division. A phone rang inside an office. There was one man sleeping on the chair. The phone ringing woke him up. "The FK do you want? It better be important, or else I will skin you alive," said the man. "Captain, there is intrusion on the 6th floor." Should I call and inform the guildmaster? Asked the man on the 6th floor. What? There is an attack on the HQ? How many people are there, and which guild is it? Asked the captain. It's just one guy. Identity is not known. The person is wearing a mask, said the guy on the 6th floor. If it's just one guy, no need to call the guildmaster. I will contact every available member. They should be there within 5 minutes. I am coming down as well. Just hold him till then, said the captain. Yes, sir, said the guy, and hung up the phone. The other members will be coming in 5 minutes. The 1st Division is also headed this way. Just hold on for 5 minutes. That's what the captain said, yelled the guy who spoke to the captain. I guess I won't have to hunt them one by one if I just wait here for some time. That makes things a lot easier for me, thought Kang Ho. He was no big fan of running here and there to hunt his prey. If they were coming to him in just some time, that would be easier for him. So, Kang Ho decided to waste his time and wait for everyone to gather in one place. The high-ranking guild members present there attacked Kang Ho relentlessly, but every time the outcome was the same, Kang Ho managed to escape their attacks. That drove them mad. Fooing rat stop right there or I will kill you, yelled one of the men present there. Kang Ho didn't stop, he continued to dodge their attacks. After a while, they started getting tired. Right at that time, people showed up. One guy was leading all of the people. He was carrying a shield and sword. Captain, you are here, said one of the men. Shut up, you jerk. You couldn't even kill one guy, yelled the captain. But Captain, he is like a rat, runs away every time we try to attack, said the man. I will see where he runs now. All right, everyone is here. You guys go and secure all the exits. This guy will not leave this building alive today, said the captain while pointing at some guys. There were about 300 guys in that room. All the high-ranking officers were there, including some of the middle-level members. Kang Ho was happy about the turn of events. It made his work easier. He didn't waste any more of his time and straight went to offensive. He moved towards his first target. Kang Ho attacked one of the tired men close to him. The man was so tired that he couldn't even defend himself when caught off guard. His head and body fell to the ground lifelessly. I will kill you! Everyone attacks at once! Shouted the captain. Everyone pounced towards Kang Ho at once, but he still managed to parry the enemy attacks. After dodging, he threw one of his daggers towards a guy who failed at his first attack. The guy didn't have enough time to dodge the dagger. The dagger penetrated the man's eyes. Ah! The man shouted in pain. After hearing the man's cry, the guy next to Kang Ho was distracted for a moment. In a fight, getting distracted was the worst mistake you could make. Fight is a place where every one of your moves, seconds, dodges, decided if you would live or die. Kang Ho took the advantage of that moment. He sliced his dagger across the neck of the distracted guy, which made a deep cut appear on the man's neck, and the blood started spurting everywhere. His clothes were once again covered in blood. Tisk! IF King hate this, thought Kang Ho. This pair of cloth costed him a lot of money. One thing Kang Ho hated the most was wasting money, and it felt same as wasting money. FK, this guy is dangerous, be careful, shouted the captain. As he went towards the dagger, he deflected some attacks and attacked some of the members attacking him. After he took the dagger, he finally felt whole again, after some more of the high-ranking officers died of Kang Ho FK. This guy doesn't even seem to have a class. How can he kill so many high-ranking members without getting a single injury? Someone go, call the advisor and tell him we have a monster running around and causing havoc on the HQ, yelled the captain. After yelling, he ran straight towards Kang Ho. He didn't wait for reply. How much long will it take for us to reach there? Asked Park Ji-woo to his assistant. We will reach there in just a minute, sir, replied the assistant. You still can't contact them? Asked Park Ji-woo. No, sir, there is still no reply, said the assistant. What about the 2nd Division? Asked Park Ji-woo anxiously. No reply from their side either. We are here, sir, said the assistant. They both got off the car. They started to head towards the portal. When he came in front of the portal, their faces became pale from fright. What the FK is this? Which guild did this? Yelled Park Ji-woo. He was fuming with anger. Who is it? She asked. Meanwhile, Park Ji-woo went to the Hunter Association's people, and he asked as politely as he could. Even if he was mad, he couldn't disrespect the Hunter Association's people, otherwise the guild will be wiped out the next day. Ma'am, did you see which guild did this? He asked politely. There was only one guy, but he was wearing mask, said the matured mask woman. She didn't even show respect towards him. Park Ji-woo wasn't mad about that. He wondered who they had offended. Right then, his assistant came running to him. Sir, it's an emergency. The entire 2nd Division was killed in a nightclub by a masked man, said the assistant. What? Are you sure? I will kill you if it's just a joke. Park Ji-woo couldn't take it anymore. He went insane after hearing the second piece of news. It was like someone dropped an atom bomb on his head. He was sweating profoundly. He didn't know what to do next. Who was this masked man, and what grudge did he have with the guild? He just killed half of the pillars who were supporting the unholy brothers. If he could get the masked man in front of him right now, he would surely kill that rascal. All the hard work he put into building this guild was washed away by some masked man. The worst part was he couldn't do anything to stop it. Park Ji-woo knew that if he didn't find out the identity of this masked man, he would be the next person to die. He started to think of every possible enemy he might have who could do this much damage in a single day. Even after working his brain nonstop, he couldn't figure out who the culprit was. "Sir?" his assistant called out in a low voice. "Sir?" shouted the assistant after hearing no response from Park Ji-woo on the first time. "Ah, what?" Park Ji-woo finally snapped out of his thinking state and asked his assistant. "Should I call the guildmaster and inform him of the situation?" asked the assistant. "You have a death wish? If guildmaster finds out that half of our strength has been chipped off and I still don't know the perpetrator, he would skin me and you alive without hearing our side of the story. Shut your mouth if you don't have any good suggestions," said Park Ji-woo. He knew guildmaster the best. If he really found out about this, he would surely kill them. He wasn't joking around. "Yes, sir, sorry." After that, the assistant shut herself up. "We won't figure anything out by just standing here. Let's go to the black market and see if they have any information on the guild who hired this person," said Park Ji-woo. He couldn't believe that this was done by a single person with grudge with the guild. He believed that this was planned attack by some of their rival guilds to weaken them. "Yes, sir," said the assistant. They went to the car and started heading to the black market. Park Ji-woo hoped he could find the information. Oh, inside the HQ of the Unholy Brothers, the intense fight was still going on. The captain swung his sword towards Kang Ho, but later blocked the attack with both of the daggers. After blocking, Kang Ho pushed away Captain. Captain fell to the ground because of the push. Unfortunately, Kang Ho couldn't take advantage of the situation at that moment. There were a lot of attacks heading his way, so he decided not to follow with a fatal attack to the captain. On that moment, an axe was heading his way. He pulled one of the people near him and made him hide shield. The axe landed on the man's back. It penetrated deep into his back. But still, that person was not dead. Kang Ho stabbed the man's heart and threw the man towards the crowd. He managed to make a lot of people stumble by that move. He pounced towards the people who got affected by that and started slashing his daggers nonstop. He managed to kill 8 of the enemies at that attack. It didn't take too much to kill these people. After being overpowered by Kang Ho, the captain began to rethink his strategy. "I can't face this monster head-on. I would have died just now if it was a one-on-one. I need to be careful," thought the captain. "Everyone attack at once. He is dangerous. Don't face him on one-on-one battle. Regroup and surround this rascal," yelled the captain. Kang Ho didn't care if they surrounded him or attacked him at once. He just let them do whatever that planned to do. "Attack," yelled the captain. He with the members of the 1st Division and the other high-ranking members attacked Kang Ho at once. He managed to dodge some, but he could not dodge some as they made some cuts on the body of Kang Ho. The injuries were not that serious. He didn't stop because of some minor injuries. Kang Ho started to get more aggressive. He didn't have more time to waste on them. So he started to swing his daggers non-stop. He attacked, defended from incoming attacks. His fighting style was perfect. Now he didn't get any injuries. With every 2 swings of his daggers, 1 person fell lifelessly. After some time, there were only about 50 or so people left. The guild members were extremely fatigued. Kang Ho now finally focused on the captain. He pounced towards the captain, swung his dagger. The captain managed to block the attack with his shield, and as a counterattack, he swung his sword as well. But Kang Ho bended a little and dodged the attack, and with a slash of his dagger, he managed to cut Captain's hand off. "Ah, no!" yelled the captain in pain. He couldn't believe he lost an arm. After cutting the arm off, Kang Ho didn't stop with his attack. He pounced towards the captain once again. This time he went straight for the neck, and he managed to cleanly behead the captain, after which his body fell lifelessly to the ground. "Pick the DN phone on Beach," yelled Park Ji-woo at his assistant. "Sorry, sir," said the assistant. As she was not a hunter, she could only take the insults. The assistant picked the phone up and wanted to ask something, but her complexion suddenly changed. Her body went cold. After hearing the phone, she put the phone down, shifted her gaze towards Park Ji-woo. "Sir, the HQ is under attack by a mask-wearing man. By the description, it seems the same man who killed the 2nd Division and the others," said the assistant sternly. "How many people are there?" asked Park Ji-woo. The color of his skin turned gray. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was his worst nightmare. Fortunately, only one. And he has been surrounded by 300 of our man, now the 1st Division included, said the assistant. That's a F-King relief? Did he really think he is immortal? He would surely die this time. Park Gyu's face finally gained back some of its lost color. He was happy that it was just one person attacking the guild. Turn the car over, we are heading to the HQ. We can ask that F-Kur which guild hired him to target us, said Park Ji-Yu as he breathed a sigh of relief. After some time, they finally arrived at the HQ. They made their way to the 6th floor, as they were told that was where they were fighting the intruder. They had just managed to exit the elevator, as they felt a strong odor of blood hitting their nose. When they felt the floor was more slippery than usual, they both glanced down at the floor. What they saw pulled the living soul out of their body. The floor was filled with blood. It was like they were in an actual horror movie scene. Even horror movie scene would not truly describe the scene they were seeing in front of their eyes. The blood was all over the floor, and the odor of blood was unbearable. Park Gyu's face became like someone who had seen ghost. He was mortified. Didn't the call say it was just one guy? How is there so much blood here? Thought Park Ji-Yu. Boo-hoy. His assistant couldn't take it anymore. She started vomiting right there. You go down and call the guildmaster. The situation is out of hand now, said Park Ji-Yu in a stern voice. After hearing that, she felt relief. She couldn't stay there longer. It was too unbearable. She got into the elevator and went down to get some fresh air. The assistant was off the hook, but Park Ji-Yu had to go in to check the situation inside the office. He just prayed for the blood to be enemy forces. Cold sweats were dripping down his forehead. His life depended on this. He made his resolve and started walking through the blood slowly. He was already prepared for any sneak attack. He had gripped his sword tightly. He walked very slowly, as he was cautious of any sneak attacks. The last this he wanted was to get caught off guard. He finally made it to the office area. The scene he saw could give any ordinary person heart attack. The fright he felt when he entered the area was indescribable. His face lost all its lively colors. It turned as white as paper. The entire area was filled with dead bodies. He could clearly see they were all his men. The corpses were all over the room. Park Ji-Yu stumbled when he saw one particular corpse. He sat the corpse of the 1st Division captain. All the hope he had were gone. Everything was hopeless. All the important pillars of the guild were gone. All the hard work he put into this guild was gone. Now all he could feel was rage, extreme rage. He wanted to know which guild did this to him. He wanted to kill everyone involved in this. Right then, his eye fell on a slightly open door of a room. The room lights were off. That room was a large smoking area. Some smokes were coming out of that open door. That meant someone was in there. He gripped his sword and walked towards the door cautiously. With small steps, he made it to the door. When he opened the door, he just saw one person sitting on a desk, looking towards him while he smoked. The room was dark, so D couldn't see the face of the man, but he could see a mask which he placed by his side. After seeing something that resembled mask, Park Yu's anger exploded. He knew he was the culprit who did all this. Right now, it didn't matter to him that he would win a fight with this guy or not. He just wanted to kill this guy anyhow. But he controlled his anger for now. He wanted to know who hired this guy. He had never offended any individual who was this powerful who could wipe the entire guild out. Who are you? How did our guild offend you? Or did some guild hire you to do this? If so, tell me how much they gave you. I will give you the double to kill them, said Park Ji-Yu. Park Ji-Yu, we meet again. How have you been? Said Kang Ho as he smoked. He knows me? Who is he? Thought Park Ji-Yu. After seeing the corpses outside, Park Ji-Yu was only 50% sure he could defeat the guy. Only a person closest to getting a class or a person who had a class could do that. He couldn't sense any skills being used in the office, so he guessed that the opponent was matched to his level. He, Park Ji-Yu, was a level 49 hunter. He was just one step away from getting class. He could feel the mana in the surrounding. All that was needed for him to get a class was enlightenment. If he could just get an enlightenment inside a dungeon while fighting, only then could he get a class. Getting enlightenment on the fighting style they used was the only way one could acquire a class. And what kind of enlightenment you get would determine the rank of the class you acquire. Getting a class wasn't a small feat. The power difference between a hunter with a class and one without a class was like comparing a child with a sworn and an adult with a sword. It was a whole different level of power. Once a person acquires a class, they would get a skill which would advance their strength by twofold. The skill power of their skills would depend on the rank of their class. After knowing that the opponent was classless, he was a little delighted. At first, he thought he would rather die fighting than turning away. He had given away his life when he entered the 6th floor of the building, but now everything was different. He could defeat this person if he fought seriously, was what he thought. What do you mean? Have we ever met? Asked Park Ji-woo. He wasn't in a hurry to fight. He first had to gather all the information about this person as he could before killing him. So, he continued to talk to him. Oh, you forgot about me? That's not nice. Remember you used to take me to school when I was little, said Kang Ho, as he bended backwards, where there was moonlight shining. The light shone his face. Park Ji-woo finally could see the culprit's face. Even after accomplishing his goal, Park Ji-woo wasn't happy. On the contrary, he was shocked. He took 2 steps backward unconsciously. How is this possible? We thought you died 2 years ago. Park Ji-woo was too shocked after seeing Kang Ho's face he couldn't believe his own eyes. He could recognize that face even if he was drunk. My father was good to you. He never treated you baldly when you were our driver, did he? In the end, even you betrayed him, huh? Seems like he was just too nice to you, said Kang Ho without any emotion on his face. It wasn't that he wanted to talk to the guy, he just wanted to finish the cigarette before he fought again. He was in no rush at all. The main culprit was yet to come. Kang Ho figured now that Park Ji-woo was here. He would be here soon. Park Ji-woo used to be his father's personal driver before he disappeared. His father always treated Park Ji-woo as his family. He never mistreated him. He worked for his father for almost 10 years. What would a brat like you know? So, is that it? You want revenge for what we did to your father? You will die today, kid. Oh, and trust me, it won't be painless. I will torture you to death, said Park Ji-woo with a smirk on his face. As he said that, he gripped his sword tightly. Park Ji-woo ran towards Kang Ho. He had heard all he needed to know. He now just wanted to kill Kang Ho. Park Ji-woo swung his sword towards Kang Ho, but later just deflected the attack. Park Ji-woo couldn't believe his attack could be blocked by this kid. He 2 steps back unconsciously. Kang Ho, on the other hand, finally finished his cigarette. He threw it away. He climbed off the table. He was finally in moonlight. Park Ji-woo could finally see Kang Ho's entire body. His clothes were drenched with blood. Seeing that it was not his blood, rather his guild member's blood, Park Ji-woo lost reasoning and once again attacked Kang Ho. Ah, hush, yelled Park Ji-woo in horror. Once again, his attempt failed. Kang Ho once again blocked Park Ji's attack. But this time, he didn't let Park Ji-woo off that easily. He came closer after deflecting his sword, and with a slash, he cut off Park Ji's free hand. After seeing his hand fall to the floor, Park Ji-woo panicked. How is this possible? Park Ji-woo asked. He couldn't believe that this classless kid could cut off his arm so easily. It felt like a dream to him. He was horrified. While Park Ji-woo was distracted, Kang Ho moved again. This time he targeted his other hand. He was successful in doing so. In a fight, you could never be distracted, no matter the situation. If you were distracted, the enemy would surely take advantage of the situation. While Park Ji-woo was horrified seeing one of his arms cut off, he let his guard down, which was his worst mistake. Once more, Park Ji-woo was mortified when he saw his other hand being cut off. He never thought that he would ever see this kind of day. He was helpless against a boy who was 25 years younger than him, but he could do nothing in this situation. He had to protect his own life, so he tried to run away this time. He turned around and tried to escape from Kang Ho, but to his horror, he couldn't even make it to the door before he heard a slash from behind, and next moment, he fell to the ground. To his horror, Kang Ho cut his leg off. All he wanted now was to wake up from this dream. Kang Ho normally didn't like to make his enemies suffer, but this was Park Ji-woo. He betrayed his father, threatened his family, and tried to kill them. He couldn't let him die peacefully. Please don't kill me. Everything was Ji-dak's idea. Begged Park Ji-woo, but his begging fell to a deaf ear, as Kang Ho didn't care about his reasoning. He would kill this guy anyway. Kang Ho started to get annoyed by the voice of Park Ji-woo, so he cut his tongue off. All you could now see in Park Ji's face was regret. He wanted to live, but he knew his life was over. Kang Ho watched him as he lost all his blood from his body and died. The assistant came out of the building. She was still traumatized from what she saw in there. She could never recover from this kind of traumatizing event. After she got a hold of herself, she made a call. Ji-dak was sleeping when he was disturbed by the ringing of the phone. He woke up and picked his phone up. It better be important. If it's not important, I will kill you, yelled Ji-dak. He was extremely angry. He hated it when people disturbed him during his sleep. Sir, the 2nd Division and the hunting team for today were killed by a masked man. I received report that that man attacked the HQ. When we arrived here on the 6th floor, there was blood everywhere. Advisor Park Ji-woo told me to head down and call you, but he went inside the building, said the assistant. Ji-dak's color of the face changed. He started reeking his brain thinking which guild attacked his guild, but he couldn't get to any answer. He never provoked anyone more powerful than himself. He was a cautious man. He would never make a move until he knows he could win. Even when he was working under his brother, he never showed his teeth until he became a hunter. Only after becoming a hunter did he attack Yi Man Young. You could imagine with that just how cautious of a man he was. "Which guild is it that made the attack?" asked Joji Dak. "Right now it's not clear which guild it is, but all we know is someone wearing a mask is causing all this trouble," said the assistant. Dak knew if someone was killing all the important members of the guild, the enemy was someone who had a deep grudge against him. It's just been 1 year since he created this guild. He never fought with any guild for supremacy in this region. His guild was always low-key. You could see the rage in his eyes was burning. He felt like he was being wronged. Even after remaining neutral all this time, this is the way the other guilds treated him. He was really angry. He wanted to kill whoever was behind it. "Have you heard anything from Park Gyu?" asked Dak. "No, there has been no contact whatsoever," replied the assistant. "All right, wait there. I will be there as 30 minutes, said Dak. After saying that, Dak hung up the phone. He got off the bed, went for his sword. He wore his favorite armor. He prepared himself for the worst battle. After he was done preparing, he went to his car and started driving. After driving for about half an hour, he finally arrived at the HQ. He got off the car. "Has Park Gyu contacted you?" asked Dak. "No, sir," said the assistant while bowing to him. Dak gripped his sword and made his way towards the elevator. He somehow felt that Park Gyu wasn't alive anymore. It was a weird feeling for him. They worked together when planning to throw his brother away. They planned together to build the guild. They had made some kind of brotherly bond in these 2 years. He was fuming with rage at this moment. Everything he worked for was gone now. He just wanted to kill the culprit. He finally arrived at the 6th floor, where the assistant said they saw blood. He came out of the elevator and witnessed it himself. Seeing this added more rage into him. He made his way to the office area. When he entered the office area, he saw all the corpses. After confirming that they were his guild members, he moved towards the smoking area. The door was fully open, and he could see Park Gyu. Park Gyu's body lied lifelessly, without arms and legs. He seemed to have died because of blood loss. From the office area, he could even see someone sitting in the desk while looking at him. He figured that he was the culprit. After coming to the office area, he confirmed one thing, that the culprit was classless, so he was not worried of any kind of attack from the person inside the smoking area. He saw a classless person as a kid. No matter what trick they used, they could never bridge the gap of power. Joji Dak entered the smoking room with his guard up. He tried to see the opponent's face, but he couldn't discern who it was because of the dark. Kang Ho took his daggers out, which he kept in his ring, and looked straight to his uncle. "We meet again after a long time, uncle. How have you been?" he asked, in a voice that was devoid of emotion. "You?" Joji Dak was shocked to say the least. Even if he didn't see the face, he could never forget Kang Ho's voice. He hated him to the core. He was going to inherit all the wealth the family had after his father. He hated Kang Ho from deep in his heart. After hearing Kang Ho's voice, he became extremely angry. He couldn't control his anger anymore. He dashed towards Kang Ho in extreme speed. He made a leap. In just 2 seconds, Dak bridged their gap. Seeing this, even Kang Ho was surprised. But he didn't have any time to think, as Dak launched an attack towards his chest area. He tried to dodge the attack by backing down, but still he was a little late. The sword managed to make a small cut in his chest. Blood started to flow from the cut. So that was his skill. "I need to be more careful from next time," thought Kang Ho, as he sensed mana surrounding Dak. "Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you are my nephew. I am going to kill you today," said Dak. Kang Ho didn't reply. He just pounced towards him. Kang Ho made his attack towards Joji Dak's chest, but he wasn't able to defend himself from the sudden attack from Kang Ho. There was a dent and a little hole left in the armor. After seeing that shiver ran through Dak's body, it was a close call. Kang Ho didn't wait for his reaction, he just went for next attack. But this time, Dak was better prepared, so he parried one of the daggers, but he couldn't defend against the other dagger which attacked the same spot. The dagger managed to make the little hole a little bigger. They clashed for some more time. The entire time Kang Ho didn't attack Dak's vital spot, even if he had the chance. He just kept attacking the same spot on Dak's chest. After a barrage of attacks, Kang Ho managed to cut the armor in half. When the armor couldn't hold on anymore, Dak threw the armor away. After he was facing Kang Ho bare body, Kang Ho made a fist and punched Dak's chest on the same area. All the while, this transpired, G-Doc couldn't believe what was going on. He was being played by a classless guy. This was like a true nightmare for him. Kang Ho continued to hit the guy on the same spot until dozens of his ribs were broken. At this point, after having half of his ribs broken, Joe G-Doc's body became limp. All he could feel was now pain. Even moving his arms and breathing for him was now a very difficult task. From this, Kang Ho understood one thing after leveling up. Not only does the strength of a human increases, but the entire human body changes. If it was a normal person in place of G-Doc, he would be long dead by now, but he was still alive even after all the beating. Kang Ho afterwards grabbed G-Doc by his neck with one hand. He kept one of his daggers inside the ring. He pinned G-Doc to the wall. Then he slowly made a vertical cut in the middle of G-Doc's chest. The cut was only enough to expose the bone. I wonder why humans could be so vicious. Starting with their own relatives? Perhaps you could answer me. Dear uncle, said Kang Ho, while he grabbed the exposed bone and started to pull it out. Yelled G-Doc with all the strength he had left in his body. After he pulled out the ribs, he threw the lifeless body of his uncle to the ground. He turned towards the corpse of his uncle and took his ID out. He wanted the access to his office. He wanted to see if he had some weapon. He made his way towards the 10th floor. After entering the 10th floor, he went straight to the storage room. Inside the storage room, there were only trash weapons without any value and some potions. He took the potions and stored in his ring. After he was done, he wanted to leave, but he noticed there was a bathroom on the floor. He was covered in blood. He didn't like the feeling. He didn't want to return looking like this to his house. He opened one healing potion and drank it. All the minor injuries he suffered during the battle of today healed back. After the shower, he took out one of his spare cloth he kept in his ring and wore it. He started to explore the area to find any useful things, but he didn't find any. Everything here was trash. He didn't expect anything from a trash guild, but still he hoped for something. At the end, he gave up and destroyed all the recording of the night. When he was about to get out of the room, he noticed that the sun was slowly about to rise. I need some sleep, thought Kang Ho. When he came down, he wore the mask and made his way out. He saw the assistant standing there. When the assistant saw him, she fell to her knees and started begging. Please don't kill me, begged the assistant. Kang Ho had achieved what he came here for. He would never kill a normal person. He just ignored her and went his way. After some walk, he came to a secluded area and opened his mask. Then he went to his house. Sir, I found out the details about the person you were looking for, said a man in a hurried tone. The other man had a smile on his face, but rage and killing intent could clearly be seen on the man's face. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Finally, I can avenge my son. I will kill the rascal who killed my precious son, said the man happily. Speak, said the man. His name is Kang Ho. And here are all the details about him that we managed to gather, said the other man. Ha, 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 ha. I finally found you, laughed the man like a maniac. The pain of losing his son made him this way. He only had one son who he loved very dearly. Give the information to everyone in the guild. I want this guy in front of me as soon as possible. I want to kill him personally, said the man. Yes, sir. Right away, said the other man, and left the room. Kang Ho was unaware of this latest development. He just returned home. This time around, he wasn't so lucky. Where did you go to late at night? Asked his mother, who was standing in front of him. She was currently fuming with anger. Kang Ho didn't have any answer. He was caught off guard. He was never a good liar. His mom started lecturing him. He had to sit and take in all the scolding. Only after she was finished scolding him did he move from there. After that, he went to the sofa and slept for a long time. He woke up at 4 p.m. His mom woke him up. He ate some food afterwards and left for the black market. He wanted to get a class as soon as possible. He experiences how much strength you can get through having a class. As usual, he wore a mask in a secluded area and went towards the black market. He roamed around the market for a while in search for something good, but still no worthwhile items present there. So he quickly made his way towards the HQ. After entering the HQ, he was greeted by a mask-wearing person. How may I help you, sir? He said. I want to purchase a right to level 1 dungeon, Kang Ho said. Please come this way, sir, he said as he pointed towards the private room. They went to a private room. He got a comfortable seat to sit in. Please wait a moment, sir. I will go check any free dungeon. I will be right back, said the man. All right, said Kang Ho. Then the man left. After a little amount of time, the man came back with some information. They discussed about the dungeon's location. After deciding on one dungeon, Kang Ho paid the man $15,000. Sir, would you like something else? Asked the man. Yes, is there any poison available? Asked Kang Ho. Yes, sir, there are some poison potion available with us. Please wait a moment, I will bring them right away, said the man as he went to bring some potion. After some time, he came back with a tray and 2 potions on top of that. Unfortunately, we only have 2 levels of poison potion available with us at the moment. Here one is level 1 and level 2 poison potion. It is very hard to get your hands on poison potions inside a low-level dungeon. So, most of them are brought here from Seoul, or a place with high density of mass dungeon and high-level dungeon, said the man as he handed Kong Ho the small bottles containing the potions. The container was made of glass, so you could see the liquid inside, which was green in color. You could feel the heat that the potion contained through the bottle. The glass container was a little hot. That goes to show how leather the poison was. Kang Ho liked it. After examining the potion, took the level 1 poison potion, the color and the everything was same, but the heat it produced was less compared to the level 2 potion. Sir, we have one more type of poison potion, though it's not lethal as these potions, but it's a very cheap alternative. It was even specially made by our exclusive level 1 potioneer. He is the only potioneer in the Busan city. Although it's impossible to have a person of that stature in Busan, where there is a shortage of high-level dungeon, but we still managed to make him visit our HQ and work for us for 1 month. So, you could get buy potions made by him at a very cheap price, said the masked man proudly. Kong Ho wasn't interested in the potion he was talking about, but he sure was fascinated about the fact that people could make potions themselves. This was a new news to him. It seems there are still some things I don't know, Kong Ho thought. Sure, I would love to check the product out. Kong Ho said he didn't have interest in the job, but he nonetheless was fascinated with the changes the world went through. The man went to bring the bottle. Meanwhile, Kang Ho was checking the potions out. After the man came with a tray with a container on top. He then handed the container to Kang Ho. The container the liquid was in was the same, but the color if the liquid inside was kind of bluish. The heat that the liquid generated was negligible. The potion is just 35% pure, but nonetheless with its price being low, it's a very good deal. We are just selling it for $1,000. On the other hand, the level 1 normal poison potion cost about $10,000. It's the best deal you could ever have in Busan. Even the Hunter Association does not have a potioneer in Busan, said the man with pride. He was working very hard to impress Kang Ho into buying the product. Kang Ho didn't care about the guy had to say about the potion. All he was interested in now was the properties of the 3 potions. Can I have a look at the properties of all 3 potions? Kang Ho asked. Sure, replied the man. Afterwards, the man handed Kang Ho some papers. The papers had the details about the potions. For all its hype, it's just a trash. Kang Ho shook his head by the disappointment. For all the boasting that the masked man did, the end product was no better than trash. He didn't like the potion. I would like to have 4 level 2 poison potions, said Kang Ho. Sure, sir. Please give me your black market card. That will be a total of $80,000 as 1 bottle of level 2 poison potion costs $20,000, said the masked man. He didn't continue with his praises of the potioneer-made potion. He knew Kang Ho wouldn't buy that. He was just doing his job while promoting the potion. After the transaction was done, Kang Ho didn't want to hang around for more time. He had more work to do. He wanted to fix the burnt restaurant. His mom and dad loved working there, so he planned to fix that so that they wouldn't be sad. After seeing the damaged building, he said it would cost $10,000 for the reconstruction. Kang Ho didn't care about the price, he just needed the work to be done fast. After explaining to the man about how fast he needed the reconstruction to be done, the man promised to do it in 2 days. Now, Kang Ho had $170 left with him. After he was done with everything, he was heading home as he didn't have anything else to do. He just arrived in front of his house. Right then, his phone started ringing. When he picked up his phone, Moon Jung was on phone. He wanted to meet with Kang Ho again for a drink or two. Kang Ho wanted to go for a drink too, so he accepted his invite. And Moon Jung offered to pick him up, so he gave him his address. They were childhood best friend. They knew each other's parents from when they were child, so he wanted to meet his parent after a long time. Kang Ho didn't mind. After about an hour, Moon Jung finally came. Kang Ho went out to greet him. Hey, I just heard something big, said Moon Jung. What? Kang Ho asked. The entire guild of unholy brothers, except for the low-level members, got massacred yesterday. One of the eyewitnesses said to the Hunter Association that it was just a masked guy. Can you believe that just one guy massacred the entire guild? That's a very huge news in Busan right now. I even heard that the entire 6th floor of the building was littered with bodied. The scene was just like out of horror movie. There were chopped off heads all over the floor. Such a big thing happened you didn't even know. The The social media is exploding with talks about the incident. Said Moonjung. What? I don't use any social media apps, so I don't know about what happens in the world. Kang Ho didn't feel any emotions, but he tried as hard as he could to express a shocked emotion in front of Moonjung. After living for 400 years in Hades, killing enemies every single day just to survive, he had lost his ability to feel any emotion. Now he just felt emotion for his family. Maybe it was because of his desire to meet them again in his life. He felt extreme emotions when it came to his family. He would even fight the entire universe to keep his family safe, to see their smile. That was his only goal. His family and loved ones was, and will be the only thing he ever care about in this world. You don't use social media? How do you even live? Anyway, aren't you going to take back what your uncle took from you? Asked Moonjung. No, it depends on father, said Kang Ho. He had a talk with his father who saw the news. He found out about the incident on the TV. But his father said they were happy with just a restaurant. He said having the restaurant brought the family closer. Kang Ho didn't say anything, he just agreed to his father. His father just wanted his family happy. Having money never ensured happiness. Yeah, maybe you could buy expensive stuff, wear expensive clothes, drive a cool car, live like a king. But at the end of life, will they be worth anything? Will it be worth it if you didn't have a warm hand, holding your cold hand when you take your last breath? The only thing that mattered was family, and the happy moments you shared with them. That's what his father told him when he mentioned about getting the business back. After talking for a while, Moonjung mentioned about wanting to meet his parents. So he took him inside the house to meet his parents. It had been long since Moonjung met his parents. He was a little excited. After entering the house, Moonjung greeted his parents. Oh my, how much have you grown? Last time we saw you were still so small. Come on in. Have a seat, Auntie will make something to eat, said Hanul. Nice to see you, Auntie. I always wanted to come and meet you, but never got a chance after losing contact with Kang Ho. I will just take coffee, please, I just ate, said Moonjung. He didn't want to eat anything, because he still had to drink. How has your dad been these days? Asked Man-young. Oh, Dad, he is busy with the Hunter Association's work these days. He barely has time to meet us now, but he still mentions you. He sent something for you when I said I will be going to Busan. He told me to personally give it to you. I will bring it when I visit next time, said Moonjung. His father and Kang Ho's father were also old friends. Ha ha ha, I miss having drinks with him, said Man-young as he laughed. They chatted for some time, then both got into Moonjung's car and drove off to the city. This time, Moonjung took Kang Ho to area where the Hunter Association's HQ was. They entered a high-end restaurant owned by the Hunter Association. After entering the restaurant, they went to the receptionist. Is there a private room available? Said Moonjung. Yes, there is, but you would need a VIP pass to enter the private room, said the receptionist. Moonjung didn't reply. He just took his wallet out and handed the receptionist one card. She took the card and swiped it in her device. Kang Ho could see the receptionist's face grow pale slowly, like someone who had seen ghost. She then handed the card back to Moonjung, with utmost respect while bowing. Then she excused herself to make a phone call. After some time, someone came running. When he came close, Kang Ho could see that he was the manager of the restaurant. He first bowed to Moonjung then. He escorted them to the top floor. They entered the private room. The room was huge. They sat down on the table. Afterwards, they ordered some meat. Please bring some 1,000 flower wine, said Moonjung. It was a first time for Kang Ho hearing the name. He didn't know what it was. Sure, sir, said the waitress, then went out of the room. After a while, she came in with a glass container which had dragons surrounding it. Just the glass container looked this cool, he wondered what the wine tasted like. She came and poured the wine in their glasses. When the wine was poured on the glass, Kang Ho could feel the energy fluctuation coming from the wine. He was surprised he never felt anything like this before. The wine contained very pure energy, which could soothe the mind of a person. This wine is made from the spiritual herbs found in high-level dungeon. This wine is very strong, 10 times stronger than normal alcohol. This wine does not even affect the body in any negative way. I love this wine, said Moonjung. This was another big revelation for Kang Ho. He was very surprised after learning about the origin of the wine. He was excited to try the wine. No any alcohol could match this kind of alcohol. Let's see who can drink more. Moonjung said. He wanted a competition. Kang Ho smirked. Sure, you have never won against me. This time would be no different, said Kang Ho as he took the glass. They made a toast, then gulped the entire glass in one go. When the wine came down the throat of Kang Ho, he felt relaxed. This was a perfect wine. The scent was awesome, too. Kang Ho enjoyed each and every drop of the wine. Kang Ho fell in love with the wine. He had never tasted something like this before. It was very good. They continued to drink the wine. The wine was so good both of them could not stop. Initially, they were drinking every glass of the wine in one gulp. But after some time, they realized they were probably wasting the wine, drinking so fast. So, they both decided to drink it sip by sip. That way they could savor the taste of the wine. After they finished a bottle of that wine, Moonjung started talking. So, the date we decided to enter the mass dungeon is after 1 week. I am so excited I even bought a new set of armor, said Moonjung while being drunk. Kang Ho just listened to him and made his mind to buy the access of the dungeon when he visited the black market again. On the other hand, the wine was so nice that he wanted to drink more, but he controlled himself. He didn't want to go to his house while being drunk. They chatted about many things when they were drinking. After they finished the second bottle, they both had had enough. Moonjung called someone to drive for him. Let's meet again for some drinks, Moonjung said, while being extremely drunk. All right, Kang Ho said. They parted their ways. After some time, Kang Ho arrived at home and slept for the rest of the night. Early morning, Kang Ho planned to leave for the dungeon he cooked yesterday. Mom, I am going out, Kang Ho said. No, you don't. Breakfast first. I am already done cooking. Just come here and have some first, said his mom. Kang Ho was feeling hungry, so he stopped and went to the kitchen, where his father and mother were cooking and his sister was playing. Big brother, my candies are finished. I want more, said his sister. All right, I will bring you some when I come back, said Kang Ho. Don't spoil her too much. She has had a lot of candies, said his mom angrily. I want candies. His sister started crying. All right, but only a little, okay? Said his dad. All right. His sister smiled again. Kang Ho patted her head and sat to eat. By the way, I saw some people working on the restaurant reconstruction. Was it you? Asked his father. Yes, I went to them and told them to fix it. Kang Ho said, Why do you have to spend your money? I had a little left anyway, said his father. He didn't want his son to waste his hard-earned money. Let him eat in peace. His mom defended him. After hearing his mom, his father didn't say anything. He knew making her angry wasn't a good decision. They ate their breakfast in awkward silence. After he was done eating, Kang Ho started heading towards the dungeon he booked yesterday. He wore the mask in a secluded area. Then after some time, he arrived at the area. There were 2 masked women standing in front of the dungeon. He moved forward and gave them his black market card for their inspection. The woman started the inspection. Thank you, sir, you may enter the dungeon, she said as she handed the card back to him. After hearing that, Kang Ho went inside the portal. He wanted to complete the dungeon fast. When Kang Ho entered the dungeon's portal, unbeknownst to him, the size of the portal increased. It became 6 meters from 5 meters. Ma'am! One of the women in front of the black market shouted. What is it? Why are you shouting? The other woman yelled angrily. The size of the dungeon increased. It was 5 meters at first, but after that person entered it became 6 meters. She said nervously. She had never witnessed something like this before. This was the first time she saw something like this. She never heard any dungeon changing shapes after someone entered the dungeon. What? Why did it have to be this dungeon? This dungeon will break in one day. If that guy does not clear the dungeon in time, it will be a huge problem in our hands. The other women said, even she was feeling nervous. It was hard to contain a dungeon which broke, because all the monsters would come out instantly. They would need at least 20 level 50 plus hunters to contain the situation in those situations. We can't get that many level 50 hunters in one day. Not in a place like Busan, at least. We would need to contact a high-level branch for support. Go contact the black market higher-ups. I will contact the Hunter Association, the woman said while she took her communication device out. Although the 20th of May seems small number, but in a place like Busan, it was truly difficult to find that many level 50 hunters. Those with a class, most of them deflect to high-level guilds. There were no high-level guilds in Busan, so all of them had no options but to move. Yes, what do you need? Spoke a voice from other side of the communication device. I need to speak to the black market branch manager. It's very important, said the woman. She didn't want to waste time. All right, wait a minute. I will connect you to her, said the other voice. The voice didn't argue. He knew if they were looking for the manager, it meant a trouble was upon them. The voice quickly connected the woman to the manager. Hello. What is it? Asked the manager after picking up. When we were supervising dungeon number 800628, the dungeon's size increased to 6 meters after a person entered the dungeon. The supervisor said the dungeon will break in one day, said the woman. How many people entered to clear the dungeon? Asked the manager. Just 1, said the woman. Flip. All right, is the supervisor contacting the Hunters Association? Asked the manager. There were black lines visible on her forehead. This situation was bad. If only one person entered the dungeon, it was impossible for that person to clear the dungeon. Only if the person was level 100 plus was it possible. But in a place like Busan, it was unlikely. Yes, she is, said the woman. Good. I will be coming there personally after I finish my work. The situation is bad, she said as she hung up the phone. After hanging up, her work wasn't done. She had more work to do. She made one more call. Good, Em. A voice was going to greet her from the phone, but she interrupted. Make an emergency mission available on the black market. We found a hidden dungeon. The dungeon no is 800628. It's a level 2 hidden dungeon, said the manager, after interrupting the person on the phone. Yes, ma'am. Right away, said the voice. Hunters Association speaking. Someone answered the phone. It's an emergency. There is a hidden dungeon which will break in one day. I need to talk to the Busan Hunter Association's branch manager, said the woman. Yes, right away. The voice, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied immediately, then connected the phone. We need support for a possible level 2 hidden dungeon break. The dungeon no is 800628. Without waiting for the manager to speak, the woman said, All right, said the manager and hung up the phone. The woman didn't think it was a rude behavior. On the contrary, she thought it was the right behavior. In an emergency situation like this, asking many questions would only waste the time of both the sided. After both these calls were made, both the black market and the Hunter Association were in a turmoil. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kang Ho wasn't aware of the commotion that was going on outside. He just entered the dungeon. Welcome to Skeleton Forest, the Phuket? Kang Ho was very surprised. He made his way inside the forest. The forest had an eerie vibe to it. The entire place was bone-chilling cold. There were no signs of living in the vicinity. Kang Ho didn't care about the surrounding. He just wanted to get this over with and get a class. He wondered what kind F class he would get. After some walking, he came across enemies. There were 4 skeleton boars in total. Kang Ho gripped his daggers tightly, then leapt towards the boars. For dead boars, they had extremely good senses. They felt someone approaching, so they fell in position to fight. Kang Ho stopped a little further from them. When he saw them move to formation, he was extremely happy. He couldn't wish for more. They not just had extremely good senses, they were extremely fast as well. He wanted a fast adversary in the last dungeon he hunted, but they weren't that fast. But now when he saw the boars move, he was really excited. He took a moment to observe the enemies. After he was done, he ran towards them. Kang Ho attacked with half of his speed, but surprisingly the boar dodged the attack. On the other side, Kang Ho was attacked by the 2 of the boars. Kang Ho had a smile on his face. I am going to enjoy this dungeon, Kang Ho thought. Kang Ho used his daggers to quickly defend himself from the attacks. After blocking the attacks, Kang Ho pushed the boars. The boars fell to the ground, but before Kang Ho could make his move, they stood up and stabilized their stance. Kang Ho, after witnessing this, moved back. He wanted to enjoy this fight. After they regrouped, Kang Ho once again attacked them. In this attack, Kang Ho didn't hold back. He attacked one of the boars with a full swing of his dagger. The boar didn't have time to react to the sudden attack. The dagger landed on the boar's skull. With a boom sound, the boar was sent flying. The impact made by Kang Ho's dagger was huge, but not enough to kill the boar. The boar stood up and started running towards Kang Ho again. Meanwhile, other boars launched an attack Kang Ho. He dodged just one attack, and he blocked the other 2 with his dagger. Kang Ho continued the fight for some time. He had fun toying with these fast skeleton boars. After killing the boars, Kang Ho started to move inside the dungeon again. He just gained 2 levels after this fight. On the way, he saw many bones. After some time of walking, the entire ground was covered with bones. The entire area started to be filled with fog. He couldn't see clearly inside the fog, but that didn't stop him from entering the dungeon. After some time of walking, he finally came across some enemies. There were 4 boars and 1 skeleton bear. Kang Ho was happy with the description. At the same time, he also pulled his guard up. Is this the end of the dungeon? He thought. He couldn't believe the dungeon would be finished just after killing 9 monsters. He was starting to feel that there was something fishy about the situation. He felt this dungeon was different from the level 1 dungeon he went earlier. He could clearly feel this wasn't the end of the dungeon. He couldn't explain that was going on, but he put his guards up and became ready for any kind of situation. One should be careful while dealing with an unknown enemy. He was still studying about the surrounding. He didn't want to be stupid and run towards the enemy while thinking he could take anything. He was very careful when it came to this kind of situations. That was one of the main reasons why he could survive in the Hades. There were many enemies who could kill him with a flick of their finger, so he had to make sure he had a good exit plan if he went to kill a very powerful enemy. Kang Ho attacked the bear first to check its senses and reaction speed. He used 70% of his speed and his power to attack the bear. Surprisingly, the bear managed to sense Kang Ho when he came within 6 meters of the bear. Kang Ho was initially surprised, but he still continued with his offense. Kang Ho was well prepared with his exit strategy, so he didn't have anything to worry about. When the bear got the wind of approaching Kang Ho, it prepared itself for the contact. Kang Ho swung his dagger towards the bear. It was prepared for the attack, so dodging the attack wasn't a problem for the bear. Kang Ho wasn't so surprised at that point, but what made him surprised was, after dodging the initial attack from Kang Ho, the bear made his own counterattack. Kang Ho smiled. This was the first time, after returning from Hades, someone had dodged his attack, at the same time made its own attack after the initial attack. Kang Ho brought his hand close to his body to block the attack from bear. He managed to block the attack from the bear with his dagger. The strength of the bear wasn't a big of a problem for Kang Ho. The bear wasn't too strong. Kang Ho retreated a few steps back after he checked the strength and the speed of the bear. Kang Ho now planned to kill all the boars first. He wanted to get the nuisance out of the way. He wanted to fight the bear alone. Although the bear wasn't that powerful, he did have some speed, so playing with bear might prepare him for what's to come later. Kang Ho once again launched an attack, but this time it was targeted to the boar. He completely ignored the bear. He started to swing his daggers endlessly, targeting the boars one by one. Whenever his hits landed on a boar, he managed to crack the boar's skull. He couldn't kill one boar with one hit, but multiple hits did its job well. Meanwhile, when he was attacking the boars, he was constantly dodging the bear's attack. This process repeated for some time, until there were no boars left on the field. After all the boars were killed, Kang Ho once again focused his gaze on the bear. Bear was the one who made first move this time around. The bear pounced towards Kang Ho in full speed. Kang Ho didn't dodge this time, rather he prepared for the contact. This time around, when the bear swung its paw towards Kang Ho blocked the attack using one of his hand. With the other hand, he attacked the bear in its skull. Kang Ho was successful in landing the hit. After the bear was hit in its skull, it lost its footing, which made the bear stumble. Kang Ho didn't let the bear stabilize itself. He made his second round of attacks. This time, he didn't let the bear have a moment of peace. He continuously attacked the bear at the same point of its skull. After having his share of fun fighting the bear, Kang Ho finally killed the bear. He managed to gain 3 levels this time around. He wondered what kind of threat he would face deep inside the dungeon. Kang Ho slowly made his way towards deep inside the dungeon. Outside, it had already been 2 hours since Kang Ho entered the dungeon. Kang Ho took a lot of time defeating the monsters. Kang Ho was in no hurry, so he took his time. But outside the portal, the Hunters Guild had started the evacuation of surrounding area. People left their houses without asking any questions. They knew how horrifying it became once a dungeon break happened. They had experienced it many times. Millions of people died because of dungeon break in these 2 years. So they knew the horror and the threat that the dungeon break possessed. The evacuation was on full swing. The evacuation was done by the members of the Hunters Association and the black market jointly, so the people were assured that the dungeon break won't cause much damage to their houses. They were the symbol PF untouchable powers that rose up when there was no system governing the world. It was because of them and some of the high-level guilds, the country was in somewhat order. Although they didn't ensure the law and order of the country, but they ensured that no hunter would kill any non-hunter. The world was not peaceful, but they made sure that the common civilians won't die because of hunters. The world was kept up place, but they managed to get some peace for the civilians. A car stopped in front of the portal. One female with mask on came out of the car. The people from the black market went in front of her and bowed. "Ma'am, you are here. We already have gathered the forces needed to clear the dungeon break with the help of the Hunter Association." A woman wearing mask came in front of the crowd and answered after seeing the manager waving at her. "Good. How many people did you manage to gather?" asked the manager. "Around 10 for now, but the Hunter Association said around 25 hunters are on their way here. They will be here in 5 hours, said the woman. "All right. Make sure the evacuation is done fast. We can't waste too much time." "How much time has been since that person entered the dungeon?" asked the manager. "It's been 2 hours, said the woman. "You think he is still alive?" asked the manager. "The dungeon is still locked. I guess he managed to survive till this time, though I don't think he can survive any more time. He should be hiding somewhere after encountering a powerful enemy," said the woman. "I guess so. The manager waved her hand, signaling her to go. After the woman left, the manager started to contemplate something. Right then, she saw a man carrying a book and a staff walk towards her with a smile. Jin Q, so I heard you managed to gather 25 level 50+ hunters. Please tell me if it's just a joke. I don't want this city to suffer because of you, said the manager. Your mind has also become old with your age, hasn't it? Of course, I am telling the truth. Why would I lie in a serious situation like this? Said Jin Q. Although he looked like someone of 50 years age, he still made fun of manager's age. The manager didn't mind cause they knew each other. You think I will believe you that easily? You think hunters grow on tree? It was hard enough for me to find 10 level 50+ hunters in a place like this. You think you have more power than me here in Busan? Said the woman. Your age is really getting up to you. Who said the hunters are from Busan? Come here, let me tell you a secret, said the man. The manager went to him. There seems to be a very important person visiting Busan. So my request was approved directly, no questions asked, said the man in a hushed tone. You think that's a news to me? How naive you still are, hoo 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 hoo, the woman said and laughed evilly. FKU, old hag, said the man and went his way. He was angry at his stupidity. He thought he could give her a shock, but instead of giving her a shock, that witch gave him a shock instead. He found out about this matter just now, but the old hag seemed to have known about this matter for quite some time now. The manager laughed inwardly, seeing the naivety of the fellow. She was very happy after humiliating him. She made her way towards the hunters gathered there for the fight. After coming close, she noticed half of them didn't have any proper armor. This was a serious issue. Many people every day lost their lives because of bad gears. Although there were still some hunters coming for the help, she didn't want to take the chance. You come here, she called the woman from earlier. Go, take them to the HQ and give them proper armor and weapons. Make sure they return the items after this is over. They are your duty to look over, said the manager. Yes, ma'am, said the woman while bowing. After that, she led the people without proper armor with her. Even after knowing there were enough people to contain the dungeon break, the manager was still very anxious. On the other side of Busan, inside the Choi Guild, a man came running to an office. Come in, said a voice from inside the office. The man came inside the room. He was covered with sweats. He knew the guildmaster was angry at him for being late. If you don't have good news, I will kill you right now, said the man sitting in the chair. The other man knew he wasn't kidding. Sir, I found that guy's address. I heard his restaurant was destroyed some days ago, but that is already fixed. They have started running the business again, said the man. Ha 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 ha. Finally, go gather some civilians and send 2 level 40 guild member with them. Make sure we don't get fined out by anyone from Hunter Association. Kill all his family members. I want him to suffer the pain I felt when I lost my son, said the man after laughing maniacally. Yes, sir, said the other man and left the room. Meanwhile, Kang Ho was unaware of the plot that was going on against his family. He was quickly advancing towards the deep part of the dungeon. He was feeling a little uneasy as he moved closer to the end of the dungeon. The more he goes in, the colder he felt. Kang Ho could feel the death energy that was inside the dungeon. It was as he had suspected this dungeon was something more than what met the eye. Kang Ho finally arrived at the end of the dungeon, and from what he saw, he was dumbfolded. Wasn't it supposed to be a level 1 dungeon? He thought to himself. There's no way there could have been a class 2 monster inside a level 1 dungeon. It seemed there was some kind of problem with the dungeon. Kang Ho didn't care about that. There were 4 bears surrounding the soldier. This fight was going to be a tough one. Kang Ho planned to first take out the bears and then fight the soldier. But first, he wanted to check the power and speed of the skeleton. Kang Ho ran towards the skeleton soldier. The soldier was carrying a sword and a shield. Kang Ho gapped the distance. The soldier realized that they were being attacked first. After discovering Kang Ho was running towards them, the soldier started running towards Kang Ho. Kang Ho came close to the skeleton and swung his daggers. The skeleton also swung his sword with one hand and tried to defend against one of the daggers using its shield. The skeleton managed to block both the daggers. This made Kang Ho surprised. This was the first time someone could match him at speed. What made Kang Ho worried was the skeleton managed to push him back using his strength. This made Nag Ho a little wary of the opponent. He had never faced an opponent who could match his speed and had more strength than him after coming back to Earth. Nag Ho had to get serious when fighting this opponent. This fight will be a little hard. One mistake of his could determine the outcome of the match if he was too careless. During the 400 years in the Hades, Kang Ho had faced countless creatures who were stronger than him, so he didn't have any problem with the soldier. The soldier was only a roadblock for him. He just had to destroy it. Kang Ho would never back down in a fight with strong opponents. He loved battles. He had a smile after realizing the strength of the soldier. After being pushed back, Kang Ho didn't let himself lose his footing. Losing your footing was the worst mistake you could make while facing a strong opponent. The skeleton didn't stop his attack after the initial push. It wanted to finish the fight as soon as possible. The soldier swung its sword, but Kang Ho was quick on his feet. He dodged the sword before it could hit him. After dodging, Nag Ho pulled himself back. Kang Ho was a little away from the soldier. The soldier didn't chase after him. Kang Ho, after assessing the situation, came to a decision. If he wanted to fight the soldier and win, he had to get rid of the bears first. Kang Ho ran towards the nearby bears. The soldier wasn't just watching him. It also chased after Kang Ho. Kang Ho launched an attack towards the bear's skull. The bear tried to escape the danger, but the try was futile. Kang Ho was faster than the speed of the bear. His dagger landed on the skull of the bear with a boom. Nag Ho managed to deal a significant damage to the bear. Soldier came to the behind of Kang Ho and swung its sword. Kang Ho knew about the attack. It wasn't a surprise for him. He kept his eyes on the soldier even when he hunted the bear. Kang Ho knew that the soldier was the only thing that could cause him trouble, so he could never take his eyes over him. Kang Ho dodged the attack attempt made by the skeleton soldier. He didn't want to defend against the soldier's attack. After knowing the strength of the skeleton, defending against it would be stupid. Last time Kang Ho managed to come out of the standoff unharmed, but he could never too careful. The skeleton lost its target. The sword didn't hit Kang Ho. The skeleton wasn't so lucky. After missing the target, skeleton lost control of its movement. Kang Ho didn't miss the golden opportunity. He turned his body and slashed towards the skeleton. The skeleton couldn't stabilize its body fast enough. Kang Ho's dagger managed to hit the skeleton on its ribs. After realizing its mistake of the skeleton also moved back. The skeleton too became wary of Kang Ho. Kang Ho didn't waste any more of his time on the skeleton. Instead, he changed his attention back to bears again. Kang Ho started his non-stop barrage of attacks. The bears weren't that fast, so there was no way that the bear could run away from the attacks. They had to endure the attacks until the soldier showed up and attacked Kang Ho. Kang Ho, on the other hand, kept attacking the bear and chipping their life off with each strike he made. Kang Ho kept attacking the bears while running away from the soldier's attack. He finally managed to kill the bears after some struggles. He was a little hurt on top of that. It wasn't something serious. He just lost about 300 GP on the process. This proved that if he didn't get rid of the bears, the fight with the soldier would be more difficult. The skeleton was very angry, you could tell, because the skeleton was using all the strength and the speed it had to hurt Kang Ho. Kang Ho, on the other hand, kept dodging the attacks. He wanted to find a right opportunity to strike the enemy. While dodging, Kang Ho was distracted for a short moment from a light, which was coming off of the shield that the skeleton was using. The shield started to glow red. Kang Ho, at that moment, made the worst mistake of being distracted. While he was distracted by the sudden glow, Soldier slashed his sword towards Kang Ho. The skeleton was a little far away from Kang Ho, so he didn't think the sword could reach him, but what happened next jolted Kang Ho awake. A dark color line was headed his way. Right after seeing that Kang Ho could confirm one thing, this was the skill of the skeleton. From what he knew about skills, a Class 2 monster could wield one skill. A normal person could get one skill after awakening their class. The skills they could use was dependent on the class they acquired. And other than that, you could also acquire skills by other means too. But that was also dependent upon the class you acquired. So, all in all, a high-level class was very important for a hunter to be successful. Skills were the main components. That decided the outcome of the battle. Kang Ho tried to dodge the attack but was a little late. The black line landed near his chest. The wound that the black line created wasn't life-threatening. He just lost about 500 GP. He had made a worst mistake he could make in a battle. He wanted to kill the skeleton as fast as possible. So, he ran towards the skeleton soldier. Kang Ho continued his assault for a while, swinging his daggers non-stop. The skeleton just managed to block some of the attacks, but was unable to stop most of the attacks. Kang Ho used his full force in the attacks. The skeleton was pushed back a little, not expecting the attacks to come so fast. The skeleton tried to back off a little, but Kang Ho was determined to keep the upper hand of the battle. After failing the first time, the skeleton gave up on retreating. The skeleton also started to get on the offensive. The fight continued for some time more. The skeleton was enraged. It just wanted to kill Kang Ho. The skeleton used its shield to push Kang Ho back. Kang Ho was pushed back a little. After there was a little space between them, the skeleton once again swung his sword. This time, Kang Ho quickly balanced his body. He didn't let himself fall. After getting the footing, Kang Ho quickly dodged the attack to the side. He didn't want to repeat the same mistake as last time. The skill that the skeleton used was truly horrifying. Kang Ho was successful to dodge the attack made by the skeleton. The skeleton was enraged after seeing his attack miss the target. It ran towards Nag Ho right after. They clashed for some time. Kang Ho kept attacking the skeleton non-stop. He knew that was the only way to kill the dang thing. In the process, Kang Ho also suffered some injuries. Fighting so close to the skeleton, who had the same speed as his, he couldn't dodge all the attacks. But he managed to dodge or block all the attacks which were aimed at his vital points. He had small injuries all over his body, though most of them were not too life-threatening. But there were still some wounds that was deep. He was covered with his own blood at this point. If anyone saw his up front, people would think, how is he alive? But this was nothing for Kang Ho. He had seen many bloody life and death matches, so this could only count as a warm-up match for him. The condition of the skeleton, on the other hand, there were cracks on most of its bones. The skeleton wasn't in a very good condition. Both once again started their attacks. Neither wanted to lose. After some time of clash, the skeleton was in very bad condition. It seemed like it would crumble at any time. The skeleton turned around and tried to run away from Kang Ho. Kang Ho couldn't let the skeleton go. He jumped towards the skeleton and swung his daggers down towards the skeleton's skull. The skeleton just wanted to run away this time. It didn't notice that Kang Ho launched an attack from above. When it finally realized what was Kang Ho doing, it was too late. The skeleton tried to dodge the daggers, but couldn't dodge in time. The daggers hit its skull in full force. The daggers went straight through the skeleton's skull, and half of the skull was destroyed. The skeleton fell to the ground. Then Kang Ho finally heard the sound of the notification. Spectre Assassin is the most superior assassin class one could get. Having this class means you could go and come from anywhere like a ghost. No one can detect you unless you decided to show yourself. Kang Ho was dumbfolded after seeing the description of the class. He never thought he would get a bonus stats growth because of the class change. The Void Walk was best for him. He could use the skill if he was in trouble, or to do some reconnaissance. This class was the best. He could never wish for other. And the bonus All-Seeing Eye was a cherry on the top. He wondered what kind of skills he could unlock after these skills. These skills were already too overpowered. And the bonus was, he could use other classes' skills too. This was also a huge benefit for him. Now he urgently wanted to enter the mass dungeon to get himself a skill as soon as possible. I should probably buy the entry permit for mass dungeon from black market as soon as possible, Kang Ho thought. He was extremely happy with the outcome. He could use the Void Walk skill for about 20-21 minutes for now. He wanted to know the conditions for him to unlock the locked skills, but seeing that was not possible. While Kang Ho was here happy, outside the dungeon there, the entire place was already evacuated. There were only people from black market and the Hunters Association gathered there. Some of them were well equipped with their gears. They were ready for the battle to come, but the black market manager was pacing one place to other, worrying about the outcome of the battle. She wanted the dungeon to open up soon, so that the troops could go in before the dungeon breaks. If the dungeon break happens, even with this many people around there, were still some chances of monster escaping and causing havoc in the populated area. If that happened, she would be blamed for the life lost there and the damage caused. She didn't want that. She was praying so that this matter could be resolved before the dungeon breaks. On the other hand, the hunters who were geared up were also thinking along the same line. Suddenly, Moonjung's phone started ringing. When he picked up the phone to see who was calling, it turned out to be his father's call. Moonjung started to panic. He was always scared whenever his father called. Most of the time, it was because his father wanted him come back for some work he didn't want to do. His father would always dump all boring jobs to him. After thinking of an excuse which he could make to his father, Moonjung finally picked the phone up. He calmed himself down. "Father?" he asked after calming himself down. "Where are you right now?" asked his father. "I am in Busan. Remember, I am going to a mass dungeon with a friend, I told you," said Moonjung. He started sweating. He didn't want to miss this mass dungeon. From the secret report, he had heard the dungeon was bigger than 3 cities combined. That was 3 times the normal size of a level 3 mass dungeon. This was a once-in-a-lifetime deal. He couldn't miss going to this special dungeon. He would regret it forever. Thinking about that, Moonjung steeled his heart. He would fight his father for the chance to enter the dungeon. There was one other option. He could tell his father that the dungeon was special, but if he did that, his father would claim the dungeon for himself. His father would only let people under him enter the dungeon. He wouldn't even let Moonjung's friends who told him about the dungeon enter the dungeon. So, for Moonjung, this was not an option. He didn't want to betray the trust of his friends who informed him about the oddity of the mass dungeon. "I know that. Have you visited Yi family?" asked his father. After hearing his father, Moonjung sighed in relief. At least he could enter the mass dungeon without a problem. After hearing the question, he finally remembered that his father had sent a gift for Kang Ho's father. Last time he forgot to deliver the gift. "Ah, yes. I went there yesterday, but I forgot to take the gift," said Moonjung. "Are you dumb? I told you to deliver the gift immediately after reaching Busan," yelled his father. Moonjung panicked after hearing his father screamed at him. "Sorry, I will go immediately and deliver the gift," said Moonjung. He had no choice. He didn't want to be called back to Seoul. "Go, now!" yelled his father again, then hung up the phone. After sighing of relief, Moonjung started to get dressed. He was relaxing at home when his father called. He was still little hungover from last night. On the other side, inside the Choi Guild, go call the Yeoshik and Yeoshin. They are twin brother from the 2nd Hunting Division. Make sure that you don't alert the moles inside the guild, said a man who was clearly one of the top-ranking officers of Choi Guild to his assistant. His name was Pak Kyung, as written on the nameplate on the table. "Yes, sir," said the assistant, as she bowed and left the room. After some time, 2 men in their 30s entered the room. After entering, they bowed towards Pak Kyung. "I have a mission for you. You need to kill 3 civilians," said Pak Kyung. The duo was surprised for a moment, even sweating a little. They knew that this was a request. They would have to do this mission after hearing that, or else the guild would take care of them. They would be a security risk for the guild after listening to the request, so the guild would silence them immediately. But still, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. On one hand, if they did this job, they would be hunted by the Hunters Association, and on the other hand, if they refused, they would be chased by their own guild. Neither options were desirable, as they would lose their life in the end. They started to panic after thinking for a while. They were suddenly placed between a rock and a hard place. They wanted to just live their life peacefully, but now they didn't have any options. This was the worst day of their life. "Don't worry too much. The targets are living in the slums. We have managed to gather some non-hunters too. They would attack the restaurant of the target. You guys will be hiding in the midst of the crowd. Your job is to make sure that the targets are killed, that's all. We have checked the perimeters carefully. There are no signs of any Hunter Association's puppet in that slum. You just need to be careful and not use too much powers there. There is only 1% chance of the Hunter Association finding you out as a culprit," said Pak Kyung after seeing them panic after hearing about the mission. He understood their concerns. The risks of the job were extremely high. As for the compensation, the guild master himself is willing to give you guys 2 bottles of breakthrough potions. Seeing that you guys are 49 level and struggling to get a class, the guild master is willing to give you the precious breakthrough potion. Just imagine what you guys would be able to achieve after gaining a class. This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. If you reject this, you would regret this for the rest of your life, said Pak Kyung. He was very serious on the point that this mission was very important, and the rewards were also attractive. The duo was a little worried after hearing about the reward they would receive from the job. If they just had to kill 3 poor people from slums, the guild wouldn't provide that big of a reward. The breakthrough potion was a kind of potion which could help them both achieve a class. These kinds of potions were very expensive and limited in numbers. You can count the people who can create these potions with your hand. That's the main reason why the duo was very surprised. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. There were no free meals in this world. You couldn't expect anyone to help you for nothing. They both contemplated about the mission. After some time of thinking, the worried look in their face were gone, as if they never existed. They just had sinister smile present in their faces right now. They looked very creepy from up closely. "We will do it," said Yeoshik and Shin simultaneously. After hearing about the rewards, they could not help themselves and agreed to the mission. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. What Pak Kyung said earlier about they would regret it if they didn't accept the mission was very true. It has been 1 year since they became level 49. They couldn't break through even now. If they had the help of the breakthrough potion, they could finally break the chain that were holding them down. Yes, they would suffer a little side effect, but that was still worth it if they became level 50. "Mom, I am hungry," Hua Young said to her mother. "The food is almost done. Just give me 5 minutes. Stop eating all those candies," said her mom, who was cooking. Hua Young ran away from the kitchen very quickly. She didn't want her mom to scold her. She knew if she stood there any moment longer, she would be in trouble. "Hua Young, can you open the door and see who it is?" "I am a little busy," yelled her mom. After hearing her mom's shout, Hua Young went to open the door. She wondered who it was. She hoped for the person on the door to be Kong Ho. She was very bored playing by herself. She wanted to go out and play with her big brother. Hua Young opened the door full of expectation, but she was very disappointed after seeing who the person was. It was her brother's friend. "Who is it?" asked her mother from inside the kitchen. "It's brother's friend," yelled the little girl. Her mom came to greet Moonjung after they went to the living room. Inside the living room, Yiman Young was reading the newspaper while drinking tea. They didn't open the restaurant today, so everyone were in the house. Moonjung greeted him. After the greeting, Moonjung handed Man Young the gift his father sent him to deliver. Man Young took the gift and opened the gift. Inside the bag there was one bottle of spirit wine. He knew that his father and Man Young loved the wine. His father sometimes came to Busan just to meet with Man Young and have some drinks. They were best of friends. However, wine was not the only thing inside the bag. Man Young took an envelope out. It seemed to be a letter. Moonjung knew that his father only wrote a letter if the topic was very urgent. Man Young didn't open the letter. He decided to read it later. Moonjung wondered what was so important for his father to write a letter. He decided he should ask his father after he returned home. After he delivered the gift, Moonjung stuck around for a while. Hanoil went to cook. Moonjung and Man Young started discussing about things going around the world. Hanoil had invited Moonjung to stick around for the dinner. After some time, they ate the meal. Moonjung felt the food was very tasty. He liked the food very much. Moonjung was ready to take his leave. He had some more work to do. He thanked the Yi family for their hospitality, and just when he wanted to leave, they heard loud noises coming from outside. They went outside to see what was going on. "Get the Hades out of this place. We don't want people like you ruining our society," yelled one of the guys in the crowd, aiming towards Man Young. There were a lot of people surrounding Man Young's house and yelling for them to leave the place. Moonjung and Man Young wondered what was going on, but no one from the crowd answered their question. The crowd just repeated the same words. After some time, the crowd started to become violent. They started throwing rocks towards the house. Ha Nul and Hua Young wanted to check what was going on outside, but they were sent back inside by Man Young. To Moonjung, this situation seemed very suspicious. The people didn't really have any reason to attack the house, but nothing Moonjung or Man Young said managed to calm them down. They just became more violent. It was as if someone was behind this plot. One of the members from the black market was inspecting the dungeon portal. Right then, the portal started giving off light. It seemed like the dungeon was finally unlocking after this long time. The dungeon was finally opening, yelled the man in happiness. At least the dungeon break won't happen now if the hunting team had a little time to clear the dungeon before the time runs out. Everyone around the portal became highly alerted. They took their weapons in their hands. They knew there was still a little bit of time before the dungeon break occurred, but you could never be too careful when it came to their life. Everyone took some steps back from the portal. They didn't know what was exiting the place. Whatever it may be, no one wanted to be the first to come in contact with whatever that was exiting the dungeon. But after seeing what came out of the portal, breathing of everyone present there stopped for a moment. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. There was a man standing there with multiple wounds all over his body. His face was covered with mask. But one this everyone felt when they saw him was chills. Chills ran down everyone's body. Looking at the man with so many wounds, people would think that the man was weak. But everyone on the site knew how dangerous the man was. Kong Ho was at first surprised when he saw so many people gathered in front of the portal, everyone wielding weapon. Kong Ho didn't feel any killing intent directed towards him from the people around the portal, so he didn't bother to stop and talk to them. Kang Ho moved really fast before they could react. Kong Ho ran and used his class skill. Someone tried to talk to Kang Ho, but couldn't finish his sentence as the man disappeared. The man was dumbfolded. He started looking towards different direction in search of Kong Ho, but was disappointed. He couldn't find any trace of Kong Ho. Not only him, everyone who were gathered in front of the portal were clueless about where Kong Ho disappeared. Even the influential and powerful peoples, the managers of both the guilds, were dumbfolded by what transpired just now. Who was that guy? I could feel even if we all attacked together, we could have not taken down that person. We would have been killed instantly, said Jin Q. He was shocked and scared when he saw Kang Ho. He had never felt this much of power before in his life. I don't know, said the manager from Black Market. Even she was dumbfolded by what had happened. They were in a shock state for a little while more. No one could talk for the while. After some time, people started discussing about Kang Ho. Hey, do you think that guy was from large guilds of the capital? asked one short guy to another guy while looking towards the direction that Kang Ho disappeared. Don't know, maybe, the other guy replied in confusion. Do you really think that guy was from Capital? Asked the short man. You think there is someone who that much of power in Busan? Asked the man to the short guy. The short guy was silent this time. He had no reply for this question. There was no way someone would come to Busan from Capital for dungeon. If that was true, then that meant there was a very strong guy in the Busan. They couldn't afford to mess with this guy with unknown identity. Call the miners and tell them to finish this dungeon fast, said the black market manager. She didn't want to get on the bad side of Kang Ho. Kang Ho used his newly learned skill, which helped him to escape the eyes of the people. After witnessing that many people waiting outside of the dungeon, he figured that they came after finding out there was something different about the dungeon. Although he didn't know what happened, but he figured that the situation was grave, as there were many people gathered around the dungeon ready for the battle. He wanted to know what caused the dungeon change, but he was not that curious about at the moment. He figured he could ask about the dungeon when he went to the black market to sell the monster cores he collected just now. Kang Ho was now headed towards his house. In a dark room, there was a man sitting on his chair while listening to a song. The man looked like he was stressing about something. He was constantly mumbling to himself in an unaudible voice, but the man looked very serious. The man had pale skin. He looked like a dead body. The room was filled with really weird things like human skulls, bones, and many other weird things. While the man was mumbling, the phone suddenly started to ring. The man ignored the call at first because it was an unknown number. He was uninterested on the call, but the phone once again started to ring. Wah. Annoyed by the calls, the man picked the phone. He was about to scold whoever was on the other end, but he suddenly froze due to the voice he heard through the other side of the phone. Chills started running through his body after hearing the familiar voice. After the initial shock, though, he was quite excited after hearing the voice. Sir, I have been waiting for your call for over 6 months. I thought I was abandoned by His Majesty. The man had tears in his eyes as he felt like he was finally talking to his long-lost lover. His Majesty has a grand plan for everyone in his grand plan. His Majesty will never abandon any one of his followers. Quan Hyun, are you ready for your sacrifice that His Majesty has planned for you? A mechanic voice replied from other side. He spoke with extreme pride when he spoke of His Majesty. Although No Hyun never met with anyone related to His Majesty, he had strong belief on the plans of His Majesty. He admired His Majesty. He wanted to sacrifice himself and his guild in the name of His Majesty, even though he didn't know who that was. We, the follower of His Majesty, would never forget the sacrifice you are about to make in the name of His Majesty. After we create a new world, we will teach the coming generations about your valor. We are sending all the necessary equipment necessary for you to carry out the plan. You will have to destroy entire Busan within 1 day after you receive the equipment. This is the sacrifice that His Majesty demands for you. Said the mechanical voice. He spoke without any emotions in his voice while speaking about destroying the entire Busan. Hearing this, No Hyung was jumping up and down with joy. He never felt more joy than this. Finally, this was his chance to shine. Finally, he could be of use to His Majesty. More than anything, he wanted to make sure the dream of His Majesty came true. Although he won't be alive to see that dream come true, but he was still happy knowing he would contribute to the creation of the new world. Yes, sir. I will carry out the order of His Majesty with all my heart, No Hyun said after controlling his emotions, although he was still crying of joy. Remember, you only have 1 day, no more than that. Hunters Association should not get any wind of the operation on Busan. Be as secretive as possible. If the Hunters Association gets the wind of the situation, Busan would be filled with all the top guilds and all the top-level hunters in just an hour. Start the attack on the civilians only when there is 1 hour left. Keep the mission as secret as possible, said the mechanical voice to No Hyun. No Hyun listened to all the important things the voice had to say very carefully. For the sake of New World, he couldn't make any mistakes in this perfect plan. For him, every step of the plan was important. If he completed the mission with perfection, there was even a chance he could survive. So he was very serious about the plan. Do not even let the people closest to you know about the plan until the execution day. That way you could prevent any unforeseen circumstances. His Majesty will be eagerly waiting for the news of the destruction of Busan. This is a very important part of plan. Make sure it doesn't fail. According to our intel, there aren't any guild in Busan that can pose a threat to our plan. Even the Hunters Association doesn't have much of manpower located in the Busan. You have just 20% chance of failing the mission. Wiping out Busan would be a major blow to the Hunter Association's credibility. This could cause the big guilds to lose trust from the Hunters Association. The big guilds who are unhappy with Hunter Association might come to support us in the end, said the mechanic voice. You could feel that everything the voice was saying was true and serious. One more thing, we have an info that the son of an influential figure from Hunters Association is currently present in Busan. We still have no idea who it is or whose son it is. We just found out about this yesterday. If we could take him down along with the city, this could cause Hunter Association 2 times the pain as it would suffer, said the mechanic voice with a laugh. Hearing this, No Hyun was even more happy. This was like cherry on top of a cake. This situation was perfect. In one move, they can prove their strength to the world. Along with it, they could deal a heavy blow by killing the son of the influential figure. They couldn't wish for more suitable situation for their plan to take place. It was like the heavens were looking over them. While thinking about that, he was on the phone. He shouted loudly, "Yes, thank you God for looking over us," said the No Hyun. Don't forget that this can even make your mission more difficult, as that man wouldn't be alone if he was a son of influential person. He would at all times be surveyed upon. The association would keep their eyes on him and on the movement of the city. They would make sure that the person doesn't face any trouble in Busan. Make sure your guild members don't go around killing people until the fated day. I don't want any people from Hunters Association coming after your guild members. Kill any troublemakers if you have to. Remember, Busan is in a very sensitive state right now because of the son of the influential person. The association would be in alert mode all the time, said the mechanical voice. Kwon Hyun had a very big smile when he listened to what mechanical voice had to say. He was contemplating all the plans that he could use to destroy the entire Busan. Although mechanical voice talked like destroying the entire city was very easy, Kwon Hyun knew the danger. They might not even be able to take down half of Busan if they weren't careful with the planning. One small mistake, and their plan would be a failure. Kwon Hyun knew that his life or his guild members' lives didn't matter to His Majesty or his subordinate, but that didn't stop him from his actions. He knew deep down if he was able to fulfill his duty properly, he would surely be remembered by His Majesty. That was all that mattered to him. The most important thing on Kwon Hyun's brain right now was that he needed manpower if he wanted to accomplish this mission. Are there any other questions? Asked mechanical voice. Sir, I don't have many guild members. I would need some more troops to accomplish this mission. Answered Kwon Hyun. The main problem with the plan was he didn't have many high-leveled guild members. One of the main reasons of his guild not having many high-leveled guild members is that they have always tried to be a low-key guild in the Busan area. They never tried to contest with the other guilds in the area for resources and supremacy. They always tried to keep themselves out of the guild wars. The only thing they focused on was to stay hidden and build up strength to fulfill His Majesty's goal. So all their guild members were the follower of His Majesty. They were all believers of the New World. They also quite often referred this New World as a paradise. This in return helped them to maintain a cover in the city. Being secretive helped them develop roots on Busan. They never came under the radar of the Hunters Association. Because they never got into conflict, they were very close to the big guilds inside the Busan. They had a very large numbers of sources from where they could collect data about the current situation inside the city. This went to show just how much influence this guild had inside of Busan. Although that might seem very nice deal, but this also had major flaws. Although Kwon Hyun was the strongest person inside the city of Busan, there was no one who could match him in terms of the power alone, but if they were to talk about the entirety of the guild, they were really very far from being called strongest. They could be considered just a middle-sized guild in the city if they were compared to the big guilds in the Busan. And if they were really going to take on the entire Busan city, they at least needed to be comparable to a big guild in the Busan. I will also send some special teams from big guilds from Seoul at the time of the attack, although I won't be able to send a lot of them, but that would be enough. We are under the target of the Hunter Association recently. They were able to pick up on our trails, unfortunately. If the situation was normal, I would have myself came down there for the plan. One wrong move from our side, we would be discovered by the Hunters Association. Said the mechanical voice. It instantly reignited the hope of Kwan Hyung. Kwan Hyun was excited to know that the special teams would be soon visiting them. He knew that these special teams were very important in a sense of His Majesty. The teams were very strong. There was no such person in the team whose level was lower than 100. The minimum requirement of joining the special team was to be 100 level. Even that would never make sure your entry to the special teams. The criteria to enter was very hard. He himself tried once to enter the team, but he failed miserably on the process. The entry of the special team ensured two things. First was their success of the plan. Also, the second was that his survival chances increased by leaps and bounds. From what the mechanical voice mentioned, he came to know of a very serious threat to their plans. He knew that His Majesty and his subordinates were very secretive when they did things. Even he who is believer of His Majesty from the start of their plan didn't know who His Majesty really was. This goes to show the level of precaution His Majesty took. In this kind of scenario, this could only mean one thing: there was a mole among them. Someone must have sold the information to the Hunter Association. But on the other hand, Hunter Association not knowing their plans could also mean that the mole was not a very important member, because the information about Busan attack was only known by His Majesty, his important subordinates, and Kwan Hyun himself. This gave Kwan Hyun some sense of relief at least. "Thank you, sir. That's all the things we need," said Kwan Hyun. He didn't need anything else. The mechanical voice hung up the phone. After Kwan Hyun placed his phone on the table, he once again started to think about something, and mumbling. Nobody had any idea what sort of storm was brewing in the middle of the Busan city. Kwan Hyun had a creepy smile when though of a thing. He once again picked his phone up and started dialing the phone. "Meanwhile, what is it that you want from us?" asked Moon Young. If it wasn't for Moon Young in front of the door trying to stop the people, they would have destroyed the entire house by now. As time passed by, they were getting more violent. "This is bad. What is going on here?" "I need to take uncle and aunt to a safe place," thought Moon Young. A little distance from Kang Ho's house, two brothers were watching the situation. They had a very disgusting smile on their face while they watched. "This is going to be a very easy mission. We could just kill them with one swing of our sword." "Shin, go hide between the civilians. Once you get a perfect opportunity, strike attack them," said Yeo Shik. "What about that guy over there?" "Who is he?" asked Yeo Shin. "It must be the son," said Yeo Shik. "No, it's not the son. I saw the picture of that guy earlier. They do not look the same. He must be some other guy." "Do you want and find out who he is?" asked Yeo Shin. "There is no point in wasting the time. If he isn't the son, just kill him too. There is no way someone influential would come to a slum anyway. So just go out there and kill them quickly and come back. I will guard here and make sure we are not disturbed," said Yeo Shik. He didn't want to wait, as seeing that the mission was not too difficult, they just had to kill some old people. It would be better to take care of that guy while they are at it. They couldn't afford the information to go out. After getting the order from Yeo Shin couldn't say anything, he somehow had a very bad feeling about this. He was feeling very uncomfortable with the decision, but he couldn't voice them in front of his brother. Yeo Shin knew Yeo Shik would laugh off his concerns as nothing. All he could now do was head in and hope for the best. He gripped his sword and slowly made his way closer to the crowd that was surrounding Kang Ho's house. Yeo Shin wanted to mix into the crowd before attacking sneakily. He was having a very bad feeling, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Once he was blended inside the crowd, he looked back towards Yeo Shik, who was closely observing the situation. He was also in a ready position to strike if any interference happened. Their mission was to kill the entire family and not to leave any evidence that it was done by Hunter. Even though the targets were non-hunters, the mission was still difficult. They couldn't afford any single mistakes. After he was in, Yeo Shin signaled the crowd to make it more violent. Moon Jung was very confused right now. Seeing the situation, From the looks of it, this conflict looked staged for him. The crowd had no apparent reason to attack the Yi family. Moonjung wondered who it was. There was only one enemy of Yi family, and he was already dead. Moonjung pondered who could it be. Right then, Moonjung spotted one person inside the crowd. On the first glance, he already knew that the person was a hunter. He was trying his best to blend in the crowd, but unfortunately was unsuccessful. Moonjung immediately turned towards his bodyguards, then signaled. He didn't want to take the chance and face the enemy himself. He knew his power was a little lacking. He didn't know what level the enemy was. He had to protect the family from harm. So he thought it was better if he let his bodyguard handle the situation. After getting the signal, all the bodyguards that were hiding around the place started appearing. They came to a place where they could have a better place to attack from. They were in ready position to strike. They had already spotted their enemy. Moonjung then turned around with Man-young. They were heading towards the inside of the house. Moonjung knew after his bodyguard appears, no one inside Busan could lay a finger on him. When Yeo-shin saw Moonjung leaving, he was surprised. He knew this was the perfect moment to strike. He turned around towards Yeo-shik once. After getting a green signal from him, Yeo-shin took his weapon out and started running towards the duo. He was just a little far from the duo when he felt a hand grab him by the neck. Yeo-shin's body started going cold. It was like his nightmare coming true. He knew from the start that this mission was not good. The worst part for Yeo-shin was he couldn't even move or get himself free from the hand. He was being carried like a rag doll by the hand. All he could do was hope for them to sphere him. Yeo-shin started to pray for himself. But unfortunately for him, the other person was in no mood of having talk. The man took Yeo-shin by the neck and rammed him to the nearest wall with a very strong force. Kaboom! The noise from the attack was very loud. Everyone in the crowd turned towards the noise. They were horrified from what they saw. The person who paid for them to come here was pinned to a wall. The wall was colored in red by the blood from the man's body. From far away, the man looked lifeless to the people. Wah! Wasn't he supposed to be a hunter? Ho! How could this even be possible? Said one of the men from the crowd. He was so scared by what he saw he couldn't even speak properly. Yay! Yes, he is a hunter. We shouldn't waste our time here. We should run away. I don't want to die this year. Lie, said another man. He started crying while talking. Everyone gathered there only had one thought in their head right now: run away. They knew their life was already forfeited when they decided to come to this place for the money, but they still didn't want to die. If the person who was pinning Yeo-shin to the wall was generous enough, he could let them live. They were too scared. They started running from the place. They loved their life more than money. It was like a nightmare for the people. Mom, what was that? Let me go outside and check, said Hua Young and tried to run towards the door. She was very anxious as her father was still outside. She didn't want her father to get hurt like last time. Although she tried to hide her fear and tried to act normal, she couldn't control her tears. She was very worried about her father. No, everything will be okay, yelled her mother, took her in her arms and consoled her. There was no way she could let the little girl go outside in the middle of a fight. She didn't want her to get hurt. Where is Appa? Appa will save us, right? Finally, the little girl couldn't put up a brave front anymore and broke down in tears. She knew in a moment like this her Appa would save them like last time. Appa will be back soon and he will send all the bad people away, said her mom, trying to console little girl. Right then, Moonjung and Man-young came inside. Man-young knew where the sound came from. Even so, all he wanted to do now was to be with his family and make sure they were okay. After entering the room, Man-young hugged the little girl and tried to calm her down. He didn't want to see his little daughter cry. That hurt him the most. Should I go after them, sir? Asked one of the bodyguards, asked the other one. No, leave them. They must have been paid by them to make the crime look like it was done by civilians. We won't find anything from them, said the man as he turned around and headed towards the wall where Yeo-shin was pinned. After the man came close to the wall, he facepalmed himself. He was very frustrated by the performance of his subordinate. He now hoped to dig a hole for himself and bury himself under it. This was too embarrassing for him. IFUNG told you to use some FUing restraint. What should I say to young master now? Are you fewing dumb? The man was very angry at his subordinate. He yelled with all his strength. Sir, I restrain myself a lot. Didn't know that the man was this weak. Though, if he decided to attack young master, he should at least be stronger than him, said the man like he was being wronged. Yo, you? The commander was speechless after hearing his subordinate's reply. While the commander was contemplating what to report to the young master, he suddenly froze. He had cold sweat running down his forehead. All the bodyguards around him were less aware of the situation, but they also felt a little strange, because for them, it somehow felt like someone was choking them. They couldn't breathe properly at first. They didn't understand what was going on, but after looking at their commander's face, they became wary. Even their fearless commander showed fear. If someone said to them that their commander was scared of something, they would laugh it up. It was the first time of him showing any kind of fear. They had been with their commander for a long time. They had even heard the story of the brave commander who saved thousands of people. Commander Ku Chin Mai was famous for preventing major catastrophic event that took place 1 year ago. He was well renounced for his action. Seeing him scare was a major mental blow to all the bodyguards present there. It felt as if they were having a bad dream. That was how they thought of the situation. They couldn't accept the reality. Everyone thought this was the end of their life after seeing the commander in that situation. Ku Chin Mai himself was in a really weird situation right now. He clearly felt a killing intent that was not directed towards him, but still he could feel the pure rage, anger, destruction it carried. Although he had felt killing intents in the past, but this was very different from that. He couldn't even compare the difference between the two. He was never affected by any killing intents in past. So, this was a completely new experience for him. After recovering from the initial shock, the only thing that he thought of was to escape this Hades hole as soon as possible. If possible, he didn't even want to know where the killing intent came from. He didn't want to offend the person responsible for the killing intent. It felt as if I was caged in with an ancient monster with no escape. The only this I can do is to see myself be killed by the monster. I need to escape this place before we offend the monster. I need to immediately inform the Hunter Association on the situation, thought Ku Chin Mai. He didn't know who the person was. For him, it was better not to know about the person, because sometimes knowing too much can also take your life. So he decided to go and talk to the young master. The killing intent was only there for about 2 seconds before it suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace. After the killing intent disappeared, it almost felt as if a really heavy weight was lifted from them. Still, they couldn't forget the feeling they had just a moment ago. There was silence for some moment, no one dared to talk. But after 2 seconds, they all turned towards their commander, thinking he would have some answers. But to their disappointment, even their commander looked clueless about the matter. What are you looking at? Go clean up the mess fast. We need to move out of here and take young master to the safety as soon as possible. Don't just stand there like some dumb person, yelled Ku Chin Mai. He was having a tornado of thoughts in his head, but he couldn't afford to dwindle upon it, as their main priority was safety of their young master. Nothing else mattered right now. Ku Chin Mai made his way towards Kang Ho's house after yelling at his subordinate. This sudden change in the behavior of commander worried all the bodyguard present there. Normally, Ku Chin Mai was a very easygoing person. This was the first time for them to see him being serious. This went to show the severity of the situation. Right after he left, all the bodyguards started moving and doing their works. There was a tense situation among them. Nobody had the courage to make a single sound. Ku Chin Mai quickly entered the house. "Young master," said Ku Chin Mai solemnly. "What is it?" asked Moon Jung with a serious expression. After seeing Ku Chin Mai covered with sweat, he had a bad feeling. "The situation is taken care of, but we need to immediately leave the vicinity," Ku Chin Mai said with a serious tone. "What happened?" Moon Jung wanted to know what was going on. After we killed the person responsible for the situation today, I suddenly felt enormous amount of killing intent. The killing intent was so intense and destructive, I can't even explain. Although the killing intent wasn't directed towards us, I don't feel it would be wise to stay here any longer. We would be inviting trouble for ourselves if we do, said Kuchin-mei. Although he didn't have the time, he had to explain everything to Moon-jung to let him know the severity of the situation. Moon-jung fell in a deep thought. He didn't want to leave yet, as the people from earlier might come back. He thought of taking the Yai family until the situation was cooled down. He also wanted to know about the identity of the attackers. He wanted to know which guild or which person had the audacity to do such a thing. You could clearly see the rage and killing intent in the eyes of Moon-jung. He wanted to kill the culprits with his own hands. Did you find out who was responsible for the situation? Asked Moon-jung with an evil smile on his face. Moon-jung was full of expectations. He wanted to kill the culprits himself. It's been very long since the last time I went on a slaughter spree. Though Moon-jung with an evil smile on his face. Big Brother Moon is creepy, said the little girl, while hiding behind her mother. After her father returned and the situation was resolved, she was happy. Everyone present in the room tried to control their laugh, but couldn't control it and started laughing. On the other hand, Moon-jung almost spurted blood. We couldn't get the information. I told them to restrain, but in the end it turned out the assassin was just too weak. He died in just one strike, said Kuchin-mei with embarrassment. He was too ashamed with his subordinate. What? Yelled Moon-jung. He was too angry at them for failing on a basic mission. We will need to have a nice chat when the situation is calmed down, said Moon-jung with a very angry face. He didn't lash out at Kuchin-mei because they didn't have much time left in their hand anymore. Moon-jung turned towards the Yi family after saying that. Uncle, and why don't you three come with me to the Hunter Association? It would be much safer for you to be around there than here. The people might come back if you stay here. Moon-jung always saw Kang-ho as his own brother from childhood, so his parents were like his own to him. After hearing Moon-jung, Man-jung thought for a while if it would be a good to leave or not. At first, he was against the idea, but after some time of contemplating, his eyes fell on his daughter. He knew if someone were to come again, he didn't have the power to protect her. All right, said Man-jung after some time of contemplation. Go prepare the car. After hearing Man-jung's reply, Moon-jung said to Kuchin-mei, Yes, sir, said Kuchin-mei and left bring the car. After some time, the Yi family effed with Moon-jung. Right when Yo-shin was about to attack his family, Kang-ho had already arrived at his house. At first, he wanted to defend the attack, but after he noticed the bodyguards moving, he stopped. There was no need for him to intervene. The bodyguards were enough to take care of that pest. Kang-ho had already noticed there was another pest hiding as he watched the situation unfolded. Right now, all Kang-ho felt was rage. He knew who it could have been who made the attack. He should have finished the Choi Guild earlier. He decided to kill every one of them with no exception. The one hiding and looking after situation wanted to run away at that moment, but Kang-ho had long been aware of his location. When Yo-shik started running away from Yi family house, Kang-ho followed him. Yo-shik knew he didn't have any chance of killing the Yi family. He just witnessed his brother die in front of his eyes. Yo-shik was extremely angry, but he knew what he had to do. He wanted to go to the guild and inform their member of what happened here. He knew the guild would send extra support to wipe out everyone present here. Right when Yo-shik thought he escaped the place, he was kicked in his back by someone, which made him lose balance and fall to the ground. Yo-shik was surprised as he didn't feel anyone coming from his back to attack him. If there was really someone, he could have felt them before they could get close to him. Yo-shik didn't have time to think, as he was kicked again, this time to make him turn around. When Yo-shik saw the person who had kicked him, he was horrified. Yo-shik felt like being stared at by an ancient being. He was too afraid to look at Kang-cho's eyes, which was burning with rage. This made Yo-shik very uncomfortable, as he had never felt so much fear. But after feeling Kang-ho's killing intent, he knew there will be no tomorrow for him, no matter how much he begged or cried. Drops of tears started forming on the eyes of Yeo Shik. Seeing this, Kang Ho was disgusted. He killed Yeo Shik with one swing of his dagger. After he was done killing him, Kang Ho returned towards his home. When he arrived there, he saw his family and Moonjung leaving on his car. Kang Ho didn't stop them. He had many things to do right now. It would be safe if his family stayed with Moonjung for some time today. He decided to visit them after he was done with all the works. After they left the house, Kang Ho went to take a shower. He planned to make a visit to the Choi Guild after the shower. Meanwhile, inside the Choi Guild headquarters, one person was running towards the Guildmaster's office, like his life depended on it. The person knew the Guildmaster would kill him if he was a little late with this big information. The man knocked at the door after reaching the front door of the Guildmaster's office. "Come in," someone said with a solemn voice from inside the office. After that, the man entered the office. After entering, he BP-wed to the Guildmaster. Master Yeo Shin was captured by a group of hunters before he could kill the Yi family. From what the civilians said, they didn't know where Yeo Shik was, but Yeo Shin was pinned to a wall by a hunter when he tried to attack Yi family. Said the man while still bowing. He didn't have the courage to look up. "Did you try to contact Yeo Shik?" asked the Guildmaster. "No, sir," said the man. "Did he try to contact you?" asked Guildmaster. "No, sir. My guess is that he ran away after seeing his brother couldn't defeat them," said the man. The Guildmaster turned his chair around and started lighting up a cigarette. He was contemplating some things while he did so. He wondered who the person that ruined his plan. "Tell the 2nd Division commander and corps members and some other members chosen by you to be ready. I have a very important mission for them. Make sure they kill all the hunters present there and along with that kill the Yi family as well. Make sure to tell them I will reward anyone who can bring me the head of Yi family members. That should keep them motivated," said the Guildmaster, while he smoked. "But sir, if we send so many troops to the slum, we would be found out by the Hunter Association. We might not survive being pursued by the association," said the man with grave concern. FK the Hunter Association. "I want the Wei family dead no matter what. And as for the association, I have an escape plan," said the Guildmaster while he smiled evilly. Even after hearing what the Guildmaster had to say, the man was not too happy with the decision, but he still had a little hope. After hearing that he didn't stick around there for long, he made his way towards the 2nd Division meeting room. Today, the 2nd Division had the plan to enter a dungeon. After some time, the man finally reached the meeting room. The 2nd Division were making a plan of action for the raid. They were discussing about the members they should take with them to the raid. After the man entered the room, they all went silent. "We are canceling today's raid," said the man. "But this raid is very important for the guild. We need to do it," said one of the men in the room. Everyone started chattering. "Silence! We have more important things than dungeon in our hand right now. We have to kill some people before they become threat to us. Guildmaster is also rewarding the person who brings heads of some civilians," said the man. At first, everyone was against the man's idea, but after hearing of the rewards, they all changed their mind. They were intrigued by the thought of the reward. "Choose as many core and normal members of guild as you want, but you need to kill them all. Don't be distracted because of the reward," said the man. "What are the specifics of the mission?" asked one of the members. "This is the Yi family. You need to kill them all, and there are some 5-10 hunters protecting them. You have to kill them all," said the man, while he took out the photo of the Yi family members. "I heard you sent Yeo brothers to kill them. What happened to them?" "Did they fail?" asked one of the men inside the room. "Yes, unfortunately, there were some hunters present there at that moment." "What you need to do is go in quickly and kill them as fast as you can. When you try to kill the hunters, kill the Yi family, kill them all as fast as you can. This is a very high priority mission. Park Won-soo will lead the troops. Everyone follows his lead. Do you have any questions?" said the man. "No, sir," everyone yelled at the same time. "Good. Park Won-soo, you can choose anyone from the guild you want. Take some equipment from the guild storage. Make sure everything is accounted for, said the man and left the room. Yes, sir, said Park Won-soo as he stood up. Go and take some of the trusted and strong members of the guild. Also, everyone go to the storage and get yourself a good set of equipment, said Park Won-soo after the man left the room. Hearing Park Won-soo, everyone stood up from their chairs and left to make the preparation. They were in a hurry, so they didn't waste much time. After taking a bath, Kang-ho wore a new set of cloth. After that, he came out of his house. Right then, he saw a group of people making their way towards his house. By looking at their emblem, Kang-ho could tell they were from Choi Guild. He was really happy seeing them. He didn't have to go all the way to the guild to take care of them. They came to him instead. After they got close enough, he wanted to see their information and see who was father of Choi Dong. He wanted to make him suffer the worst pain before he killed that man. If it wasn't for Moon Jung being there to save his family, Kang-ho knew there was no way he could have seen his family anymore. Just the thought of him losing his family made his heart ache. He planned to move to a safe place where he wouldn't have to worry about his parents' safety. When he looked through everyone's information, he was the strongest person in the group. Rest 7 of them were level 50, and rest were less than that. Kang-ho was disappointed as he had to go to guild after all. He wanted to finish this dispute with Choi Guild as soon as possible. They had crossed the limit now. He had to kill them all to make sure no one was left. Who would want to harm his family? Look, who do we have here? You are Yi Kang-ho, right? Asked Won-soo after coming close to Kang-ho. Yes, replied Kang-ho without any emotion. So, you killed young Master Choi, huh? Asked the man with an evil smile, and Kang-h could feel the killing intent coming from all of them. Yes, said Kang-ho again. Ha 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 ha. Good you have guts, but that won't help you. We will kill you today, said Won-soo. After that, Kang-ho started running towards the other direction. Son of a... What are you looking at? Go catch him now. Run. Run. However much you want, you won't escape us today, yelled Won-soo. He was extremely angry seeing Kang-ho running away. He didn't expect this to happen. He wanted to just crush the fly as fast as he could. After hearing their commander's order, everyone started chasing Kang-ho, however. Even if Kang-ho was running slow, some of them had a hard time to follow Kang-ho. Just when they managed to caught up to Kang-ho, would increase his speed to make sure the hunters from the Choi Guild couldn't catch up to him. After some time of running, they reached a very secluded area. There was no sign of life around that place. This place was perfect for a fight. Kang-ho made them come here because he didn't want to harm his own home. After seeing the area, Won-soo was very happy. If they were to kill Kang-ho, here it wouldn't be much of a problem. They could just bury the body. But the main problem was they couldn't find his family. This mission was very important, as the man said, back in the guild. They had to kill the entire family. If they failed the mission, they knew what fate awaited them. Back in the guild, they would be mercilessly killed. So, they couldn't afford to be careless. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. This is a very good place for you to die. Boys, be ready to attack, said Park Won-soo. Everyone gripped their attack. Kang-ho took his dagger out to face the enemy head-on. Attack! Yelled Won-soo. Some of the low-level members ran towards Kang-ho for the attack. They didn't take too long to arrive in front of Kang-ho. They all swung their attack. Kang-ho blocked some of the attack and dodged some of them. After they were done with their attacks, he started his attacks. Kang-ho started to swing his daggers repeatedly without a stop. He managed to kill one enemy with each one of his swings. The enemy didn't even get the chance to retaliate. Won-soo was having a headache, on the other hand. The information provided to him mentioned that he was a rookie hunter, but it seemed that the data was incorrect. Flip, we need to kill this rascal together. I hope he does not get a chance to escape. Even though he didn't know what level Kang-ho was, he couldn't imagine him to be strong as that himself. It took him almost 2 years to gain the power he has now. Listen up, Fuers. We will attack that kid all together. Surround him from all sides. Make sure he does not have a chance to escape the place. We will make his grave right here, right now, said Won-soo to his men. It didn't take long for Kong Ho to finish all the men that came running to him. They were too weak to cause him any problems. After the last one's body fell to the ground with a thud, all the others came running towards Kong Ho and tried to surround him from all sides. Kong Ho didn't have a problem being surrounded as he could kill them faster. Kong Ho just had to make sure he killed the weak ones first. He didn't want them to run away when he fought the strong opponents. That would be a disaster. The weak opponents weren't that much of a problem to Kang Ho, as he could just swing his dagger once and their head would fall. "You have no place to escape. Just surrender. We will let you die a quick and painless death," said Wan Su with a smile. In his eyes, Kong Ho was just a rabbit being surrounded by predators. He didn't think he would have the guts to fight back now. He was very happy that his plans were working very well. "Oh, and other thing, are your parents still home? We will have to kill them too, but don't worry if you surrender, they would be killed very quickly," said Wan Su with a smile. Kang Ho didn't answer to his provocation, but you could see the killing intent present in Kong Ho's eyes. After Wan Su said that, everyone started laughing. In response to the mockery, Kang Ho decided to go on offense rather than defense. At first, Kong Ho just wanted to check the strength of the group first, but after hearing that he didn't care of their powers, he just wanted to kill all of them. Kong Ho moved swiftly. In just a matter of seconds, he was in front of one of the level 50 guild member that came along with Wan Su. All the laughs stopped after seeing Kang Ho move so fast. Even Wan Su himself was dumbfolded after seeing Kang Ho's speed. He was extremely fast. If he compared his own speed to Kang Ho's speed, he would lose by a large margin. When he looked at Kang Ho's footwork, he couldn't understand how could a human move so quickly and fast. Wan Su was fascinated by the footwork of Kang Ho. He was a very experienced hunter before coming here. He used to be in a guild located in Seoul. He was a very prominent figure when the dungeons first started appearing. He was part of a very huge guild back in the days, but that was 2 years ago. He was one of the very powerful hunters at that time. Back then, the hunters weren't that powerful. When Wan Su rose to a high status, just level 40 hunter were considered the most powerful hunters, so he was praised and revered by many back in the days. Back then, he learned many things which the people of places like Busan weren't aware of. That was in a battle the stats rarely mattered. If you have the martial arts, techniques, etc., you could beat a more powerful opponent. If you were skilled enough in fighting, the stats rarely mattered if the opponent was a few levels higher than you. But that isn't always true, because if your opponent was 10-20 level higher than you, he or she could just overpower you. In that cases, your techniques won't work. From what he had seen from how Kang Ho fought, it seemed like he was born to kill. His attacks were always aimed at the vitals of the opponents. He would always attack the unguarded areas of the opponent. From a viewer's perspective, all the attacks Kang Ho made was calculated before execution, and there was no chance of blocking the lethal attacks of Kang Ho. The low-level people always forget about the fact that to quickly and swiftly kill a person, they would need to hit the vital points of the opponents. Many low-level hunters still thought that if they attack quickly, they could kill an opponent fast, and in that process, they don't give much attention on the places they attack. Most of the hunters would hit the opponents in the hand's shoulder to decrease the opponent's HP. This was a very big mistake a person could make while fighting a hunter. If one hunter does not hit the vital spot and continue on hitting the non-vital parts like legs and hands, they wouldn't be able to kill an opponent quickly. That was the main factor lacking in every rookie hunter, but when he saw Kang Ho, he was dumbfolded. Wan Su had beads of cold sweats in his forehead. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He didn't like the fact that when he imagined himself trying to block the attacks and dodge the attack, he was unable to do so. He didn't think he had a chance to defend against those attacks. He had many powerful people of them fight when he was in his prime. No one could manage to fight like Kang Ho does. He was on a different level. It was like Kang Ho was a killing machine no one could stop. If Kang Ho desired to kill someone, he would be dead. For a while, Wan Su wondered if Kang Ho belonged to a top-level guild, but that was impossible. If he really was a member of top-level guild, there would be guards guarding him at all times. Most of the top-level guilds always sent someone to protect a promising member in case they are in danger. After remembering the top-level guilds, he remembered his old days when he was one of the strongest. That was the time when he provoked someone. He shouldn't have, he still regret the fact that he provoked that person. Because of that incident, he was casted out of his guild and sent out in Busan. His guild, in exchange of his life, managed to send him to Busan, where he could spend his life without worrying about that person. His guild at least didn't let that person kill him, but in the end, after coming to Busan for a year, he never got a chance to go to a dungeon. He always felt like he was being watched. In just that 1 year, all the people got ahead him. He could never hope to catch up to them. After he finally got the chance to go to a dungeon, he never felt as motivated as before. He gave up on his dream of being a strong hunter in that time. Now, he was just a scum doing dirty jobs of the Choi Guild. He managed the second hunting team. Along with that, he managed all the illegal business that the Choi Guild had. He was one of the men responsible to oversee the illegal business he made, sure they were out of trouble. Won-Soo loved his life now better than he had back then. While Won-Soo was filled with different thoughts, Kang-ho swung dagger at the man managed to block one attack and dodge the other. But when he tried to block the next attack, the man wasn't able to make it on time, as he was still not in a very good position to defend himself after dodging an attack. The man was hit by the dagger straight in his eye. Kang-ho drove his dagger straight through that man's eye. Ah! The man yelled with agony as the pain from the attack was too great. Kang-ho was little annoyed by the sound that man created by yelling. He hated loud noises. Slash. With the last slash, Kang-ho slit the man's throat. The man started choking on his own blood. He fell to the ground after losing the strength on his legs. Seeing this, the entire area was silent. No one dared to make a single sound. Kang-ho just now killed a level 50 hunter, like it was nothing. The hunter couldn't even make a scratch on his body. As there were many rookie hunters present in the scene, this was the most horrifying scene they had seen in their life. They couldn't even believe their eyes, seeing a level 50 hunter die like that in front of their eyes. They knew they had no chance against Kang-ho. Some of them started having second thoughts on if they should stick around or run away. But the experienced hunters present at the location weren't affected by what transpired just now. They had seen many scary things in life to be afraid of this thing. They were unfazed. After seeing their friend die in front of them, the experienced hunters were angry, but no one dared to take the first step. After seeing one of their own die in front of their eyes, they realized that they couldn't take on Kang-ho single-handedly. They needed to attack him at the same time so that they could restrict his movement. Kang-ho's movement speed was too fast for them to beat him in speed. In a close-quarter combat, the speed played a very important role. They all knew they didn't stand a chance against Kang-ho in terms of speed, but they could overpower him if they attacked at once. More importantly, they believed that if they were with Won-Soo, they could never lose a fight. While the second division members were thinking about how strong Won-Soo was, Won-Soo himself had cold sweat pouring out of his forehead. He was wondering how he could block the attacks from Kang-ho. His attacks were almost unavoidable. Right then, a brilliant idea came to his mind. Gather around second division. After thinking of the plan, Won-Soo called his teammates. He wanted to tell them about the plan. After hearing his call, everyone came towards Won-Soo. They broke the formation, but at the moment they didn't care if Kang-ho ran away. If they didn't have a good plan, they might not even be able to complete the mission. So, the most important thing right now was to have a plan of action. So they all followed the command of their commander. Only the level 50-plus members gathered around Won-Soo. The remaining members were still surrounding Kang-ho. Right now, Kang-ho could make an escape, and no one would be able to stop him, but he didn't do so, because he would have to kill them anyway. So he let them have their time to discuss. Kang-ho was standing there waiting for them to finish their talks. Everyone listen up. This is going to be a very hard fight. Our opponent is faster than any of us. We will need to be careful while dealing with him. We will use the low-level members as shield. They would be at the front line. We will make sneak attacks towards him. Make sure no one of you fight him one-on-one, Won-Soo said in a grave tone. We will need to kill this rascal even if it means sacrificing some of the unwanted guild members, said Wansu. After a lot of thoughts, this was the best idea he came up with. This way they could cause damage to Kong Ho while they avoided the direct attacks from Kong Ho. But one of the members wanted to say something, but Wansu didn't let him speak as he started talking again. Remember, even I can't say that I would be able to dodge that guy's attacks. He is too fast for even me to follow. I know that the hunters present here are part of our guild, and they have been a huge help to the guild. But right now, if we rush in to attack him head-on, we have 50% chance of losing the battle. After we return to the guild, we will send their family compensation. This is for the greater good of the guild, said Wansu with a serious expression. When everyone present there saw the face of Wansu, they finally realized the gravity of the situation. At first, they thought they could win against Kong Ho easily, but after seeing the uncertainty on the face of Wansu, they lost their previous confidence. They too became wary of the situation. Be ready to attack. Make sure you do as much as damage to him as you can. And also make sure you don't get in the path of his attacks. With all of our strength, I don't believe he won't die, said Wansu, as he wanted to cheer them up. After talk, everyone scattered in the circle. They all hid behind the low-level members. Seeing this, some of the members felt afraid, as they had seen what Kang Ho did to one of the high-ranking members. But even if they felt unfair, they didn't voice their concerns as they knew, even if Kang Ho didn't kill them, the high-ranking members would surely kill them. There were also some who thought they won't be harmed until there was Wansu. Seeing this new development, Kang Ho was amused. He didn't think they would swoop so low to use low-level member as a meat shield. Kang Ho didn't care about whatever tactics the high-level members used. In the end, the result would be the same. He had to kill them all anyway, so he just gripped his daggers and prepared himself for the attacks that were going to be aimed at him. "Attack!" yelled Wansu after everyone were in their positions. Everyone started a charge at Kang Ho while he stood at the same place with his guards up. He knew he couldn't be careless with the situation, as you could never underestimate your opponent. Everyone closed in on Kang Ho, leaving him no space to make an escape. Every one of them attacked Kang Ho, which he managed to dodge perfectly, as all of the attacks were from the low-level members. In his eyes, the attack was too slow. After dodging the attacks, Kang Ho made his move. He started to swing his dagger relentlessly. He wanted to clear all the low-level members as soon as possible. With each of his strikes, he managed to take down at least one of the hunters. Even after seeing this, the hunters didn't stop their attack, as they hoped that the high-level hunters would take care of the situation. Right then, Wansu's speed increased incredibly. He suddenly came close to where Kang Ho was and swung his sword. Wansu swung his sword towards Kang Ho. Kang Ho, on the other hand, tried to dodge the attack, but the sword still managed to make a small cut in the arm of Kang Ho. From the looks of it, Wansu used a skill. The cut didn't bother Kang Ho as it wasn't too deep. The wound was too shallow. Wansu, on the other hand, was sure he could at least injure Kang Ho's vital point. He just used his trump card, but all it did was create a small wound in Kang Ho's arm. Wansu right now wanted to kill himself for underestimating his opponent. He didn't believe at first that this guy who just recently became hunter could be his opponent. Even when he was in his prime, he took a lot of time to grow strong. But Kang Ho's growth speed was unheard of. Monster muttered Wansu in a low voice, as that was the most suiting word to describe a person like Kang Ho. Right now, Wansu wished he never came to this dang place to hunt this monster. All he wanted to now was to run away, but he rejected the thought immediately. He knew there was no place he could go if he betrayed the Choi Guild. He also knew this monster wouldn't let him escape easily either. The best option for him now was to keep the attack going. Wansu backed up a little to take some breather and think of a strategy. After he took a few steps back, Wansu realized the mistake that he made just now. All the members from 2nd Division started to panic. They didn't know what to do after seeing their leader getting scared. They didn't know what to do next. Do they retreat or keep going? They felt insecure after seeing Wansu losing confidence in the battle. So Wansu decided to join in the battle once again, in an effort to boost the morale of the guild members. Losing the morale to fight in this situation, where enemy's strength is unknown, is suicidal. What are you thinking? This is a battle of life and death. Don't lose your focus from the enemy, Won-Su said, in an effort to boost the morale. Yes, sir, replied the hunters while they continued their assault on Kong-ho. Even though Won-Su portrayed confidence from his words, you could see in his eye he had already lost all hope after his trump card just made a scratch on Kong-ho's body. The battle continued for some time. In just some time, Kang-ho managed to eliminate all the low-level hunters present there. By this time, everyone present there were well aware that there was no chance of escaping Kang-ho, but they still continued the fight. Most of the level 50 hunters were severely injured by now. Even Won-Su was injured badly. One of the severely injured hunters attacked Kang-ho. He was too slow. Kang-ho dodged the attack very easily. After dodging the attack, Kang-ho swung his dagger towards the attacker. In just a swing, he managed to behead the hunter. After killing the hunter, Kang-ho didn't stop there. He continued to attack all the present hunters without giving them a chance to regroup themselves. Kang-ho was getting bored here. He still had to make a visit to Choi Guild headquarters. So, he planned to finish this battle as soon as possible. All of the hunters present there were severely exhausted, mentally drained, and gravely injured. So Kang-ho didn't need much of an effort to kill them. He just had to swing his dagger once, and their body fell to the ground lifelessly. Seeing Won-Su was horrified. He could never have thought his decision to come here today would turn out to be so disastrous. All he could do now was to hope that this was just a nightmare, and he would wake up from the nightmare soon. Seeing his men fall to the ground lifelessly one by one under the attacks of Kang-ho's dagger, he realized how insignificant and helpless he was in front of true power. Kang-ho took care of all the present level 50 hunters there in just under a minute. Now the only two standing there were Kang-ho and Won-Su. Won-Su was already on his knees. He was mumbling something to himself. Kang-ho couldn't hear what Won-Su was mumbling. But when Kang-ho made his way towards Won-Su, he was suddenly jolted awake. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I will tell you everything I know about the Choi Guild. Please don't kill me, begged Won-Su. Speak. Kang-ho said he didn't know much about the Choi Guild. He needs to get as much information of Choi Guild as possible. The only thing he knew about them was their leader was around level 80. That's all, nothing else. If you really want to hurt the Choi Guild, you will have to attack the illegal markets that the Choi Guild owns. Half of the Choi Guild's forces protects the market from any danger. Choi Guild rules over 4 cities' underground business. If that is damaged, Choi Guild will have nothing to fall back on. Destroying the illegal businesses means destroying the guild, Won-Su said. Illegal business? What about the Hunters Association? Have they done nothing to them? Kang-ho asked. You think Hunters Association can afford to fight all the guilds that has illegal businesses? If they start to stop the illegal businesses from running, they will all come together against them and a civil war will start. So both the parties decided to make an agreement between each other to bring peace. The businesses decided not to harm the normal citizens, and the Hunter Association decided to turn a blind eye to them. That's one of the reasons why the people aren't out there killing each other for no reason. Before the agreement, there was a very big war between the parties which resulted in heavy causalities and loss on both sides. Many normal people suffered because of the conflict. So in order to bring stability, the illegal business were given an agreement, said Won-Su. Kang-ho listened to him carefully. This was a new piece of information for him. He didn't know how two organizations like Hunter Association that represented light and illegal business that represented darkness work together. It seemed if in a place where both the party contained an equal amount of power and significance, they could come to an agreement. Kang-ho didn't know how much life were lost during the war between the both parties, but he could guess it was a lot, because for them to come to an equal term there must have been something huge that happened. Kang-ho then decided when he has time. He needed to know what happened in those 2 years. He still felt like he didn't know this world. He wanted to research what happened on internet, but decided to do that later as he still had very important things to do. After saying that Won-Su continued on to describe about the business ran by the Choi Guild, most of the income of the guild came from the illegal businesses. Some of the business they ran was prostitution, illegal gambling, drugs trafficking, etc. They were the kings who ruled almost all of the underground business of 4 cities around Busan. There were 2 bases on the outskirts of Busan, which were located in secluded area. Remember, if you attack the illegal market, it's not just Choi Guild that you are attacking. All the small guilds that are affiliated to Choi Guild would become your enemy. To put it simply, you will have most of the Busan as your enemy. Most of the guilds present in Busan somehow has a very close relationship with the illegal market ran by Choi Guild. So, if you really attack, be prepared to face the wrath of the entire Busan. But if you don't attack the market and just kill some nobody like me, it wouldn't even matter to the guild. As for them, I am only a pawn. The big fishes are located in the illegal market, said Won-soo with a straight face. But inside his herd, he prayed that Kang-ho attacked the illegal market. Right now, what Won-soo was trying to do was to throw a bait in front of Kang-ho, at the same time making his claims believable by admitting that he would incur the wrath of Kang-ho. On top of all, he was provoking Kang-ho so that he would bite the bait. Won-soo didn't believe Kang-ho could face the entire Busan single-handedly. He thought if Kang-ho really attacked the market, he would be singing his own death contact. Kang-ho knew what Won-soo was trying to do, but he didn't really care about what may happen to him if he was chased down by so many hunters. The only thing he cared about was to destroy the entire Choi Guild through and through. He didn't care if he had to fight Busan or the world as the consequence. He would do it anyway. They had dared to attack his family. He didn't care if he killed innocent people as a consequence. He was not a hero. He would go to any length necessary to protect his family. Kang-ho listened to all the details that Won-soo had to say about the Choi Guild. From what he learned from Won-soo, it seemed that Choi Guild was also involved in many types of activities that the Hunter Association couldn't tolerate, like trafficking of normal humans, forced prostitution, etc. He mentioned that the presence of Hunter Association didn't mean much in Busan. The hunters deployed here by the Hunters Association were just too weak to interfere in their affairs. Some of the Hunter Association's managing staffs present in Busan were paid huge sums to keep their secret in wraps, so the main branch had no idea what was going on here in Busan. After getting all the information he needed to hunt these markets ran by the Choi Guild, Kang-ho had no use of Won-soo, so he swiftly beheaded him. Won-soo had provided him very important key pieces of information, so Kang-ho decided to kill him instantly as a reward. After he was done killing them, he got rid of the blood on his daggers and sheathed it. After that, he wore a mask. He was going to a market. It was sure that there would be a lot of people, so he didn't want them to take his photos while he destroyed the market. He didn't care about his life, but rather, he worried about his family. He didn't want his enemy to attack his family to take revenge on him. His family's safety came first for him. His family was the only weakness he had. Attestier. After Kang-ho was ready, he used his stealth skill and began heading toward the market. It didn't take too long for Kang-ho to reach the suburbs where the market was located. When he reached there, most of the people present in the market were wearing masks to cover their face. As Kang-ho made his way towards the middle of the market, Kang-ho saw many disgusting things, like some people were auctioning a female that looked half dead from the injuries on her body. But the eye of that girl told a totally different story. It seemed like the eyes of the girl were filled of flames of revenge. She wanted to devour everyone present at the auction. Welcome, everyone. Today we have a premium product for the auction. She is a Viren. I saved the best product for the last. This is the final item of the auction. Although she may seem dirty and full of wounds, trust me. Once you cleaned and healed her up, you would have yourself a very pretty Viren beauty. She is even a level 10 hunter. We had to sacrifice some of our men to subdue this bit H. The starting BIs will be $100,000 and only the increment of $1,000 shall be counted, said the auctioneer and began the auction. Kang-ho was watching the dark side of the human society in front of his eyes, but he didn't really care. After living in a place like Hades, he believed that only the survivors could call themselves strong, and only the strong had the right to survive. He believed that even if he saved an innocent person from a bad person, that innocent person would still be killed, exploited by some other bad person later in his or her life. That's how the world worked if you don't fight for your own rights. Don't expect anyone else to do it for them. At the end of the day, Kong Ho didn't believe in the concept of there being good and bad in the world. At the end of the day, they were all predators looking to devour each other for their own selfish reasons and to survive. The one who survives is held as strong and gets to dictate the narrative of the story, so he wouldn't go and help someone who can't help themselves. He didn't care what the situation was. He didn't wait there for much long as he had much better things to do. From the crowd, he made his way to the headquarters where Choi Guild's hunters were stationed. From what Won-Soo mentioned, most of the business here were Choi Guild's, only few of them were run by other guilds. He also mentioned the fact that most of the high-level guilds had many ways of income, which could bring them fortune. So most of them didn't care about running these kinds of illegal businesses. They mostly focused on building their reputation to attract more hunters. That's the reason why low-level guilds like Choi Guilds had the monopoly over these kinds of illegal businesses. After some time, Kong Ho finally arrived at the building mentioned by Won-Soo. The building was located in the dirtiest part of the town. You could see rotting dead body floating in a sewage. The whole place stank of rotting dead body. The place was truly disgusting. The place was surrounded by many different buildings. The place was very dark. I need to finish this quickly, Kong Ho thought, as he was not the fan of disgusting place like this. He entered the building. Inside, he saw a group of masked men playing cards. Kang Ho was not discreet while entering the building. He was well aware of the strength of the people. Who are you? This place is off-limit. Didn't you see a dead body outside? That was a warning sign for anyone looking to trespass. Don't blame us for being ruthless, said one of the guys as all of them took their weapons out. The whole place was reeking of alcohol. Most of them were so drunk they could barely stand. The only person that wasn't drunk was the guy that spoke up when Kang Ho entered. Kang Ho didn't bother answering to them. They were just guards guarding the building, so he decided to make it quick. He took his daggers out of his storage ring. What a nice day a storage ring came to me by itself. Hey guys, I am calling the dibs on the ring, said one of the drunk guys. Shut up. If you don't want to die by my hands, go take care of the rascal. I don't have time to play with kids, said the guy who spoke first. Yes, sir, yelled the drunk guy as he ran towards Kang Ho. Kang Ho stood there while watching the drunk guy trying to run to him. The guy was so drunk he couldn't even run properly. The man came close to Kang Ho and swung his sword. Kang Ho just blocked the attack as it wasn't too powerful. After blocking the guy, Kang Ho swung his dagger at the guy multiple times. After he was done slicing, the parts of his body fell to the ground, and the entire area was covered in a pool of blood. After witnessing their friend being killed in such a horrific manner, one of the guards there started vomiting. All of them took some steps back. One of the guards took his phone out. It seemed like he was about to call someone for help. Kang Ho, on the other hand, didn't stand there for their attack as he knew they would be hesitating after seeing how easily he killed one of their friends. So Kang Ho ran towards the one who was trying to call someone. One swing was all it took for Kang Ho to behead the guard. After seeing this, everyone lost their wits. They knew even if they attacked Kang Ho together, they won't be able to do much damage to him as he was too strong. They could barely keep their eyes on Kang Ho as he was moving too fast for their eyes to catch up. So they turned around and tried to escape. But in front of Kang Ho, they couldn't make it too far as they were too slow. Right when they tried to run, Kang Ho used high full speed to chase them one by one and kill them. At the end, no one could even make it past the door of the building. All the bodies were scattered around the floor. Kang Ho swung his dagger and got rid of the blood on the dagger, then made his way towards the upper floor of the building. He made it to the second floor, but the floor was completely empty. Third and fourth floor were empty as well. When he arrived at fifth floor, he finally heard voices. He was told by Won-Soo that there should be about 300 Choi Guild members present here at all times, so he was surprised, as there were only about 20 members present here. He guessed the number by hearing the footsteps, voices, and other noises. So he wanted to gather information as to where others were gone. Kang Ho activated his skill Void Walk by concentrating on his mans. and made his way to the 5th floor. As he expected, there were only 22 people inside the floor. He checked with his passive skill and found out that most of them were level 25 hunters. There were supposed to be at least 200 level 50 hunters from what I had heard, Kang Ho thought. Hey, I think we should go to the market too. I think they might need our help if they start fighting, said one of the masked men. You think you could help them? With your insignificant power? Don't make me laugh. You would be killed in an instant. Just shut up and do your work. They would be back with the good news at any moment, said one of the masked man who was resting on a sofa when others were working on their desk. It seemed that he was in charge right now. What do we gain from this partnership? Why are the core members so happy about the partnership? Asked the masked guy who was working. With this collaboration, we would get access to 2 more cities, and the strength of our guild will increase by a lot, said the man resting on the sofa. Kang Ho listened in on the conversation, and it seemed that most of the members had gone to a location to sign an agreement with different small guilds from 2 different cities. They didn't talk about where they went to, so Kang Ho decided to attack and ask for himself. He appeared behind one of the working masked man and swung his dagger and managed to kill him in one swing. He couldn't even handle his one attack. Seeing this, everyone in the room were shocked. They couldn't believe that one of their guild members would be killed in front of their own eyes, and they couldn't even do anything about it. They all grabbed their weapon and backed up. They came behind the man who was resting behind the sofa. Which guild sent you to cause trouble? How much did they pay you? Whatever they paid, we will pay the double. Just tell us what you need, and we would forget what happened. Although he said such words, Kang Ho could feel his killing intent. He just wanted to kill Kang Ho, but he didn't have choice, as Kang Ho attacked them when they were most vulnerable. So he tried to woo Kang Ho with money. Kang Ho had successfully evaded his senses as well, so he didn't have the confidence to face Kang Ho. Kang Ho didn't reply to the offer given by the man. He checked the level of the man. It turned out he was level 50, and his name was Ko Min Chul. Kang Ho ran toward them. Seeing that Kang Ho was in no mood to talk, they gripped their weapon, were ready for the clash. When Kang Ho finally reached the group, Ko Min Chun initiated the first attack. Kang Ho dodged the attack quickly and ignored the guy. He wanted to clear all the low-level people first, so that he could talk to the boss in private. Kang Ho jumped towards the rest of them and stared, killing rest of them with a single swing. Some of them tried to run, but they were the first one Nag Ho targeted. F. Kerr. What do you want? Why are you here? Yelled Min Chul in frustration. He had to watch his men die in front of his eye as he could do nothing. All the time he tried to attack Kang Ho, he dodged his attack easily and went to do whatever he was doing. Min Chul felt this helpless for the first time in his life. Kang Ho didn't answer to the yelling Min Chul as he continued to kill others one by one. By the end, Min Chul gave up on attacking Kang Ho and was on his knees with a horrified look in his face. There were some headless and brutally butchered body all around him. He just prayed to God to spare his life. Kang Ho killed the last remaining hunter and turned towards Min Chul. Where can I find the others? Asked Kang Ho. They are in the market doing deal with some guilds, said the Min Chul. Where in the market? Asked Kang Ho. He was happy that he wouldn't have to go too far to find them. In the middle of the market, there is an auction place. Go there opposite to the auction place. There is a restaurant you can find Theme there having a meeting. Please don't kill me, said Min Chul, and begged Nag Ho. Kang Ho, on the other hand, found what he was looking for, so he didn't have any more use. So Kang Ho swung his dagger and killed Min Chul. After he was done in the place, he made his way back towards the center of the market where he saw the auction house. After some time, he finally reached the place and found a restaurant opposite to the auction place. The restaurant was guarded by 4 level 25 guards. He walked towards the restaurant. What business do you have? Go somewhere else, the restaurant is closed for customer for now, said one of the guards as he pointed his spear toward Kang Ho. Kang Ho didn't back away. Instead, he took his dagger out of his ring and directly attacked the man. Kang Ho swung his sword once and beheaded the man with just one strike. The guard couldn't even react. Welcome, Sir Kim Chul, welcome. Please sit down. said one fat guy with a mask as he stood up towards a well-built man with a sword hanging on his waist and was wearing a mask to conceal his identity, entering a private cabin of a restaurant. The man named Kim Chul didn't respond to the fat man. The fat man didn't take offense to that. He knew if he got upset and said something, he wouldn't leave this in one piece. The man then sat opposite to the fat man. After he sat down, a knife suddenly appeared on the neck of the fat man. The fat man didn't notice anyone coming behind him. He was scared by the new development. He started sweating. Suddenly, his subordinates grabbed their weapons and wanted to attack the man with the knife, but he signaled them to stop immediately, as he clearly knew that this was the work of Kim Chul. "You know the reason we wear a mask when meeting, right?" After maintaining a moment of silence, asked Kim Chul with anger apparent on his eyes. "Yes, sir. I am very sorry, sir. I will never do it again. If this repeat, I will cut my own tongue off. I hope you would forgive me for this mistake," said the fat man in a hurry. He knew if Kim Chul wanted him dead, his guild members could have done nothing, as he clearly knew the strength of Choi Guild. They were basically the bosses of the underground in Busan. He knew if he offended them, his guild would be wiped off the existence in a matter of days. "If your guild was not necessary for our plan of expansion, you would have been headless before you could finish my name. Seeing that we need you for our plans, I will spare you this one time," said Kim Chul as he was angry at the fat man. In reality, Kim Chul knew he couldn't hurt the fat man because their guildmaster had told them to not hurt the man. But he intimidated the man just to let him know his position in their deal. "Yes, sir, I will do as you say," said the fatty with a relieved expression on his face. The fatty clearly didn't know what kind of role he played in this deal. "So, let's begin the talk, fatty. Now tell me, what are you hoping to gain from the business deal?" asked Kim Chul directly, as he didn't have time to beat around the bush. "Sigh." Even before the fatty could answer, they heard a loud bang from outside the restaurant. "Who the FK wants to die? Check who is causing the trouble and kill whoever it is without any exception. I don't care which guild they come from. They must die if they cause trouble here. We already have too much trouble paying money to the money-hungry BARDs in the Hunter Association. If they find out we are causing trouble down here, even they might not be willing to help us," said Kim Chul to his guild members. As that was going on inside the restaurant, outside right after Kong Ho killed the guard with the sphere, all the Choi Guild members who were hiding in corners, among the crowd and surrounding places, came out of their hiding with their weapons pointed at Kang Ho. Kang Ho took a look around and saw there were many people surrounding the area. It seemed everyone from the Choi Guild were gathered here. He came to the right spot. Just then, all the guard present in front of the restaurant attacked Kong Ho simultaneously. Kong Ho easily beheaded them in an instant. After seeing this, all the Choi Guild members were just about to pounce towards Kong Ho. They stopped when they heard footsteps coming from inside the restaurant. After some time, two guys wearing masks exited the restaurant. "So, you are the one who is causing the trouble?" "Boys, kill him, sir, instructed not to sphere anyone who causes trouble," asked the man, and quickly turned towards his men in the crowd as he didn't want to listen to Kang Ho. After saying this, he again entered the restaurant as if he had more important things to do rather than fight an insane guy. Kang Ho didn't stop the guy from entering the restaurant, as he would die in his anyway later. He then turned towards the hundreds of the Choi Guild members. Using his ability, he found out that there weren't many level 50 members among them. It seemed that most of them were inside the restaurant. After hearing the man, they attacked Kong Ho at the same time. Kong Ho didn't just stand there like a statue to face them. He also ran towards them. After Kong Ho came face to face with a member of the Choi Guild, he was attacked by a sword. Kong Ho dodged the attack before it could hit him. After dodging, he attacked the man and killed him in one strike. Kong Ho was about to attack the next guy, but he suddenly noticed some arrow and balls of fire coming down to hit him in a very fast speed. Kong Ho dodged the attack successfully. After he dodged the attack, Kong Ho took a glance towards the area where the attack came from. It seemed there were many ranged attackers gathered in one place. Kang Ho hated a group of ranged fighters when he was fighting close quarter battle, as he had to look around for the attacks from all the directions. So, Kang Ho decided to take care of the ranged attackers first. He left the guy he was about to attack and turned towards the range attackers and started running towards them. "Protect the ranged attackers! Don't let the FKR near them!" One of the masked men yelled towards other. After listening to him, some of the nearest people jumped in the way of Kang Ho and tried to stop him by attacking him. But they could not stop Kang Ho as he was dodging their attacks. After dodging, he attacked their vital parts and killed them in one attack. As Kang Ho was making his way towards the ranged attackers, he was leaving behind a trail of dead bodies. He killed everyone standing on his way. Seeing this, everyone present there in the scene started panicking. They couldn't believe a single person could do this on his own. As he was making his way towards the ranged attackers, they started panicking, as they didn't have much experience fighting a close battle. They just enjoyed hunting from behind the group. Now that was coming back to haunt them. Some of them even wanted to run away, but just then. "Focus on the target. He cannot hope to kill us if we attack him together. He is just afraid of us. He thinks we are a threat to his. That's the reason why he is coming to attack us, so just focus and keep attacking. He is not invincible," said one of the mages. The ranged attackers had their morale boosted after hearing the mage. He was a prominent figure in the guild, so they believed his words. They all once again focused their attention on attacking Kang Ho rather than running away. The ranged attacker felt as if their heart would pop out of their body any seconds. As they saw Kang Ho slaughtering his way through the close-quarter fighting hunters, their blood ran cold. After witnessing Kang Ho's power, even the level 50 mage was having trouble concealing his own fear. Slaughtering some more of the hunters, Kang Ho finally made his way to the ranged attackers. Some of the other hunters were trying to attack Kang Ho, but Kang Ho didn't attack them back. He just dodged their attack and went towards one ranged attacker after another. It was almost as if Kang Ho was playing games with them. He didn't even care about their existence. All that mattered to him now was to kill all the range attackers. After they were played around by Kang Ho and had enough of it, the ranged attackers tried to provoke him by saying some stuffs, but even that didn't budge Kang Ho from his goal. All they could do was to watch as Kang Ho started his one-sided slaughter of the Choi Guild's ranged hunters. When Kang Ho started his attack, some of the ranged attackers tried to run off, but Kang Ho didn't give them any chance to run, as he started to target those hunters that tried to run. Watching all of this, the mage who was boosting morale earlier was now shivering in fear. He didn't get his class on his own, rather. He took the magic pill that helped hunters to gain a class, so he was not that good at using some of the skills. The pill had a severe side effect on the consumer, which was that it would cripple their growth by a lot. And the people who consumed this medicine for their class would be weaker than the normal level 50 people. He knew if Kang Ho targeted him, he would not have a choice but to die, so he started attacking like a madman, hoping to kill Kang Ho before he reaches him. But in Choi Guild, he was not the only one who consumed the pill. There were many hunters in the guild like him who consumed this pill to gain the power. They knew that they didn't have a chance to get class normally, so the pill was the only thing that could fulfill their dream. Only the Choi Guild that provided so many of these pills to their members with these kind of pill in the entire Busan. That was the reason why they were able to attract so many people to join their guild, and most of them who joined the guild had total loyalty towards the guild because they gifted them the pill for free. They didn't care what Choi Guild did in the market. They didn't care if they were seen as evil. Choi Guild had provided them with a chance in their life, which they could never have done themselves. They saw Choi Guild as a source of light in the dark world. They would do anything to protect it. "We must not let the market fall in the hands of the enemy. We will give our lives to protect what's ours," yelled the mage as he continued his attack. His words were like fuel to the fire for the other guild members. It ignited their fighting spirit again. They all started to attack Kang Ho like some mad people. They were determined to kill Kang Ho today. Kang Ho was troubled by the increased attacks. He had to dodge attacks more often, which slowed him down. Kang Ho decided to kill the Mage Fist after the change of the event. He wasn't invincible. He could also die if they managed to attack him in the vitals. So his first priority was now to kill the mage. Kang Ho turned towards the mage. He wanted to finish him as fast as he could, so he started running towards him. The mage didn't feel scared this time. Rather, he had already forfeited his life when he decided to say those words. Kang Ho closed in on him and beheaded the mage with one strike, which made the surrounding people shudder. Kang Ho was killing level 50 people like he was chopping cabbage. They couldn't not believe the level 50 mage could be killed so easily. For them, it was a nightmare. They had now all the hopes they had to defeat Kang Ho. Manchemtu. So when can start the work? Asked Kim Chul to Fatty. They were still having the chat between the cooperation of the guilds. When? Fatty was just going to answer to the question that Kim Chul asked, but they heard one louder bang. Even after the meeting started, the noise continued, but this was enough. They had been talking for a while now, but the fight had not finished yet. They were getting irritated. What the HK is going on? Didn't you say there is just one person that is causing the trouble? Do you think this is a joke? You need so much time to subdue just one guy? Yelled Kim Chul. He had had enough of this. The noises were getting louder as time passed by. They couldn't have even had a peaceful meeting. This meeting was very important of the future of both the guilds, so this meeting was also very important. But the noises were just unbearable. I will go and check on the situation, said one of the men present there as he excused himself out of the room. This guy was become their headache. As he came out of the room, Fatty and Kim Chul continued their talk about the partnership. After the guy left to see the situation, there were not many noises. The entire place was silent. This gave them a little relief, but after just some seconds, they heard loud bangs on the door of their cabin. Is he gone mad? Why is he knocking the door like a madman? Said the Fatty, as he was annoyed by the noise after a moment of silence. Open and see who it is, said Kim Chul. One of the men opened the door. Right when they opened the door, the man from earlier who went to check the situation barged in. Fear was apparent in his eyes. His behavior seemed like he had just seen Ghost. Kim Chul was about to ask what happened, but before him the man said something which made them all stand up. There is a bloodbath outside. The single guy killed almost all of our forces outside, said the man with a very shaky voice. This is a joke, right? Asked the Fatty. The Fatty had sweats on his forehead. He knew the power PF the Choi Guild members stationed in this market very clearly. He couldn't believe one guy by himself could kill that many hunters in just some minutes. His head exploded with thousands of thoughts. You guys didn't provoke any high-ranking guilds, right? Asked Fatty, as he thought the explanation would be that the man came from high-ranking guilds. He could never imagine someone from Busan could accomplish this. Do you have SHT in your head? You know we don't even associate with the high-ranking guilds, let alone provoke them. We don't have time to think who it is we need to kill the Bass RD immediately. He shouldn't leave the market today in one piece. Let's go, yelled Kim Chul. This made Kim Chul extremely angry. He couldn't believe someone could just walk in their territory and kill most of their forces in just a span of 30 minutes. He had never heard of this kind of situation. The other explanation here was that someone from high-level guild came here and killed their members. He couldn't believe this explanation as well as he was one of the inner core members of the guild, and he knew most of the ins and outs of the guild. He knew that they had never offended any great powers. He also knew about the distance that Choi Guild went to please high-level guilds. Whenever Choi Guild came across a high-level equipment, they would always send them to one of the high-level guilds to please them. The guild master would do anything to please the high-level guilds. So, someone attacking from some high-level guild was impossible. The guild that Choi Guild supplied with high-level things protected them from other high-level guilds. Not many knew the fact that the high-level guild was the one who protected them from the Hunter Association. This was the most guarded secret only known by selected few. Of course, they paid some of the corrupt officials for that too, but they could never guarantee protection from the association. Only the high-level guild could ensure their safety. He was the one who ran all the markets, so it was obvious he would know about this fact. Right now he wanted to call Guildmaster to inform him, but he thought to make the call after he captures the culprit of kill him. The rage inside him was boiling. He wanted to kill the culprit. This was one of the most important days for the guild. If the deal he was in process of making was successful, they could expand their influence in the region. He didn't want anyone to ruin that. While he made his way out of the guild, he was thinking about capturing the culprit and torture till his death. He wanted to know who wanted to challenge their hegemony in the region. After so much thinking, the conclusion he came to was this incident was orchestrated by one of their rival guilds. They must have paid the expert to cause trouble here. Just as he was thinking about the guild that could be responsible, they finally made it out of the restaurant. When Kim Chul saw what had happened outside the restaurant, his expression changed rapidly. First, he had an astonished look in his face second. He had rage apparent on his face. And lastly, after controlling his emotion, he had a serious look. He couldn't believe the scene he had just seen. Kang Ho killed all the Choi Guild member present outside of the restaurant. It didn't take him that long to finish them, as most of them didn't even have a class. As for the ones who had a class, they were extremely weak. Even they couldn't last longer than 1 to 2 strikes from Kang Ho. Killing them was very easy for Kang Ho. He didn't even break a sweat. When he was about to finish the last guy from the group, the restaurant door finally opened. He saw Kim Chul standing there. Using his skill, he found out that Kim Chul was actually level 60. It seemed he did come to the right place after all. All of the people beside Kim Chul were level 50. "Stop!" Kim Chul yelled with a demanding voice. When he saw Kang Ho was about to kill one of his men, he couldn't help but yell. He was responsible for the people working in the market, so he couldn't let anyone in front of his eyes. Kang Ho didn't stop his movement. After hearing Kim Chul, he just turned towards Kim Chul. The hunter that was in front of Kang Ho thought he would be saved when he saw Kim Chul yell. He was extremely happy he knew Kang Ho wouldn't dare to offend Kim Chul, as he was one of the core members of the guild. But soon, his happiness turned into horror. Kang Ho just turned towards Kim Chul's direction. He didn't stop his attack. Kang Ho still swung his dagger and beheaded the guy immediately. Kang Ho killed the man while he stared towards Kim Chul, almost as if he was mocking the guy. Kim Chul first thought his yell intimidated Kang Ho, but when he saw him kill the man in front of the guy, he couldn't almost believe in his eyes. This guy entered their territory and even dared to provoke him, the one who oversaw everything here. "What are you fools waiting for? Go kill the BSRD now!" "Attack!" yelled Kim Chul, as he had never seen a guy like this, who would provoke them in their own territory. They had been ruling over this land for past 1 year. How could Kim Chul let this matter go? If they let this guy live after this incident, Choi Guild would be turned to a laughingstock for the entirety of Busan. This would be most embarrassing thing for them to be mocked within their territory. Kim Chul could never let this happen. Not while he was alive. He would never spare someone who played with the dignity of their guild. Kim Chul decided to skin this Bass already alive and hang him in front of the market. That would be a very clear message for their rivals. Choi Guild was not a pushover. Right after Kim Chul yelled, all the members of the guild ran towards Kang Ho to surround him from all the side. They were trying to block Kang Ho's escape route. Kang Ho didn't do anything as he stood there as they did that. Kang Ho didn't really feel threatened by their numbers. But Kang Ho would never be careless in such fights. He would be cautious while fighting them. He let them block him because if he really came into trouble, he could easily make a way for himself to escape. After they completely blocked Kang Ho's escape route, they waited for further instruction from Kim Chul. They had seen what Kang Ho did to the others, so they were also a little worried and afraid to face Kang Ho. They knew attacking without a plan was suicidal. They couldn't be careful to face such an opponent. "The FK are you waiting for? I said attack and kill the BSRD right now!" yelled Kim Chul once more. He had completely lost his Kim to rage when Kang Ho provoked him earlier. He had never been humiliated like that in his entire life. Everyone he met always either feared him or admired him. He now just wanted to kill Kang Ho. Normally, he would think things through before acting, but right now he was totally consumed by rage. After yelling, Kim Chul himself dashed towards Kang Ho after seeing his men hesitating in front of Kang Ho. He decided to be the first one to attack him and show his people that Kang Ho was just a pest. He quickly made his way towards Kang Ho, but before he could reach him, his men finally started their assault. After seeing their boss wanted the guy dead, they stopped hesitating as they believed in their boss completely. If their boss said they could kill the guy, they would kill him, without worrying for their life. Seeing this, Kim Chul was finally satisfied, as he had smile in his face and killing intent in his eyes. After seeing his men finally taking the initiative to attack Kang Ho, Kim Chul finally decided to stop where he was and see how things go from there. He wanted to just see the power Kang Ho had, as he had not seen him fight. He wanted to make sure he could handle the situation if push came to shove. Kang Ho was being attacked by all sides. He blocked some attacks which he couldn't dodge in time, and he dodged some attacks which he could dodge. Kang Ho also started his attack. After seeing that some of the hunters present there were weak, he decided to kill them first. They were all level 50, but most of them were very weak. It didn't take very long for Kang Ho to kill them. He just needed to hit them once or twice in their vitals, and they died instantly. Seeing Kang Ho kill his men, Kim Chul's anger was rising. He finally made his mind to attack. After seeing Kang Ho's battle, he suddenly realized something. Even he wouldn't be able to take care of Kang Ho alone. He knew he needed to attack with numbers if he wanted to take him down. He couldn't fathom Nag Ho's movement. Kim Chul realized in a one-on-one battle, Kang Ho would surely be able to dodge his attack easily. Bai Di would have a hard time to do the same as he wasn't as fast as Kang Ho. On top of that, he couldn't really see Kang Ho's attack coming, as he attacked very decisively and made it difficult for the opponent. In the end, his opponents always fell victim to Kang Ho's attacks. Seeing Kim Chul move, some of the other men who were hiding and waiting for Kim Chul's order also made their move. They were the member of Kim Chul's hunting group. Kang Ho finally saw all of the people decided to attack, so he finally let himself loose and stopped holding back. Kang Ho was holding back his power this whole time because he knew that those people hiding in the shadows were there to measure his power. They wanted to make sure they could handle Kang Ho by themselves. If Kang Ho were to unleash his full strength, they would have scattered and ran away. The one thing Kang Ho hated the most was letting his prey slip away. So he just showed a little bit of his powers and not going overboard. Kim Chul and his team of hunters finally clashed with Kang Ho. They weren't that strong, but their teamwork was on a different level. They attacked Kang Ho without giving him a chance to recover. Every move they made was well calculated. They were in perfect sync with each other. They had a very strong teamwork, the type that came only after experiencing hundreds of life and death situations together. After they joined in, Kang Ho was pushed back a little because he didn't get a chance to retaliate. He was just busy dodging and blocking their attacks. After some time, Kang Ho finally decided to take a step back. After regaining his foothold, Kang Ho decided to target all the remaining hunters around him, avoiding Kim Chul's team. He began to distance himself from them while he battled. He was always 2 steps ahead of them. Whenever they came towards him to attack him, he would leave that place before he was attacked by the group. This made Kim Chul really angry. He always had pride in his group's teamwork and strength. He always felt they were comparable to Choi Guild's main hunting team, if not better than them. Keep your attacks going, I want to see, until when the rat keeps running from us. He will fall prey to our bladed eventually if we keep going like this. Kim Chul commanded his men. After seeing Kang Ho running around avoiding them, he felt Kang Ho was afraid of them. He felt if they keep on going, Kang Ho would eventually fall victim to their might. But in reality, Kang Ho was just trying to kill all the pest before confronting them. Kang Ho wasn't really afraid of them, rather he was being cautious, as you never know when he would make a mistake. In a fight, if you were cornered, you had more chances of making a mistake. He wanted to avoid such situation as much as possible. He knew if he continued to fight them with so many other hunters around them, he was bound to make some stupid mistake. Kang Ho continued to fight like that sore some more time, and managed to kill most of the remaining hunters as he was moving around. Most of the hunters remaining were very badly injured. They were barely able to stand on their feet, let alone cause Kang Ho any harm. Seeing the hunters being killed in front of their eyes, while they could do nothing to stop HM, Kim Chul and his men felt as if they were being toyed by Kang Ho. After Kang Ho had taken care of all the pests in the surrounding, Kang Ho finally focused on the Kim Chul and others. They were fuming with rage at the moment. Kang Ho finally made his attack towards them. This time, when Kang Ho attacked them, they were not as organized as before, as most of them were filled with rage and lost their mind, The only thing they wanted to see now was Kang Ho's headless corpse. This made things much easier for Kang Ho, as there were many flaws in their attacks, and if Kang Ho took advantage of those flaws, he could kill them quite easily. Kang Ho started his attacks on the now disorganized group of men. He, without taking a break, attacked them with his daggers. After some time of clash, there were just about 6 men remaining alive in the group. Kim Chul was devastated after seeing his group of friends being killed by Kang Ho so easily. He couldn't believe Kang Ho could kill so many of his men. He was losing his mind. Right now, he didn't care about anything. There was only one goal in his head, that was to kill Kang Ho. Kang Ho suddenly felt mana being the mana was coming from Kim Chul. It seemed he had used his skill. Kim Chul suddenly pounced towards him when he was examining what was going on. Before he knew it, Kim Chul was right in front of him. It seemed that Kim Chul's skill gave HM boost in speed, as his attack was faster than earlier, and his speed also had a major boost. This didn't change his situation though, as he was killed by Kang Ho in just some seconds. Even after boosting his speed, he wasn't able to land a hit on Nag Ho. He still couldn't follow Kang Ho's movements. After Kim Chul died, his followers tried to escape, but Nag Ho attacked them and killed them, even before they do so. With this, Kang Ho had destroyed one of the markets owned by Choi Guild. He wanted to head towards the next market. He cleaned his dagger and put them back. He was about to leave the market, but before he could, something interesting came in his view. After he started his killing spree in the market, most of the people gathered there started running away, but some started to cause havoc in the chaotic situation for their own gain. There were people looting things in shops. Most of them didn't even care if Kang Ho was still there. They just wanted to gain some benefits even if their life was in danger. "Sir, I don't think this place is safe for you right now. The Choi Guild has fallen. There is no one protecting this place right now. It would be best for you to leave this place immediately. If that guy who killed all the men from Choi Guild decided to kill everyone present, I don't think even we could kill him. He is just too powerful for us to handle. Also, this place is starting to get a lot chaotic. People are starting to loot each other. You will be the center of attraction in this kind of situation," said one masked man. He was wearing black suit like a bodyguard. He was talking to a fat, masked man with all kinds of jewelry on his neck and his finger. In the crowd, he stood out the most as he was covered with precious material. There were 5 bodyguards around him. The man was getting very worried of the fat man's safety as the situation was worsening as the time passed by. He wanted to immediately leave the place. He had seen how Kang Ho killed all the Choi Guild members. He didn't want to risk his life by staying here. "All of you surround me and protect me. I won't leave this place until I get my property. After paying 1 million for that thing, you want me to leave without it? Have you gone crazy? You think I pay you every month to keep me company? Shut the FK up! And go bring my property to me then, after we can leave this Esthol," yelled the fat man. He was fuming with anger, as he paid these men to protect him from any danger. He expected them to protect him, not run away. In middle of all the chaos, he started yelling, and it seemed that he gained bad people's attention. All of the people who were busy seemed to have heard what the man had said and turned towards him. When all the people saw the fat man, they were immediately attracted to all the valuable things on the fat man. They immediately started running towards the man in hopes to reach him first and kill him too. Take all the valuables as loot. After seeing this bodyguard from earlier panicked, he knew the fat man won't move until H wishes were fulfilled. There were just too many people rushing towards them after hearing the man's shout. "Listen to me carefully. I will go in and bring the girl. You guys surround him and protect him at all cost. If he even has one scratch when I am gone, I will kill you all," said the bodyguard to his team with a commanding tone, as there were many people advancing towards them. "Bring my property safely. Make sure it is not harmed. If she even has one scratch, I will cut both your arms. I will make sure your life turns into living Hades," yelled the fat man. He was still thinking about his property even when people were running towards him to kill him. He didn't care. He knew he had a strong group of people protecting him. The man instead didn't say anything. He just nodded and left. After the man left, his team moved to protect the fat man. They were having a tough time as there were just too many people attacking at the same time. The fight to save the fat man continued for some more time. Meanwhile, the man who left finally came with the girl from the auction. She had a collar on her neck, and she was being dragged by the man to the fat man. "Give me my property. Let me see if it's been damaged," the fat man said to his bodyguard. Under the mask, the fat man was drooling after seeing the bare thighs of the girl. He had a disgusting look on his face under the mask. After hearing the fat man, the bodyguard handed the chain to the fat man. He was in a hurry because his team were in a very bad condition in the fight. They were being pushed back by the crowd. If he was a little late, the crowd would probably have been able to come past the guards and attack the fat man. This was a really serious situation, but the fat man didn't seem to care about it as he was busy checking out the girl. Oh. Nag Ho was just about to leave the place right then he came across the crowd. He didn't want to stay there, but he suddenly witnessed a scene which made his steps stop suddenly. When the fat man was examining the girl took out the dagger that was hanging on the fat man's waist very skillfully. The fat man didn't realize that the girl had taken his dagger. He was still admiring the girl's beauty. He had to admit the girl was very pretty, he guessed. With just a bath, she would become more beautiful than a model. The girl, meanwhile, took the dagger and hid it behind her back. She was waiting for a best moment to strike. She was like a predator waiting for the prey to make a mistake. "Sir, I don't think we can handle this many people with just us. We need to eve this place immediately," the bodyguard yelled. Even after he joined in to push back the crowd, he hadn't managed to push them back. They were in a stalemate. The bodyguard knew if they stayed here longer, it would be bad. They might not be able to protect the fat man if some of the people managed to come near the fat man. "Kill them all, and let's leave this place!" The fat man turned around and yelled. He just ignored what the bodyguard told him just now. He was angry at the crowd for targeting him. He wanted to see them all dead. But right when the fat man turned around, the girl got her chance, and she jumped onto the fat man's back. She knew she couldn't win if she attacked the man front, so she decided to attack the man from the back. Her decision was very right, as just when she jumped on the man's back, he tried to catch the girl, but he was unable to, as he had a hard time to reaching his back. The girl didn't waste much time, as there were many bodyguards around. She took the dagger and made a cut from ear to ear on the man's neck. After doing so, she grabbed the man's hair and pulled his head backward. The blood started gushing out like a fountain. AAKK. AKHE. The Mad tried to say something towards his bodyguard, but he was unable to as his vocal was cleanly sliced apart. As the bodyguard were facing the other direction, they didn't realize what had happened behind their back. The girl didn't stop there after pulling the man's head by his hair. The head was bended backward in a bizarre way, and the bone of the man was visible. She took the dagger and started hitting the bone until it broke. After the bone was broken, she cleanly chopped the head off. The girl had jumped off the fat man's back. After the girl came off, the headless body fell to the ground with a thud. The girl was standing there looking towards the corpse of the man. She wasn't horrified, she wasn't not happy, she just seemed like she was dead inside. She just had the will and desire to live. She didn't have emotion, but her eyes told everything that she was feeling. She had a fierce look in her eyes. It revealed that she would kill anyone who would want to harm her. The girl had blood on her cheek. She used her other hand, which was holding the dagger, to remove the blood. After killing the man, she was still dazed, so she didn't run away right away. One of the bodyguards turned around to check on the situation, but right when he did, he turned around. He saw the fat man's headless body falling to the ground. He was enraged. "FK," the bodyguard yelled. Other bodyguards were busy to control the situation, so they didn't care about the bodyguard. The bodyguard didn't say anything else and charged towards the girl right away. He was totally enraged. His mind was clouded by anger. When the man Acme running towards her, the girl finally came to reality. He wasn't afraid seeing the bodyguard run towards her. She prepared herself to fight the man. She threw the head away and maintained a fighting position. She knew in this situation she had only one option, that was to fight. She would kill anyone that came in her way. After the man made it to the girl, he directly started the battle with a swing of his sword. He was the weakest among the group, but he had the confidence to take the girl down in just one swing. He didn't believe that a girl that was being sold on market could be better than him. After all, he was level 15. A sewage rat dares to point a dagger at me? I will show you what Hades feels like. Hoo 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 hoo. I think I will spare you for us to enjoy tonight. The fatty paid 1 million for you after all, can't let that go to waste. The man thought while he attacked the girl. Even he was over the girl's unparalleled beauty. He was too focused on the girl's thigh rather than focusing on the fight. He was too conceited. This would be the cause of his doom. The man swung his sword sideways. The girl was focusing on every move that the man was making, so it wasn't hard for her to duck and avoid the attack. The girl didn't stop there. She used her bended legs to give herself a push. That little push gave her a little momentum she was aiming for the man's throat. With the momentum, the girl attacked the man with the dagger. The man was initially not focused at the battle at all, but when the girl avoided his attack, he was jolted awake. He had chills running down his body when he saw the girl attacking from below. He wanted to move out of the way of the dagger, but the girl attacked so fast that the man didn't even have time to react to the attack. The dagger that came towards the man managed to pierce the man's neck. After the dagger entered the man's body through his neck, his sword fell from the man's hand. To him, it felt like he had lost all the strength in his body. He couldn't do anything. All he could do was look the girl in the eyes as she repeatedly penetrated his neck with her dagger, with a face which showed no emotion. Demon, that was the last thought of the man before he died in the hands of the girl. After he died, the finally let the body of the man go. The body fell to the ground with a thud. On the other side, after the man left his position, it became impossible to control the crowd. The masses finally broke through. They directly went to the dead body of the fat man. They were all elated that the man was already dead, and they just needed to pick the valuables up and run away. The bodyguards finally turned around to protect the fat guy, but when they turned around, they say the corpse of both the people and the girl carrying bloody dagger. "BCH, I will kill you!" yelled the leader of the bodyguards. He was totally enraged after all they did to protect the fat man. The girl killed him even after all their effort to keep him safe. In addition, he had also killed their brother. The man's eyes became red with anger, and he pounced towards the girl he wanted just kill the girl. When the man pounced towards her, she could feel by his speed he was way stronger than her. But she still didn't run away with fear, she stood her ground. Few days ago, Haji 1, I told you becoming a hunter is very dangerous. You should just work with us in the store. Even if we don't earn much, we can still earn enough to feed the three of us. We don't need anything, we just need you to be safe," said a middle-aged woman to a girl of age 20. The girl was the same from the market, but she looked very pretty. She could give a model run for her money. "No, Mom, I heard that a high-level potion could easily heal injuries like Father has," the girl said with enthusiasm as she pointed towards her father who was sitting on a wheelchair. Her father met with an accident before the dungeon started appearing. Ever since the accident, her father's legs had become useless. He could only move around with the help of wheelchair. G1 really wanted to change this. She wanted her father to walk again and move around like past. That's the reason why she wanted to go to a dungeon and risk her life. She could do anything to see her father walk again. "I am happy as I am. I just want our family to be together, safe and happy. That's all I want. Don't go to risk your life in a dungeon. Just stay with us," her father said, while he pushed his wheelchair towards the mom and daughter. He didn't want to see his daughter suffer. He knew how dangerous the dungeons were. The dungeons had taken many lives of the people who went in. He didn't want his daughter to be the next victim of that Da-Ed thing. They tried their best to convince the girl, but it was like their pleads were going to a deaf ear. G1 was determined to become a hunter. She didn't care about the risks. All she cared about was that she could someday heal her father's leg. Next day, G1 went to the tutorial dungeon, even after all the warnings her parents gave her. She registered and entered the dungeon. She managed to clear the dungeon in the first try. She entered the dungeon again after, and this time she wanted to challenge the hard mode. G1 had cleared the normal dungeon in a record time, which lit up alarm all over the guilds. They wanted to contact right after came out of the dungeon, but unfortunately, she didn't talk to them. After coming out of the dungeon, she had an idea of fighting stronger foe. She had the urge to clear the entire dungeon in one day. She wanted her parents to see if she was to become a hunter, she would be a very powerful one and would be able to handle herself. If she cleared the hard mode, she thought her parents would be finally able to understand that she had the potential to become a great hunter, and they didn't have to always worry about her. After she exited the dungeon, she was contemplating to risk it or not. She didn't even care about the people waiting outside the portal to talk to her. She was busy in her thought. Ms. Haji 1, we are representative of high-level guilds. We want some of your time to discuss about something. We want you to join our guilds. We will listen to all your demands, and as long as the guild can fulfill it, we will do it of you. Join our guilds. One of the recruiter representing the high-level guild spoke on behalf of all the recruiters present there. With your potential, you could even become member of one of the hunting teams of our guild within 6 months or a year, depending on your growth speed and merits. One of the recruiters eagerly said to Ji-Wan. He desperately wanted to recruit her, as this kind of potential was hard to come by. He couldn't miss this great opportunity presenting itself in front of him. The recruiter pushed everyone ahead of him to declare that. He was given hateful glare from other recruiter, as they had an agreement that only one person could speak when someone exited the portal with a great potential. And only after the hunter agreed to talk would they propose their deals. But all they could do was send a hateful glare at him, nothing else, as he was representative of one of the influential guilds in Seoul. They knew if they spoke up about this unfair incident, they wouldn't have heads above their shoulder at the end of the day. Even if the guy seemed friendly in front of G1, they knew he was a madman. He would kill anyone without facing consequence. Right now, all they could do was stay silent and hope that G1 wouldn't be attracted by the deal. But they didn't have much of hope, as they knew how valuable this kind of deal was. Getting into a high-level guild was prestigious in itself. But if they were presented a chance of entering hunting team, no one could ignore that kind of sweet dream. Every teenager had the dream of entering a hunting team of a high-level guild. This was the main reason why they risked their lives every day inside a dungeon. The days when boy-girl bands used to be famous were over. This was a new age. Hunting teams of high-level guild were now the thing that people paid attention to the most. Most of the people followed popular hunting teams as if they were idols. Most of them had their own fan clubs. They were more famous than the celebrities. Every move they made would be closely watched by their fans. They were loved by people from all walks of their life, young, old, adults. Everyone loved them. There was also a reason behind so much love. People saw them as heroes as they endlessly fought monsters, risking their lives each time to protect the people. So, most of the teenagers these days just wanted to be famous and gain fame by protecting people. That was the reason for the other to be angry at him. They knew most of the people won't think twice about the deal if they heard this kind of offer just from the get-go. Most of them became depressed after hearing the man's offer, but they regained their confidence after seeing that G1 didn't have any reaction after hearing this. She just acted like she didn't hear anything and entered the dungeon again. Some of them sighed in relief as they were happy to see that she wasn't moved by the offer. That meant they still had some chance to convince her to join their guild. After being ignored by G1, the recruiter wasn't upset, rather he was happy. If the girl entered the dungeon again, she would have to inevitably come out after some time. This meant he had some time to contact the guild he represented and talk to them about the matter. He wanted to make a very attractive contact which she couldn't reject. After Ji-won entered the dungeon, no one stayed there. They ran back to their own tents to contact their guild to have a talk. They knew if they didn't present a good offer, they would lose a change to get a hunter with great potential. No one wanted that. After Ji-won entered the dungeon, she managed to clear the hard mode too. It was a little difficult from before, but she managed to clear it nonetheless. She was totally exhausted when she cleared the dungeon, but she still had a wide grin as she was really happy. Maybe now they wouldn't worry that much about my safety, she thought as she exited the dungeon. Right after she exited the dungeon, she was greeted with alt of recruiters waiting outside the portal for her to make her appearance. There were a lot of them this time around. A lot of the local guilds and height-level guilds were alerted about the new hunter. They all wanted her to join their guild as it was very rare for Hunter with potential like her to appear. If they managed to take her in, they knew she had unlimited potential. Many of the other high-level guilds were also alerted as they were always looking for a talented hunter, so there were many new representatives from high-level guilds. Their appearance made the low-level guilds' representatives disheartened, as they knew no one would be willing to choose them between those two. This time when Ji-won was faced with this many people, she knew that she didn't have a way out. She had to listen to all of them, so she agreed to talk to them. After she agreed, everyone became happy. They took her to a huge tent built there for people to have meetings. They, one by one, started to present their offers to Ji-won. She, on the other hand, was very exhausted from the battle today and wanted to go home quickly and to show her parents her hunter ID. But even if she wanted to leave, she knew these recruiters won't leave her be and pester her endlessly if she didn't listen to her. There were many people. Everyone took their turn and presented their offer. The low-level guild went first, following the high-level guilds. The most powerful guild went last as they wanted to offer her the best deal, so they wanted to hear other offers and then make their offer. This way, she would be attracted to the high-level guild more. Ji-won had it worst. She had to listen to all the offer that the guilds were making when she was feeling extremely exhausted. She somehow endured the hour-long talks of all the recruiters. But she didn't show her emotion when she listened to the offers. She just acted neutral when she heard all the offers. She knew even if the guilds portrayed their offer as best, they could. There would surely be loopholes in the contacts that the guild would later on use to exploit her. So she didn't accept the offers even if it seemed the awesome from hearing. If she were to join a guild, she wanted to be sure that whatever she signed was loopholes-free, so that the guilds won't have the opportunity to exploit her. After hearing all the offers, she had to admit she was pleasantly surprised that even huge guilds wanted to recruit her. She never saw that coming. It was a huge shock to her. But even so, she didn't want to blindly trust even these high-level guilds, because she had heard cases where these guilds took advantage of new hunters with great potential. Thank you for the offers. I am too exhausted right now, so I would like to have some time to think over. There are too many great offers. I want to choose what's best for me. Please provide me with your contact numbers so that I can contact you after I choose the guild I want to join. Ji-won said tactfully. She didn't want to provoke any of the powers present here, so she decided to take contact info from everyone present. After she requested the info from everyone had a glimmer of hope that she would join their guild. Even if some of them were disappointed by her decision, they didn't show their disappointment. They knew if they acted inappropriately, she wouldn't even consider to join their guild. These people present here received huge profits from recruiting hunters with high potential, so no one wanted to lose out on the chance. Even if she didn't have a guild in her mind that she wanted to join, she still took all the info and left the place. She went straight to their shop as she knew her parents would be in the shop today as it was a working day. Ji-won didn't live in slums area. Even though her parents weren't poor, they weren't rich either. They lived in the area where the middle-class people lived. The area wasn't too poor, neither was it rich. When she was relatively close to her house, she saw the glasses of her parents' stone were all broken. Her heart skipped a beat. The place where their store was located usually had cases of robbery and theft. When she saw the condition of the store, she hoped her parents were fine. She ran to the store. When she was in front of the store, she stopped. She wanted to see if anyone was around. The entire area was empty. It was very suspicious, but she didn't have time to think about that. She slowly made it inside the store. Clank. When she finally made it inside the store, she felt as if someone had torn her heart out with bare hand while she stood there. She lost all the strength of her body. It felt as if she had lost control of all of her body parts. She couldn't move a muscle. She stood there watching a pair of goblins as they were eating her parents' body. Her parents had a horrified expression on their face before they dies. Her father's hands and head were torn apart by one of the goblin. There was a bone beside the goblin. It seemed that that was one of the hands of her father, as the other one was still in the goblin's mouth. The other goblin seemed to have tore her mother's belly and was chomping down her internal organs. Seeing this, she stood there petrified. 2 drops of tear ran down her cheeks. Moment later, that fear turned into endless rage. She wanted to turn those goblins into fine meat paste. She wanted to make them suffer. The goblins finally realized that someone was behind them when they heard the sword falling. They turned around while still chomping down on their food. Ji-won picked her sword up and they started fighting. The goblins were level 10, but she didn't care, she just wanted to see them dead. They fought for about 30 minutes. Ji-won could have killed them faster, but that wouldn't have calmed her rage down. She was slowly chopping the goblins into pieces. All they could do was scream in pain as they slowly lost their body parts. If people watched this, they would have been horrified as Ji-won was covered in goblin blood, and the entire store was too. She looked like a mad person when she fought the goblins. She had lost all the senses when she fought the goblins. All that was in her mind was kill. She continued the fight until she had no strength left in her body. When the goblins died, they had horror written all over their eyes. They died a miserable death. Even after killing them, Ji-won wasn't satisfied. She crawled over to her parents' side as she started weeping. She didn't even have strength to life an arm after the intense fight. A shadow suddenly came behind her Ji-won's back. She was too weak to notice that. The shadow suddenly hit her in the head, which made her slowly lose consciousness. Wow, it seems we are going to be extremely rich today. I never expected to come across this kind of beauty in this dump hole. We would surely get at least $100,000 if we sold her in the market as a captive, said the person who hit Ji-won. One more guy came into the store after him. Brad, don't you think it would be a waste if we don't taste the item first before selling? Asked the other guy with dissatisfaction. Shut the FK up, Chad. Didn't you see how she fought those goblins? You think you are a match for her? With both our combined strength, we could barely fight off both the goblins. She played with them like they were some kind of child. And also, if we sold her like this, she would be sold for 10 times more money in the market anyway. We won't need to use goblins to earn money for quite some time, said the guy named Brad. It's true. It's so easy to fool the hunters associating with these kinds of cheap tricks. Who would have thought? This wouldn't have been possible if we didn't get support from the Fighter Guild, said the guy named Chad. They continued their talks and started to clean up all the evidence of them being here. But they made a severe mistake. Ji-won wasn't totally unconscious when they talked about this. She could still hear what they were talking about. Ji-won knew these guys. They used to help around her parents in the shop, and the neighbors, they were orphaned brothers. They lived in this area. She also knew about the Fighter Guild. They were one of the small-time guilds in the area. The members of Fighter Guild portrayed themselves as very nice guild. They used to help people around the area. The area they lived in was far more unlawful than now. A few months ago, there would usually be guilds fighting with each other every day. The only reason they fought for was to gain control over the markets around the small area. But then suddenly one day, the Fighter Guild appeared. They somehow managed to subdue all of the guilds under their flag. Some days after they gained the trust of the people, mysterious disappearances started to happen all over the small town. The Fighter Guild then caught the culprit responsible for the incidents and brought them to justice. At least that was what the Fighter Guild told the people. But even after that, the disappearance and murder of people kept happening. Then came the monsters attacking the area. The Fighter Guild made the people of the town believe that the monsters came from Dungeon Break. They were the ones who escaped. The people believed even that as there was no Hunter Association office in the small town. The Hunter Association didn't have the manpower to spare for a small town as theirs, so the locals could only trust the Fighter Guild. The people didn't even bother to go to Hunter Association headquarters to file and complain. The innocent people living in the town wholeheartedly believed that as long as they had Fighter Guild protecting them, they were safe. But if that the two said was true, then that meant that the Fighter Guild were the ones responsible for all of the incidents in the town. Ji-won gritted her teeth and she finally lost her consciousness. When she woke up, she was in a cage, all chained up. She couldn't break free from the steel chains as she was only level 5 hunter. Power of level 5 hunter and an adult human didn't have much of a difference. Hunter were just a little bit powerful and faster than a normal adult human. While Ji-won was all locked up, she could only think of revenge. She waited patiently to make her escape. She just wanted one chance she would slaughter everyone in her path to freedom. all she wanted was to kill all the scums of the fighter guild. On the day of auction, she finally got her chance when she came face to face with Fatty. She didn't hesitate to kill the Fatty and the bodyguard that came after him. Next came the bodyguard leader. She knew she was not a match for the guy, but that didn't stop her. She didn't think twice. Running away was not an option, as she knew the man was faster than her. He would have caught up to her in just a moment. While he was making his way towards Ji-won, she was thinking of a way she could fight against that guy. She couldn't see herself winning in any condition, but she still wanted to give it a try. She wanted to get her revenge. If she fought, she would at least have a chance of 0.001% chance of surviving. If she didn't fight, there was no chance of survival at all. They were surrounded by many people. The bodyguard leader killed his way through the crowd to the girl in just few seconds. When he arrived in front of the girl, the both swung their weapon at each other. The girl was aiming towards his eyes with the dagger. She wanted to stab him in the eyes for a quick death. Seeing this, the man smirked under his mask. He just tilted his head and dodged the attack. He deliberately timed his attack so that his came after the girl's. His sword was aiming towards the girl's neck. He wanted to cleanly chop the girl's head off. Seeing this, the girl's face became pale. She knew that she didn't have enough time to dodge. There was no way she could have dodged the attack from so close distance. This is how I die. No, I can't die like this. I still have to avenge my parents' death. That was what the girl thought when the sword was just few centimeters away from her neck. Suddenly, the man's hand stopped in place. The sword that was about to hit the girl was mid-air. His hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. What the... The man tried to turn his head back and was about to say something, but he didn't get a chance to finish as he felt a hand grab his neck, and suddenly he felt a great amount of force pushing him down. He-Man was unable to control his body as the power that pushed him was far greater than his. His was pushed downwards head first towards the floor. He didn't even see the man who was doing this to his body. Before countless eyes, the man was pushed head first to the ground. This was naturally done by none other than Kang-ho himself. Kang-ho used all his strength. He didn't feel pity for the girl. He just saw the determination to live and fight in the girl's eyes. It reminded him of himself when he first arrived in that Hades-like place. He knew the girl wouldn't survive fighting with the man as he was way stronger than her. So he moved. He didn't care if he lived or died after this. This was all he could do for her. Everyone had to fight their own battle to survive. He wondered if the girl would survive the cruel world. In front of everyone, when the head made contact to the ground, the skull popped as if it was a water balloon thrown from a height. The blood-brain substance flew everywhere. A piece of brain flew and entered mouth of one unlucky guy who was watching the scene with a wide-opened mouth. He started vomiting right where he was standing. The scene was like out of a scary movie. It was surreal. No one would believe such an incident if they didn't see it for themselves. There was silence on the entire area for a while. God, we are doomed! Run! It's the Sei guy who killed all the Choi Guild members alone. Run, run, run! One guy ran yelling. After hearing him, everyone realized the same thing as they started to run away. All of them ran away. Only one bodyguard remained. He attacked Kang-ho, but he was just too weak. Kang-ho just took one of the daggers out of his ring and pierced the guy's heart. He died on the spot. He took the mask of the dead bodyguard and turned towards the girl. The girl just stared at him. She didn't have any words in her mouth to say after witnessing the event. She didn't know who the man was. She wondered why he saved her. Live in the embrace shadows until the world no longer dares to point its fangs against you, said Kang-ho as he threw the mask in his hand. The mask landed right in front of the girl. What? The girl finally snapped out of her trance after hearing Kang-ho and asked. But he repeats himself or explained himself. He just ran towards his next target. The girl thought of what Kang-ho said for a while, then picked the mask up and wore it. Thank you, I will. Then she mumbled to herself. After wearing the mask, the girl saw the sword that the bodyguard leader was using. She liked the sword, so she picked it up and left the scene. The girl was impressed by the sword, so she took it. After that, she one by one searched the dead people's pocket for some money. She would need some money to enter dungeon, She knew if she wanted to get her revenge, she had to get strong first. She got quite a bit of loot from the people there, especially the fat guy. He was totally loaded. After she was done, she left the scene. She didn't want to linger around that place longer. On the other hand, Kang Ho was making his way to the other market. The weather was also nice. It was just perfect for a bloodbath. The sky was becoming dark. The darker it got, the more advantage he would have. Today, after seeing the girl, Kang Ho was suddenly reminded of the Hades, specifically the event that happened just 1 week after he arrived at that place. It was nighttime in the Hades. You could hear loud howls and sounds of running. The night was especially scary because of the howls. If any normal people heard this kind of howl, they would lose the power to move. Kang Ho was now used to these kinds of howl. He wasn't that affected by it. But when he first arrived, he could not sleep because of these noises. He was too scared. Normally, Kang Ho didn't dare to venture out of the cave he found by chance after dark. He usually finished his work before dark and went inside the cave. The cave's entrance was little too small. He could barely get in, but the inside was quite spacious. The inside was quite big. It was bigger than a normal room. Because of the cave's small entrance, the predators outside didn't really care about the cave. This was the best place for Kang Ho to hide. This place kept him safe from the dangers outside. If I could have food delivered inside the cave, I would never leave the cave. Kang Ho always thought in the morning when he got hungry. He was too scared of the predators outside. They were huge. A normal wolf was even bigger than a bear found on Earth. What kind of logic was that? But fortunately, these kinds of predators only roamed in the dark. Nighttime was the best time for them to hunt, as they would become faster in the dark. Kang Ho knew if these kinds of predators were to run behind his back, he wouldn't even notice them. He had witnessed many of the monsters with his own eyes running around in the night through his cave hole. Whenever they passed by, they made no noise at all. It was as if they didn't wave any weight. It almost seemed like they floated in the air. The place he was living right now mostly had these kinds of wolves. It was as if they ruled the place, at night that is. Normally, he would see many different kinds of animals in the morning, but he could only see these wolves at night. Tonight, Kang Ho was too hungry. He didn't find food in the morning. He clenched his stomach and slept, hoping he would find something to eat the next day. In the morning next day, Kang Ho woke up early, as he was too hungry. The sun was yet to come up. He decided to go out in search of food. He wasn't worried about the wolves, as they would disappear by this time after having their meal. He made his way through the jungle in search for food. He searched for food about 3 hours after not finding anything. He was disappointed, but suddenly he found a plant he ate some days ago. These plants were the favorite food of the rabbit with huge fangs he encountered when he came here first. Seeing them eat that, he figured that the plants didn't contain poison, so he tried the plant, and surprisingly they were delicious, so today he decided to eat the plant. After eating these plants, Kang Ho didn't know why, but he felt satisfied. He couldn't quite explain the feeling he got after eating these plants. Ever since he came to this place, something was happening to his body which he couldn't explain. He felt as if his strength, speed, senses, everything were rising along with that. He could also feel things he never felt before, like something was flowing through his body. Something different. Something he couldn't touch nor see, he could just feel it. Whenever he killed something, he would feel his strength growing. It felt like he was growing crazy. How can someone's strength grow by just killing something? He felt like he had some brain issue when he thought that his strength was increasing by killing. The forest was eerily quiet today, as he couldn't find a single animal today. He thought that the wolves might have hunted a lot of the animals yesterday night. He hoped he could get his hands on some meat before night. He didn't think he would get the energy needed for daily work by just eating some plants. Kang Ho quickly came to the only river near his cave, ever since he came here. Kang Ho didn't venture far from his cave. He didn't want to risk his life, as he had seen the wolves. He didn't even want to know predators waited outside of this area. He could at least get food in this area. He felt extremely safe in this place, as he had never seen the wolves roaming out in the morning. The thought, as long as he stayed inside the cave in the night, he could survive the place. After coming to the riverside, Kang Ho found some dried up wood and dried bushes. He started to light the fire up. While he was on Earth, he loved camping, so he taught himself how to light fire with stones or other medieval ways. Surprisingly, when Kang Ho arrived in the place if his clothes were left back on Earth. He was depressed for quite some time, but he was used to staying in jungles, so it wasn't too difficult for him to adapt to the situation. He wanted to return to his family, so he could never give up, he thought. Kang Ho was very determined he would never give up. He would never bow down to anyone. That was the kind of guy he was. After starting the fire, Kang Ho boiled the water in some kind of cup made up of stone. He had accidentally come across the cup. He took it, he knew it would come in handy. He first washed the plant and started to boil it. He didn't want to get sick, so he boiled it first to kill any germs present in the plant. Whenever he would boil this plant, the plant would give off a very nice smell. He loved the smell. Sometimes the smell would attract some nearby animals. He was hoping something would come his way today too. He was ready with his dagger. Right then, he hears rustle from the other side of the river. FK, why did it have to come from there? I can't get to it. I want meat, he thought. He was disappointed as he never went to other side of the river. He didn't want to risk it. Right then, he saw a head pop out of the bushes. It was a wolf. To Kang Ho, it felt like this was the end of his life. He knew he could never outrun the wolf. He had chills run down his spine. He regretted boiling the plant. He wished he could go back in time. He didn't want to die this early. It felt as if his entire body was paralyzed with fear when he saw the wolf. He wanted to run away, but was unable to. The wolf stared at him for a few seconds. Maybe he was making sure that the surrounding was safe. Kang Ho somehow gathered all his strength and turned around. He wanted to run away. Right then, the wolf howled. The howl made Kang Ho's blood run cold, and he staggered for a bit. Kang Ho started running. The wolf jumped across the river. The wolf didn't chase Kang Ho, rather it ate the plant. Kang Ho was relieved at least the thing didn't want to eat him, or so he thought. Right after the wolf finished the plant, his gaze turned towards Kang Ho. From the look it gave, Kang Ho was certain the thing was not full yet and wanted to eat him as well. I don't want to die yet, please. Kang Ho prayed in his mind. He was extremely fearful of these beasts. He had seen them hunt in the night. He could barely sleep because of the noises these things made in the night. They howled for the entire night. Kang Ho had seen one of the wolves tear down an entire tree with one strike from its claw. He knew if he was attacked by that claw, he would turn into meat paste instantly. He wanted to run to his cave, but the cave was on the other side of the forest. He was so scared that he started running towards the area he had never been to. When he realized that it was just too late to turn back. He didn't even have the courage to turn back now. After some distance, Kang Ho turned around and he didn't notice the wolf following him. He was relieved. He thought the wolf spared him. Right at that moment, he saw the wolf dashing towards him with blood-red eyes. It was as if the wolf wanted to shred Kang Ho into pieces. He could see the saliva dropping from its mouth. Kang Ho knew if he was caught up to by the wolf, there was absolutely no chance of fighting back. The wolf jumped towards Kang Ho from a distance of 100 meters. When Kang Ho saw the move, he was sure that he would die by the hands of this wolf. There was no way he could dodge the move. Kang Ho was just too scared to fight back for his life. He never wanted to fight these things from when he saw them trough the cave. Kang Ho knew that if he could make it to the cave, he would be able to save his life, as none of these wolves dared to come near the cave. Kang Ho didn't know why, but all the animals in the jungle were all very scared of the cave he was staying in. It was like a safe zone for him. But going to the cave was not an option as he was just too far. He made a very serious mistake. Now he would pay for it with his life, he thought. Kang Ho closed his eyes while still running. He didn't want to see the claw shred him to pieces. He thought if he closed his eyes, he would die without knowing how he died. At least he thought so. The wolf made it to Kang Ho and swung its claw at him right when the claw was about to hit. He felt as if there was no ground beneath his feet. Kang Ho opened his eyes when he fell. It turned out that there was a hole in the middle of the jungle. He tumbled down the hole. He was badly hurt when he fell. He broke one of his hand. The pain was unbearable. He had tears filled in his eyes. After tumbling down the tunnel, he fell in water. He tried to swim up with one of his hand. It was a little difficult for him to swim, but he somehow made it to the surface. When he came out of the water, he looked around the surrounding to see where the Hades he was. He had never been to this part of forest, so he didn't know where he was. He didn't worry about where he was just happy that the wolf wasn't chasing him anymore. After looking here and there, he confirmed that he was in some kind of pond, but surprisingly, the water was giving off light that illuminated the entire cave-like area. After looking around the area for some time, he dragged himself out of the water. When he looked towards the pond after coming out of it, he was awed by the beauty of the pond. He had never seen a place so beautiful. He admired the beauty for a little while. Like the pond, don't you, little rabbit? Kong Ho was suddenly jolted awake by the voice. At first, he was scared by the voice. The voice sounded like an old man's voice. He couldn't find the origin of the voice. It felt as if the voice was coming from all the direction. But after a while, he was extremely happy this was the first time. He had heard someone else's voice in a week. He wanted to dance in happiness, but he wanted to make sure that the other party didn't want to hurt him first. "Did you come here to rescue me?" asked Kong Ho with anticipation. Even after living in this place for 1 week, even after seeing animals he had never seen before, Kang Ho still thought he was on Earth. He knew that couldn't be possible, but thought of him appearing in a similar place like Earth by toughing some weird thing didn't make any sense. "Ha ha 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 ha! What do you mean rescue you, little rabbit?" "Although I was very entertained by seeing you run for your life moments ago," said the voice while laughing. Kang Ho was stunned when he heard what the voice said. He knew that the person wouldn't help him. He wanted to run somewhere and hide, but looking here and there was no way out from the place. He was stuck here. The only way out was from where he came in, but reaching that place was impossible. The hole was above the ceiling, and below it was the pond. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Do you want to kill me?" asked Kong Ho. Couldn't see the man. He wanted to know where he was hiding, and how did he see him running above the forest? He was sure he was the only person who entered the pond. He had no idea what was going on. "You don't need to know who I am." "Why would I want to hurt a little rabbit like you?" the voice asked. Kong Ho was looking here and there to find the source of the voice, but to no avail. He was still too afraid. He didn't trust what the voice said. Who would even believe that? "If you were watching me run for my life, why didn't you save me?" asked Kong Ho. He was angry as the man didn't save him. If he really saw him running for his life, why did the person not save him? After that question, the voice didn't reply to Kang Ho. Kang Ho thought the man had disappeared. He started to explore the cave to find other exits. He wanted to know if there were any other places that the man had come from. But to his disappointment, there was no such place in the entire cave. "You won't find what you are looking for, rabbit." The voice sounded again suddenly. The sudden reply made Nagho startled. He was extremely angry right now. "Why didn't you save me from that monster right now? Seeing a human flee for his life, does that make you happy? Do you even have a shred of humanity left in you?" Kong Ho shouted angrily. He was furious because that man kept calling him rabbit, like he was better than him. The man didn't even have the guts to confront him face to face, but he dared to insult him by calling rabbit. That was the part which annoyed him the most. He just wanted to find the guy and hit him in the head. After some time of searching, Kang Ho finally gave up on finding an exit. He knew it was only possible to get out of the cave only from where he entered. He started despairing on the fact that the hole was so high in the sky and there was no possible way to reach it. "Monster? Why do you call that wolf a monster?" the voice suddenly asked with curiosity. His curiosity was evident in the way he asked. "Didn't you see that thing try to kill me? I didn't even do anything to him. I was just minding my own business when that thing attacked me out of the blue," answered Kang Ho. He was angry at the voice for asking such question, but he still answered the question anyway. After a bit of a silence, the voice answered again. The silence felt as if the man was speechless from the reply that Kang Ho gave. The reply that the voice gave Kang Ho startled him. He felt chills run down his spine when he heard it. This is a place where strong lives and the weak dies. There is no place for weak to live in this place. Here, if you want to live, you fight. This world has no place for those who don't fight for themselves. No one is going to fight you battle for you. You are the only one who will fight for your sake. If you don't fight for yourself, you will always remain as a prey in the eyes of strong. Everyone would prey on you. If you don't want to die as a prey, then fight for yourself, said the voice with extreme seriousness. Fight that thing? Did you see that monster? I don't think anyone can fight with that beast. Don't you see how weak I am? If I had the power to kill that thing, why would I run away? If you have the guts come in front of me and say that to my face, you don't seem to have a shred of humanity left inside of you, said Kang Ho, as reply to the voice. How could he fight that thing he thought? Anyone who dared to fight that thing would be turned to meat paste in no second, he thought. Ha 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 ha. The man kept laughing for a while, but to Kang Ho it seemed like the Grim Reaper was calling him. Kang Ho could feel the anger in the man's voice. Kang Ho felt as if he couldn't move. It felt as if he was being constricted by chains and weight that was pulling him down. He could barely stand with the pressure that suddenly assaulted him. He barely managed to stand. After some time, the man stopped laughing. When he stopped laughing, the pressure disappeared as well. But Kang Ho was not relaxed yet. He was extremely fearful even after the voice disappeared. You think because that wolf attacked you, it is a monster? What about that wolf? Do you think he would survive without consuming food? Do you think you have more right to live than that wolf? He is fighting his own war to survive in this world, are you? You are so pathetic that, rather than fighting to improve your weakness, you would use it as a shield to protect yourself. You don't even fight for what you want. Still, why do you think it is you that should survive than that wolf? If you tell me that you are weaker than wolf, so he shouldn't attack you, I have watched you killing an innocent deer to quench your hunger a few days ago. Now tell me, why did you kill that weak being that was just eating grass to fill her stomach? That thing didn't attack you, did it? But why did you kill her? Just yesterday I saw her 4 little fawn die of hunger. They were just child, all they could eat was milk, but their mother was not there to feed them. So now tell me what gave you the right to survive and not the fawns. Do you think of yourself as a higher being just because you have a way to communicate? Did those fawns, wolf, not have the right to live? If you have the guts to fight weak animals, have the guts to fight the strong ones as well. In this cruel world, those who fight and survived are hailed as strong. Those who fail are called weak, and those who are afraid of fights are deemed as cowards. There is no place in this world for cowards. There is no place for someone who won't fight for themselves in this world. At the end of the day, we are all fighting to survive. We are all equal survivor. Next time, don't make assumption of me being a human, said the voice with a little bit of anger in his words. Hearing this, Kang Ho couldn't say anything. He just stayed silent. All he could do was think about the things that he heard. He wanted to learn about the person behind the voice, or he wanted to know if he wasn't a human, then what was he? He had many questions that he wanted to ask, but right at that moment, the water started to move. A huge wave formed in the pond and sucked Kang Ho in. After struggling for some moments, Kang Ho was split out of the small cave by the water. I wonder what you will become next time we meet Little Rabbit, asked the voice. It seemed that throwing Nag Ho out of the cave was his doing. This was at this time that the naive Kang Ho died. The voice didn't know it now, but he had changed Kang Ho's life. When he came out of the cave, Nag Ho had the determination in his eyes. He finally knew what he had to do to survive. After coming out of the cave, Kang Ho gripped his dagger and stared towards the wolf from earlier. He didn't back down this time. He didn't try to run. He knew what he had to do to be a survivor. Refame! Kang Ho was reminiscing on these distant memories of the past as he made his way towards the guild. Meanwhile, most of the guilds in the city were in chaos. While Kang Ho made his way towards the market, he wasn't aware of the chaos he had caused in the entire Busan region. Inside the room of Pak Kyung, his phone started to ring up. He quickly picked up, hoping it was from the illegal market. Is the mission complete? No, Guildmaster. I haven't heard from those guys who went there yet. I'm still waiting for their call, said Pak Kyung. He had sweat all over his forehead. He knew that no was not the reply that the Guildmaster wanted, but unfortunately, he didn't have something concrete to give to the Guildmaster. What are you doing then? I need the answer in 10 minutes, or else I will have to come down in your office myself. How hard would it be for them to get rid of some lowly scums? Said the Guildmaster. He was fuming with anger. It's been a lot of time since they had gone. There was still no response. Yes, Guildmaster, I will find out right away, said Pak Kyung. He was nervous. He didn't want to anger the Guildmaster any more than he was now. Now, yelled the Guildmaster, and hanged the phone up. He didn't want to hear Pak Kyung talk anymore. Inside, Choi Guild Pak Kyung was pacing around the room while thinking of something. He was clearly very anxious. Where the second hunting team? They should have been done by now. Why aren't they calling? Did they start drinking after destroying the house? I have still not heard of the matter about the agreement from the market. What is going on today? Thought Pak Kyung. He wanted to know of the outcome of the deal that was set up to happen in the market. Fortunately, though, the Guildmaster didn't really remember about that important business, or else he would have been decapitated if he said he didn't even know of that important business. Pak Kyung didn't want to waste any more of his time. He wanted to leave and investigate the situation personally. He wanted to make sure everything was done quietly and fast. Pak Kyung first planned to visit the slum. He knew if he didn't get the report fast enough to the Guildmaster, his life would be at stake. As for the deal in the market, he knew the deal would surely pass as they have been having the talk for a long time, so he wasn't too worried about the deal. Just you wait. I will kill all of you myself if I find you all inside a bar, mumbled Pak Kyung and took his jacket. After wearing the coat, he took his car key and started walking towards the door. Just as he was about to reach the door, the phone suddenly started to ring. He was in a hurry, so he ran to the phone and picked it up. Hell! Pak Kyung was about to greet the person and was about to ask who the caller was. Right then, he was interrupted by the caller's voice. Sir, I heard the illegal market was taken down and all of our men were slaughtered. Someone from the scene just called and informed me that there was not a single Choi Guild member left, said the voice in a hurry. He didn't have the time to explain the matter, as they were in a very serious trouble. What? Have you gone crazy? Who would attack the market? Even if our enemy guilds came together in Busan, they would surely feign in no time. Tell me the truth. If it turns out to be a prank, I will personally kill you. This is a very sensitive matter, said Pak Kyung. He was stunned from what he just heard. He couldn't believe what the man in the phone saying. He didn't believe that the market could be taken down so easily. Last time he had conversation with the market was about 1-2 hours ago. The market was still fine then. There was no disturbance reported. He didn't believe that the market would be destroyed in just about 2 hours. Even if they were attacked by the Hunters Association located in Busan, they still wouldn't be able to cause much harm to the market that was a face. No, sir, I am not lying. From what I heard, there was only one man who attacked the market. I think this is the work of the Hunters Association. I think they sent one of their elites to hunt us down. I think they finally came to know about our secret illegal market. This is very bad, sir. We don't have much time. We need to leave the city immediately. If we were caught by the expert, we might not live the next day. The expert must be a high-level hunter. Even though I didn't watch the incident with my own eyes, the person who told me about this mentioned that after killing many of our guild members, the person only had 1 or 2 cuts in his body. I would never dare joke about this kind of matter, said the man in all seriousness. His voice turned deep. After hearing that Pak Kyung hanged up the phone, even if he didn't want to believe such type of thing happening, he ignored it completely. He knew the risk involved in running such business. The world was still recovering from the dungeon appearance from 2 years ago. As the world recovered, the strength of Hunter Association as in rise as well. He knew it wouldn't be long before they came knocking at the doors of Choi guilds. So he didn't want to be too rash. He didn't want to confirm the news before acting. Pak Kyung didn't bother calling the guildmaster. He was too focused in killing his son's killer. Even if Pak Kyung told him about the situation, he wouldn't really care, so he decided to take care of the situation himself. Pak Kyung picked up the phone and called the market. After trying for 5-6 times, he gave up. It was sure something had happened to the market. He was really anxiously thinking about the party responsible of creating this mess. He wondered if it really was Hunters Association. Right then, an idea suddenly came to his mind. He picked up the phone and started dialing again. This time, he dialed a different number. "What is it?" "We told you only call when you have a huge problem. If it is nothing important, I will personally make a visit to Busan," answered a mechanical voice from the other side of the phone in a very threatening way. "Sorry, sir, but it seems someone has attacked one of our market. The report says only one guy came in and slaughtered all the members stationed there. Was it the doing of the Hunter Association? Did they find out already?" Pak Kyung answered very politely. He knew he couldn't offend the power. He knew his place. "No, it was not the work of the Hunter Association," said the mechanical voice. The voice was not worried about the Choi Guild at all. He just hanged up the phone after answering. After hearing the confirmation, Pak Kyung swiped away the sweat in his head. He was relieved because they still had a chance of survival. Pak Kyung started to think if it wasn't Hunter Association, who could it be? This was even more stressful situation because the enemy was unknown and with immense power. If the enemy was known, they could have formulated a plan to subdue them. But in this situation, it was like shooting in the dark. He couldn't be calm, even it wasn't the Hunter Association. The more pressing issue was, their hands were tied. If they were to move a big army, it would be like provoking Hunter Association. And if they didn't move a huge army, he knew for sure their guild would suffer a huge loss. While he was contemplating on what to do, the phone suddenly rung up again. "Who?" Once again, he was interrupted. But this time he had shock written all over his face. "Move all the people you have available. There's a huge storm brewing in Seoul. The Hunter Association wouldn't have the time to address the situation in Busan as they have their hands full. But remember, the situation should be cleared up in 1 day at maximum. The Hunter Association is busy doesn't mean that the big guilds are busy too. Here in Seoul, we have a minimum say in anything. If you get noticed by the big guilds, we will have nothing we can do to stop your destruction," said the mechanical voice. "Tha!" He tried to thank the man, but the man cut the phone off, not hearing what he had to say. That didn't make Pak Kyung angry. He felt better. This was the first time they called him themselves after all. Not only that the man gave him the green signal too, he felt like the shackles binding him was unlocked, and he was finally free. He had never felt it so happy in his life, like he did now. Ha 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 ha. He started laughing like a maniac, but even while he laughed, he had a very vicious look in his face. It was almost disgusting. After a bit of laughing, he picked up the phone and started dialing a number again. "Hello, where are the first hunting team right now?" asked Pak Kyung. "They are in the Blue Moon Bar right now," said the woman on the other side. Good, they are nearby. Call them and send them to the market located in the north. Tell them to reach the location as fast as possible. Tell them there is a war situation. The market will undercome attack any hour now. Tell them to be prepared and seal off the market for the situation. Also tell every available personnel to go to the market. No need to inform the guildmaster, it's straight order from him. The situation is dire. I want the results in minutes. Every available force should start moving right now," said Pak Kyung. As Blue Moon Bar wasn't too far from the market, he wanted them to move in the market quickly. He had no idea when the enemy would strike, so he wanted to be sure they had everything they needed to face the enemy. In the wartime situation, he had the right to make the decision, but he wanted to make sure no one called guildmaster in the situation, or else everything would get complicated. As for the guild HQ, he wasn't too worried. As for them, this building was temporary. They didn't plan to stay here for long anyway. They were doing illegal businesses, and they knew that one day they would eventually have to move if they caught the attention of Hunter Association. And as for his own safety, he wasn't that worried, as he had confidence in his strength. The most important thing for the guild was to protect the market. Markets were Choi Guild's lifeline. He knew without it, there would be no Choi Guild. "Yes, sir, right away," said the woman. She didn't have the right to ask questions. She had just one work to follow the orders, so she didn't delve in the situation. Also, call of our affiliated guilds and tell them to deploy troops as well. Tell them this is an order, and if anyone does not follow the order, their guild would be destroyed by tomorrow night, said Pak Kyung. He wasn't afraid of the retaliation from their affiliates, as he knew even if they came together, they won't be a match for the strength of the Choi Guild. After getting the confirmation from them, he also wanted to test the loyalty of the guilds under them. He wanted to destroy the enemy along with that weed out the bad apples. After saying all that, Pak Kyung didn't bother listening to response, he just hanged up. Pak Kyung right now had a solemn look on his face. He believed this much of force would be able to subdue the enemy, whoever that was. Again, he started to wonder which guild could it be that attacked them. After that call was made, phones started ringing in all over Busan. Most of the guilds who got the call started to prepare for a war. There were also those guilds who didn't do so. They wanted to watch the situation from the sidelines. By now, every guild were aware of the fact that there was a storm brewing in the Busan, and Choi Guild was smack in the middle of it. Those guilds that hated the Choi Guild, that hated Choi Guild from the guts, even started to get together. This small issue of someone killing someone's son was quickly turning into something very huge, something that the most of Busan was unaware of. Most of the Busan knew that these undercurrents were not small. After tonight, the power balance could turn anyway. Every guild who were aware of the situation wanted to profit from this situation. Even those guilds that didn't align themselves with any sides until now started to have call with other guilds. This was for the first time there was such big undercurrents in the city of Busan. In the past, Busan was single-handedly ruled by the Choi Guild. The Hunter Association were not unaware of this fact, rather, even they had their hands tied. All they could do was send troops towards the said location and evacuate the area. All the non-Hunter people were evacuated by the Hunter Association, Black Market, along with some of the local guilds, those who believed in the principles of Hunter Association. Meanwhile, all of this is happening, Kang Ho made a stop inside a restaurant and started to have some food. He was really hungry, and he didn't want to fight a battle with empty stomach. While he had his food, he wasn't really aware of the commotion he had created. While Kang Ho peacefully had his meals, most of the Busan's guilds started to arm their members from top to toe to prepare for a war. Every guild involved in this didn't spare any expenses and started to gear up every member of their guilds. I hope Busan isn't destroyed today. I have planned so much for the city, I hope it remains intact. A man was mumbled this to himself and started to laugh like a maniac. In the shadows, it wasn't that clear who the man was. Inside of the Hunter Association headquarters, one man was running while carrying a sword on his waist. He was completely out of breath. He seemed like he just ran a marathon. After some time of running, he finally made it to his destination. He stopped in front of the captain's office. After arriving, he stopped to catch some breath. After he was done, he knocked on the door. After he got the confirmation to enter, he entered the office. When he entered, he seemed like totally a different person. His back was straight. He was in attention position. He didn't dare to breathe loudly. "Sir." He bowed and greeted the man who was smoking while sitting on a chair. It seemed like he was very relaxed from afar. But if someone looked closely, one could see the seriousness in the man's eyes. The man was none other than Jin Q. "What's the situation on the ground? Any new update on the situation? Is the evacuation over?" asked Jin Q with a serious tone. The tone of his voice gave the other man chills. He had never heard the captain talk in that way. "The evacuation is over. Every non-hunter has been relocated to a safe place until the situation calms down in the North District. They will be in full supervision of our troops. Their every need would be taken care of. We were successful in deploying the essential supplies and made a temporary encampment to house them. We will make sure no one suffers." On the update about the situation on the market of Choi Guild, there seems to be huge movements going around. There are two major factions, one led by the first hunting team of the Choi Guild, and the other seems to be led by Crow Guild. They managed to gather up a lot of troops. It seems they are about to clash any minute. There are many guilds supporting the Crow Guild. It seems that this fight is going to be a big one, as every guild have sent most of their fighting strength. Both of the factions are face-to-face right now in the market. They have not started the fight yet. I think the Crow Guild are waiting for our confirmation. I think they will start after all the civilians are evacuated, said the man carrying the sword. Maybe, maybe not. They might even be waiting for the masked man. We can't be sure of the fact. Anyway, call the Crow Guild and inform them of the situation. Have you found out about the man who destroyed the South Market? Were you able to find out which faction the man belongs to? Asked Jin Q in a very serious tone. One man managed to destroy Choi Guild's 30% of fighting strength in just some hour. This was a very big news. There were many possibilities of the man's origin. One, he could be an expert sent from Seoul to destroy the Choi Guild, which was unlikely. Jin Q knew what the people from Seoul felt about places like Busan. It was very unlikely that they would have any interest in this type of place. Usually the maximum level of dungeon found in Busan was limited to 3. There would sometime appear higher-level dungeons, but the chances were below 0.1%. So, Jin Q was confident that the possibility of high middle-level guilds being involved in this was very, very slim. Tisk, let alone dungeon, this place doesn't even have those things, thought Jin Q disheartened. The second possibility was that there was a new power rising inside of Busan under his own eyes. Normally, Jin Q would not believe in such possibility, but his recent encounters made him think twice. Jin Q wanted to bet his money in this possibility, as he would be rewarded if he managed to recruit such highly talented hunter. He might even get a chance to join the HQ in Seoul. He wanted to find out the origin of the masked person and try to make him join the Hunter Association. No, sir. It seems the man appeared out of nowhere. No one has any information on the guy, not even the black market. It seems he had hidden his identity well. We don't even know what the man looks like. The only thing we know is that the man might have connection with the man who cleared the hidden dungeon today. Even that is not proven. It's just a speculation, said the man with a fearful face. He knew that Jin Q didn't want to hear this kind of response. Even so, this was his job to inform him of this. Sigh. Jin Q sighed and continued. Keep searching, don't give up. Why are there so many masked Bayard roaming around the city? Said Jin Q in disappointment. He didn't have the strength to scold the man. Sir, are you sure this is a right choice? If we don't interfere in the fight, it is very difficult to estimate the damage Choi Guild would cause today, asked the man with a serious expression, questioning Jin Q. The order is straight from above. I don't have a say in this matter. It seems like they have started to start trouble in the capital, so the Hunter Association doesn't have time to deal with these small disputes. All we can do is watch from sidelines for now at least. After situation gets calm out there, we might have a city-wide purge in the Busan, said Jin Q with a very vicious smile on his face. If another person saw his face now, anyone would think he is a lunatic. Just make sure none of the civilians are hurt in this. That's all, you may go now, said Jin Q, after which the man bowed and left the office. After the man left, Jin Q once again started to think about the stuffs that were ongoing. In the North District, the houses were empty. There was not a single person in the place right now. It seemed like the place was deserted. Kang Ho made his way through the place that looked like abandoned. He didn't have any idea what caused this. He was oblivious to all the fact, so he was carefully advancing to his destination. Kang Ho was a little anxious, as he didn't know what was going on here. After some time of walking, Kang Ho started using his skill Void Walk. After using the skill, Kang Ho started sprinting towards the market. After some time of running, the market was finally visible to Kang Ho. He stopped to analyze the situation. It seemed the entire market was shut down. Kang Ho knew the enemy were prepared, so Kang Ho became even more alerted. He didn't want to be too careless. He first wanted to check out the strength of his enemies. So Kang Ho slowly started to search for the Choi Guild's troops. When Kang Ho reached the middle of the market, he was surprised by the scene. There were a lot of people gathered there, but more importantly, from far, it was quite clear the hunters were divided in 2 factions. Kang Ho was confused on what was going on here, so instead of attacking, he started to observe the situation and learn what was going on here. Kang Ho advanced forward carefully, trying not to alert anyone. He didn't want to let the people gathered here know he was here. He first needed to observe the situation first, and then think of the action he should take. Right now, the market was filled with thousands of hunters. Kang Ho knew he couldn't fight them all. There were limits to his power, he knew that. Kang Ho didn't want to put himself in this dangerous situation. Even if most of the hunters gathered here had the average level of 20, if he were to get surrounded by all of them, escaping would be near impossible. His speed was main cause of concern for Kang Ho. With his current body and stats, he was not able to unleash his footworks he developed during those 400 years. He knew if he tried to move with his technique now with his current body, the pressure would surely crush all of his bones and tear all of his tendons. Kang Ho quickly found an abandoned building, and he hid himself on the dark corner of the balcony. From the balcony, Kang Ho could clearly see and hear the conversation that was going on between the leaders of both the sides' leader. At least he thought they were the leader, as no one dared to make a single noise as they spoke. Kang Ho tried to identify the groups and find out who they were. Every hunter present there had an insignia on their chest. One of the guys who was speaking had Choi written in Korean on his insignia. He then quickly glanced at the people standing behind him. There were a lot of people wearing different kinds of insignia. Kang Ho took note of all of them. Anyone supporting Choi Guild were his enemy. It meant he would kill every one of them. If they were pointing sword at him, he didn't care of the circumstance they were in. All he knew was that they were his enemy, and Kang Ho had no mercy for his enemy. Kang Ho then looked at the person wearing the insignia of a crow. It seemed the other group was led by that guild. He then took note of the insignias his sides were wearing. Kang Ho still didn't know if they were his enemies, but he didn't really care. Even if they were, Kang Ho didn't really care. Even if he might not be able to face them face to face and bathe, he could still use different types of tactics to separate them and kill them one by one. Although doing that was a little difficult, Kang Ho didn't care. He wanted to kill Choi Guild completely, and he wouldn't let anything stop him. Crow Guild, huh? Chukong, the guild leader. I didn't think spineless fools like would have the guts to organize this kind of attack. Were you the ones who hired that masked person to attack our market? Even if you did, it would be just waste of money. If he dared to show up here, we will surely kill him. After that, Choi Guild is planning to kill all of you. None of you would be spared. We will kill you. You think we, the Choi Guild, are pushover? Said the man with the Choi Guild insignia. The man was carrying a bow. It seemed he was a ranged fighter. Kim Min-soo. You think Choi Guild would exist after today? Even if we die today, mark my words, we will take down Choi Guild with us, said Chukong. The man was carrying a sword. Kang Ho listened to the two men for a while, and he found out what had happened when he was on his way towards the market. Kang Ho was little surprised. He didn't think his action would cause a chain reaction so big. From their conversation, it seemed that these guilds supporting Crow Guild had grievances with the Choi Guild. After Kang Ho took out one of the markets and killed the hunters there, it seemed to have motivated them to take action now and uproot Choi Guild once and for all. Even so, their armies were not on equal footing. The Crow Guild's group didn't have the same number of hunters that the Choi Guild had. Even so, that didn't stop them from coming here to attack. When they were having the conversation, basically mocking each other suddenly, Chukong's phone started ringing, so he picked up the phone. After the conversation, Chukong had a smile on his face. Seeing the smile, Min-soo had a bad feeling. He tried to negotiate a deal with the Crow Guild. If you go away now, the Choi Guild would not hold grudge against your guild, said Kim Min-soo. He knew he had to fight the masked person too. He was their main target, so fighting with Crow Guild now would be disadvantageous for them right now. It's too late! Attack! Yelled Chukong while he pointed his sword towards Kim Min-soo. After hearing the command, Kim Min-soo was enraged, but he didn't say anything more. He quickly backed away to take his position. After witnessing the turn of events, Kang Ho realized that this situation was advantageous for him, so he decided to take advantage of this situation fully. Kang Ho didn't move. He still hid where he was. He was looking for an opportunity to attack. He wanted to do huge damage with less efforts. Both the sides started fighting. Although from numbers standpoint Crow Guild seemed weak, but when it came to battle, they were more organized and well-managed. All of their attacks were precise and accurate. They managed to take some of the enemies down just when they collided. Hunters with high defenses were on the front line. They were taking on the spells, arrows, and attacks from melee classes head-on. From Kang Ho's point of view, it seemed like they had extremely well teamwork. Once the ranged attacks stopped or took a pause, on that moment the tank class gave way to the melee classes. They went out of the formation and dealt heaviest damage possible on the enemy. This led to death of some melee class players on the front line of Choi Guild. After dealing the damage, the melee class players quickly entered the formation again to brace for the range attacks once again. They continued this tactic for quite some time and managed to kill some of enemy hunters. After seeing this situation, Kim Min-soo was enraged. He knew their side didn't have that much of combat experience, but he didn't think it would be this bad. Healers start providing heals to the frontline troops. Although Kim Min-soo didn't want to use these hunters right now, he was left with no choice. The enemy were well-trained and had combat experience, so he had to use them to help the frontline troops. Kim Min-soo knew even if the healers they had weren't high-level, these healers could change the tide of the war in just seconds. With the support of the heal provided by the healers, the frontline troops of Choi Guild were empowered again. This time, when Crow Guild attacked, the Choi Guild didn't back down, rather. They came forward like an unstoppable force. Seeing this change, Kim Min-soo was extremely happy. Frontline hunters of Crow Guild faced the barrage of assault without much of difficulty. They were like a steel wall. No one could bend the wall, no matter what they tried. After the attack stopped, the melee hunters once again took the chance to attack the Choi Guild hunters, but this time, they were very unsuccessful. Those hunters that they managed to hurt, they were quickly healed by the healers. This gave major morale boost to the Choi Guild frontline hunters. Choi Guild used hunters from other guilds as the frontline soldiers. For the Choi Guild, they were like meat shield. Using the hunters from other guild wanted to protect their main force to face the greater threat. Kim Min-soo was holding onto his cards for the real threat. They continued the fight for some time. Both sides seemed to be on equal ground. Kang Ho found a perfect opportunity to weaken the Choi Guild troops. He carefully went to behind the Choi Guild hunters. Kang Ho was looking to kill off the healers first. He wanted to weaken the strength of Choi Guild. If Kang Ho managed to take down the healers, it would deal a huge blow to the Choi Guild faction. The tides of war would turn quickly. The healers were placed in front of the mages to protect them from all the sides. Kim Min-soo was way ahead. He was commanding the front lines, so he was behind the frontline troops giving them the instructions. Kang Ho noticed that whenever mages attacked, they needed to take a little break to resume the attacks. Rather than break, they seemed to be like mumbling to themselves. Kang Ho thought that they were chanting spells. That was the only possible reason he could think of. Kang Ho soon reached another building near the healers and hid himself there. He was waiting for that pause to happen. Kang Ho didn't have to wait too long as the pause happened, just after they finished attacking. Without a hesitation, Kang Ho came out of the shadow and pounced towards the healers as if they were his prey. Kang Ho quickly dashed towards the nearest healer and swung his dagger. Before the guy could reach, Kang Ho left a deep cut on the man's neck. Blood quickly started flowing out of the wound like water. The healer tried to say something and tried to use his own magic to heal himself, but all of that was futile. The wound was just too deep and lethal. On top of all of that, the poison that Kang Ho used made it impossible to heal the wound back. In just seconds, the man fell to the ground while holding his wounded neck. His body remained twitching. Everything happened so fast that even those people watching the situation were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe what just happened. Those who saw the event remained silent, not knowing what to do. Kang Ho, on the other hand, didn't stand around there anymore. He had some more healers to kill. Kang Ho soon pounced towards the other healer who was showing his back towards him. The healer didn't even know what happened behind his back just now. He was busy healing the troops at the front line. "Watch out!" Someone who saw Kang Ho attacking the healer from the mage regiment yelled. Unfortunate for the healer, he was just too busy, so he didn't even pay attention to the yell from the mage. Kang Ho didn't hesitate and stabbed at the back of the man's neck. Kang Ho's dagger pierced the man's neck completely. The end of the dagger popped out of the man's neck. When the man saw the bloody dagger which pierced his neck, he was horrified. He wanted to scream, but he collapsed even before he could open his mouth. The masked man has appeared. He is sneak attacking the healers. Protect them, yelled one of the mages. This time, all of the hunters present there. Notice the sound. They all turned their attention towards the healers. What they saw terrified them. Kang Ho had managed to sneak in the middle of the healers. On top of that, he managed to kill 2 healers. This was impossible. They felt like they were jolted awake by electricity. They all felt chills run down their backs. This is impossible. How can that guy bypass us and attack the healer without us noticing? Attack him now. Take the guy down. Now, said Kim Min-soo. His face lost all of its color. This was bad losing healer while facing the Crow Guild, and the masked man at the same time would be disastrous. He quickly ordered the troops to attack Kang Ho. This is bad. We need to take care of the Crow Guild as quickly as possible and kill that guy. We can't afford to fight both of them at the same time. We are still unclear on what extent does the masked man's strength goes, thought Kim Min-soo. The worry was clearly written on his face. He was clearly disturbed by the situation they were currently in. 3rd, 4th, 5th hunting team attack the frontline troops of the enemy. Take them down as soon as possible. Kim Min-soo gave out orders in desperation. He was unsure on how much strength Kang Ho had, so he had to take down the other threat first. Later, he could kill Masked Man by ganging up on him. Kim Min-soo believed that even if the man was strong, he wouldn't be able to withstand attacks of entire Choi Guild at once. After all, he was just one man. Flowing his command's troops began to move towards the battle with Crow Guild. Meanwhile, Kang Ho continued his attacks on the healers. While Kim Min-soo was busy giving out his orders, Kang Ho was busy killing the healers. His hard work paid off. Before the Choi Guild members made it to him, he managed to kill 40% of the healers that the Choi Guild brought. Kang Ho was still not satisfied with the numbers. He wanted to kill all of the healers, so when the troops showed up, he didn't back down, rather continued his attacks. Kang Ho was very fast on his feet. When the mages prepared their spells and shot it towards Kang Ho, he moved fast. He dodged every attack that the mages made. Some of the attacks were hard to dodge as a result. He was hurt a little, but none of the injuries were able to hit his vitals. Kang Ho always protected he would rather sacrifice an arm than get hit by a sword in his chest. Fights were unpredictable. If you didn't manage to protect your vitals, your winning chances would go down by 80%. The fight continued for a while. Kang Ho managed to kill all of the healers. The level of the healers present here weren't that high. Most of them were around level 50, so one swing of dagger was enough to take care of them. "Kill him!" yelled one of the hunters, chasing Kang Ho. The hunters who came to kill Kang Ho were very angry at the situation. Only mages were able to hurt the guy a little while they couldn't even make a scratch on him. So, they attacked Kang Ho with all they had. Kang Ho, on the other hand, had managed to finish his objective that he came for. Kang Ho quickly ran through the crowd. He went through the gaps quickly, as he was really fast on his feet. The people following him couldn't follow his movement. After losing them, Kang Ho quickly made it back to a hiding spot away from the crowd. Once he was out of the crowd, Kang Ho once again used his skill and hid himself. "This is bad, we lost him," informed the captain immediately. "That guy was just too fast," said one of the hunters pursuing Kang Ho. He was very angry as he knew what kind of mistake he made. Kang Ho had already significantly decreased their strength by killing all the healers. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight was going on. Crow Guild were being pushed back. After the Choi Guild hunters showed up, they dominated the battlefield. Crow Guild lost half of their frontline troops after they appeared. They were just too strong for the Crow Guild to handle. Their Choi Guild hunters, unlike the past hunters, were extremely powerful as well as well-trained. They moved in teams and dominated every battle they fought. For Chu Kong at first, he was extremely happy when Kang Ho took care of the healers for them, but later when the Choi Guild troops joined, his headache began. He knew if he didn't do something, their frontline won't last long. The Crow Guild didn't have the best of the mages in their guild were mediocre, and melee hunters were the same, So if they lost the frontline troops, they were sure to lose the battle. Let's go. We need to support the frontline troops and push back their forces. The frontline won't be able to handle this for much long, said Chu Kong to the people around him. After hearing his order, they all took their weapons out and charged towards the front line. Sir, we lost that masked guy. He was just too fast for the team to follow. Along with that, we also lost all of our healers. One of the hunters reported to Kim Min-soo. With the tone of the man's voice, it was evident he was very afraid of delivering the news. Swish, after hearing the news, Kim Min-soo became extremely angry. He was focused on the battle with the Crow Guild. He believed that with the hunters going after Kang Ho, even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least make him busy for some time. But when he heard that not only were they not able to block him, they even let him escape, he couldn't hide his rage anymore. He attacked the man who brought the news using his bow. The arrow went straight through the man's eyes, killing him instantly. The man couldn't even dodge the attack. What made Kim Min-soo even more mad was the place where Kang Ho appeared. That place was far back on the battlefield. There were some disadvantages of being an archer, although the class was considered as one of the ranged attackers like the mage. Unlike mage, archer's range was far less than the range mage has. Unlike mages, the archers had to rely on their raw strength to shot arrow in far distance, whereas mages didn't have those kinds of problem. Although he had some intel that this type of disadvantage disappears after a certain level, but he was still too far from reaching that level. So, even if he was a ranged attacker, Kang Ho was just too far from his range, so he had to rely on others to take care of the guy. Even after killing the man, Kim Min-soo wasn't satisfied. He wanted to shoot one more arrow at the man, but right then, he saw something which made him halt his attack. He saw Chu Kong arriving at the front line with his troops and attacking the Choi Guild hunters. Once a hunting team go, they won't be able to handle Chu Kong on their own. We need to finish that guy before anything else. If we manage to kill that guy, the fight is as good as over, said Kim Min-soo as he was turned around towards his team. No matter the differences, even he had to admit that Chu Kong was a difficult enemy to deal with. Kim Min-soo started moving forward. He wanted the front line to be in his range of attack. After hearing Kim Min-soo, the hunters from First Hunting Team started moving towards the front line as well. Kang Ho was secretly observing all of this and moved closer to the front line and hid himself. The real fight was just about to start. After the First Hunting Team reached the front line, two of the swordsmen ran towards Chu Kong to fight the man. They were hoping to kill Chu Kong, but when they started the fight, they were on equal footing. Chu Kong fought both the men alone, unfazed. Kim Min-soo positioned himself in a good location to carry on his attacks. After doing so, he started to observe the fight between Chu Kong and the both swordsmen. Kim Min-soo then started to look around the battlefield as if searching for something. He was on high alert. His arrow were drawn and always keeping an eye on the surrounding. Kang Ho was also observing the situation on the front line. It was clear for him that Kim Min-soo was searching for his movements. That didn't matter to Kang Ho. Rather, he was busy checking the situation on the battlefield. Even after the First Hunting Team joined the battle, the fight seemed to be on equal ground. No one had upper hand over other. At least the stalemate continued for a little while. Then suddenly it seemed like the Choi Guild members got some signal. Suddenly all of the Choi Guild members started retreating back. This change of event made the Crow Guild confused on what was going on. Even Chu Kong didn't know what was going on. When the Crow Guild were thinking what was going on, suddenly a huge fireball came crashing towards the front line of the fight. The aim of the fireball were the hunters, with great defenses. The fireball was clearly meant to kill them. "Dodge quickly!" yelled Chu Kong, finally realizing the severity of the situation they were in. He knew that the weakness of those soldiers was this kind of destructive magic attacks. After hearing Chu Kong's shout, some of the hunters escaped the disaster, but some of them were not that lucky. Those who were directly hit by the fireball were killed instantly. Their shield could do nothing in this kind of situation. About 20 of the hunters died of the attack. It goes to show the power of the mage who shot the fireball. Some of the hunters were injured, but they quickly drank the healing potion provided to them by the guild. It seemed that Crow Guild had spent a lot on this attack. They really wanted to get rid of Choi Guild. Taking down so many of the hunters at once was a huge blow to the hunters of Crow Guild. They were in state of chaos. Kang Ho, on the other hand, went to higher ground. He wanted to see who was the one who used such kind of magic. He didn't have to search for long. He spotted a mage who seemed out of breath. The mage had a problem with standing, but he drank some bottle's potion, after which he started to recover. The mage was wearing red-colored robe. Even though Kang Ho was far from the middle-aged man, he could tell that the robe was a special item. When Kang Ho first saw the man was stumbling and had to grab someone for support, but he quickly drank some potion. Kang Ho figured that it must be some kind of mana potion. It seemed whatever spell that man used could not be used simultaneously. It was a one-time spell. Kang Ho was not sure about when the man was going to fire the same spell again, so he decided he should kill the man. The man possessed a great threat towards the Crow Guild army, although considering the mage only killed 20 hunters, whereas there were about 300 tank hunters. It seemed a small number, but if the man could shoot each spell every 1 minute with the help of the potion, the man would badly damage the Crow Guild hunters. So Kang Ho planned to take the man out. Kang Ho advanced towards the place where the mages gathered. This time, Kang Ho was going to have some troubles as it seemed that the mages changed their tactics after last time he appeared. Now only half of the mages were using their spells at a time, so whenever one was done with their spells, the other team on standby started to shoot their magic. Kang Ho was still a little hurt from the fight earlier, so he took some healing potions out and drank them. He quickly recovered. The wounds didn't damage any important areas, so Kang Ho didn't have any problems with movements. After finally arriving at the place, Kang Ho stopped to see the location and plan for the attack. Kang Ho knew the horrors of being surrounded by mages. He never liked mages, especially when they were gathered in number. Kang Ho didn't want to walk in without a plan. He knew those mages could trap him if they were strong enough, so he didn't want to take any chances. From the point where he was hiding, he could see the information of the hunter mage he came to hunt. It turned out that the man's name was Baron, and he was a 56-level mage. After getting all, he needed Kang Ho moved cautiously. Kang Ho was especially carefully right now, as he knew that mages had the best perception. They could sense the slightest bit of change in atmosphere. The perception was mages' special weapon, and bane for assassins. The main reason the mages had this kind of ability was because they were the most vulnerable to sneak attacks. Those mages who didn't have high enough power, they couldn't use the full extent of their powers, and those mages who possessed weak power, in the eyes of a sneak attacker, were like goat ready to be slaughtered. Kang Ho slowly made it behind Baron. Baron was chanting some kind of spell. Kang Ho hid himself behind the man, waiting for an opportunity. After some time of chanting the spell, Baron seemed to be ready to launch the attack. He suddenly raised his hands in the sky and looked towards his hands. Kang Ho too looked towards the man's hand. Suddenly, a ball of fire was forming on the hands of the man. It seemed the man was already ready to launch the same kind of attack, like he used earlier to kill 20 Crow Guild hunters. The magic was the same when Kang Ho could tell that the fireball was same attack. Kang Ho could feel that Baron's complete focus was on controlling the spell. To Kang Ho, who had seen all types of magic, it seemed that Baron was very bad at controlling the magic. From the looks of it, Baron had acquired the skill not too long ago and didn't understand the use of the magic because most of the mana he was pouring in was going to waste. If Baron could control the magic properly, the magic could have more fata and dangerous. For Kang Ho, who had lived in Hades for countless years, he felt as if the interface that helped hunters in dungeons and the support it provided were all tailor-made for the humans. It almost felt as if they were all there to help the humans grow in power. Kang Ho didn't understand what was going on, but kept the thoughts aside for the movement as he was still in the battlefield, and he didn't have the time to think about unnecessary things. Kang Ho finally moved towards the man who was preparing the magic skill. Kang Ho didn't want the attack to be successful. Kang Ho moved with extreme caution. He didn't want to alert the nearby mages. Swish. After arriving at the back of the man, Kang Ho swung his dagger downwards towards the back of the neck of the man. Kang Ho was so fast and nimble that the man didn't even notice what had happened. Suddenly, the mana the man gathered in his hands all disappeared. The man was shocked by the event. This had never happened to him while casting a spell. Before he could figure the things out, the man felt difficulty breathing. It felt as if something was stuck on the man's throat. Baron took one of his hands towards his neck to feel was wrong. Suddenly, Baron felt chills run down his spine. He couldn't believe what had happened. All he could feel was a sharp object sticking out of his neck and as if someone had spilled over warm water on his chest. Baron suddenly felt a kick on his back and he fell to the ground. He no longer had the strength to stand up. After killing the mage, Kang Ho had alerted all the mages in the area, and all of them were pointing their wands towards him. Kang Ho didn't feel the need to kill all of them, but he knew he had to leave the place immediately. Kang Ho started running towards the place he came from. On the way, he killed all the mages he could get his hands on. Although Kang Ho planned Nei didn't need to kill all of the mages, he still killed 35% of the mages while escaping the area. This further damaged the Choi Guild's power in the field. After killing some of the mages, the pressure on the Crow Guild reduced by a lot. "Call Sir Kim and inform him of the passing of Sir Baron," yelled one of the mages while grinding teeth. "Yes, sir," replied one of the mages. Then he took his walkie-talkie out and started to send the message. On the other side, when Kim Min-soo heard of the news of so many mages, he almost went berserk. After controlling his rage, the Kim Min-soo started calling someone Yu on his phone. What? How could this be possible? There is no way in Hades. Park Kyung was about to say something, but he stopped midway. He knew he couldn't change the outcome in any way. All he could do now was to go there himself. He suddenly cut the phone off and took his weapon and started running out of his office. The worry and anger were written all over in his face. Every step he took felt as if some boulder was trying to squash him. He just kept running towards the upper floor. Park Kyung was running fast as he could up the stairs. After he reached the top floor, his speed became equal to of a turtle. He no longer had the strength to move, but he still had to deliver the news. With the remaining power he had left in his body, he rushed to the place he wanted to be. After finally reaching a huge door, Park Kyung stopped in his tracks. He adjusted his breathing and changed his face from a fearful one to a neutral one. He wanted to act as if he just found out about the attack matters. He knew if he told the truth, he would surely die. In front of the door, Park Kyung was standing. There was a nameplate hanging which read out the name Choi In-kyu. Park Kyung looked at the nameplate and cursed inwardly. After standing there for a while and thinking things through, he finally got enough courage. He first took a deep breath in, then pushed the door open. The door was not a normal door. It was really heavy. When he opened the door, his blood ran cold. All the courage he had was gone up in flames. The fear he had for the guildmaster was a real one. He had seen how powerful the man was. He had seen him going crazy. Whenever Choi In-kyu got angry on someone, Park Kyung would always pity them. He never wanted to be the one on the receiving end. But here he was now waiting for disaster to happen to him. Inside of the office was very huge. The office was decorated with all kinds of things, like a monster carcass, monster fur, etc. The office had an eerie vibe to it. Any non-hunter who came to this floor wouldn't have the power to move, as the carcass present in the office belonged to a high-level monster. Even if the thing was long dead, the pressure that thing still emitted was huge. Unless you were a hunter or by some other means, normal human didn't have the chance to come near the thing. But at the same time for hunters, this kind of pressure would almost have no effect on the hunters. But for some reason today, Park Kyung felt as if the pressure that carcass produced was making it difficult to walk. Although that wasn't the truth, he still believed that. These kinds of carcass costed a lot of money. The carcass could be used in making potions and other purposes. Choi In-kyu had spent a lot of his money to buy that thing. Straight ahead of Park Kyung, there was a huge photo of the late son of Choi In-kyu, and in front of the painting was Choi In-kyu, sitting on the chair drinking alcohol while looking at the photo. You could feel the sorrow the man was feeling from that far. It was as if the Park Kyung himself was feeling the grief while standing there. This was absolutely worst time for Pak Kyung to come with the bad news. Pak Kyung knew if he were to tell the man the truth, his lifeless body would exit the room, so he started to think of a way to save his neck. Even if Pak Kyung's plans had failed to work until now, he knew how to manipulate the man sitting in the chair. First of all, Pak Kyung kneeled on the ground and then bowed towards the man. No words came out of Pak Kyung's mouth. He was too afraid to speak. Are his family? After hearing no words from Pak Kyung, Choi In-kyu opened his own mouth and was about to say something right. Then he was disrupted by Pak Kyung's voice. Sir, all of the soldiers I sent there were killed by a masked man. The market was then attacked by the man next and managed to destroy one of the markets. There is still a war taking place on the other market. They just called and informed me that if support was not sent in time, they would lose a lot of troops to win against the enemy. A lot of our enemy guilds like Crow Guild joined their hands in attacking our guild with the masked man. From the reports I just now received it stated that all of our healers were killed. The situation looks too grim for our guild. The enemy side is commanded by Crow Guild. Many of the neutral guilds have also joined their hands. They are serious on taking us down this time. I have already called them, and they confirmed that the attack is not instigated by Hunter Association, and they gave us the permission to use full of our force. All we lack in the battlefield is you, said Pak Kyung, while interrupting Choi Kyung in the middle of his speech. A lot of the things he said was lie. Pak Kyung didn't care about the lies right now. All he wanted to do was survive the crisis he brought on himself. What? After hearing what Pak Kyung had to say, Choi In-kyu was enraged. All he wanted to right now was to kill Pak Kyung. All of this time, Choi In-kyu was thinking of when the news of his target being killed would reach him. As every second went by, his anger increased. Choi In-kyu couldn't believe what he just heard. How hard could it be to kill the family? Choi In-kyu thought as he stared down at Pak Kyung. Choi In-kyu was extremely angry at him. He just wanted to kill the man. Choi In-kyu took his long sword. The long sword was really long and too heavy. Whenever Choi In-kyu swung the sword, it packed heavy power behind the attack. After taking his weapon, he turned towards Pak Kyung and stared running. Choi In-kyu was determined to kill the man. Sir, we need to leave now, and also I am the only man who knows where the family and the guy who killed your son are. If you kill me, you might not be able to find the man who killed your son. Pak Kyung once again lied Choi In-kyu. Right now, he was just making up whatever he wanted to save himself. Even if what Pak Kyung said was not true, he was the only one who knew the truth, so whatever he said didn't matter. The lie that Pak Kyung made really worked, as Choi In-kyu stopped running towards him and signaled him to keep talking. After seeing that reaction, Pak Kyung was extremely happy, but he didn't dare to show that on his face, as he still had a neutral face. Pak Kyung started telling all the event that happened until now to Choi In-kyu one by one as he listened without saying anything or reacting, but you could tell how angry he was as his expression was becoming angrier every second. As Pak Kyung told the events that took place, he didn't dare to say all of them truthfully. He mixed in some lies to save himself from his anger. After they were done talking, Choi In-kyu started running towards the elevator. He wanted to reach the place as fast as possible. You could see his eyes were red with anger. Inside a huge mansion on the balcony, there was a man sitting on a chair. He was holding a glass of wine in his hand. The man was slowly sipping on the wine. The man was not enjoying the peaceful environment. On the contrary, he had worries written all over his face. When the clouds that covered the moon moved, the moonlight fell on the balcony, lighting up the face of the man. The man was none other than Lee Man-young. Lee Man-young was sipping on the wine that was given to him as a gift from his old friend. While drinking, he was still worried, and he was thinking of the problem. Who were those people? Why did they want to hurt us? If Moon-jung was not there today, we might have lost our lives. Where is Kang-ho? Is he safe? I hope he is. If not, I will kill whoever was responsible for this. Thought Man-young. You could see the anger all over his face. With the anger on his face looked somehow scary. He quickly retracted his expression to that of a worried person. There was no one who witnessed the sudden change in his expression. Yi Ha-nul and Yi Hwa-young were sleeping on the bed inside the room. It seemed that today's event startled both the mother and daughter pair. Little Princess had her arms tightly wrapped around her mother, not wanting to let go, and her face didn't have the peaceful emotion that every child should have while they slept. She was deeply distressed by what has been happening to her family. Just some days ago, Little Princess had to witness the scene of her father's arms being broken by some bad men, and now they had to leave their own house. This was a lot to take in for a little girl like her. Yiman Young looked towards his family. Then after some time he turned towards the moon, then slowly taking out the envelope that he received from his friend. Man Young tried to open the envelope, but when he tried, it seemed like it was glued together. After failing to open the envelope, Man Young sighed, then brought his thumb close to his mouth and bit his own finger. After cutting, his own finger, blood started to come out of his finger. He took the thumb and placed the thumb above the envelope and let one drop of blood to fall over the envelope. After the blood fell over the envelope suddenly started to glow with a red color. The glow didn't last for long, for just 3-4 seconds, and it came back to normal. After that, Man Young once more tried to open the letter, but this time he didn't face any resistance. The letter opened, and he started to read the content. I really didn't want to receive or read this kind of letter. If not for the situation I am in right now, I would have never considered opening this. Thought Man Young as he was looking over the message that was written on the letter. His face clearly showed the dissatisfaction as he was staring over the letter. Hey, you know who it is? There is a very bad news. I hope you are reading the letter alone. I really didn't want to send you a message, but the situation is dire right now, so I had to. Sending message is the safest, as I don't trust any other means of communication right now. Make sure there is no one beside you, then turn the age to other side. This was the message that was written on the first page of the letter. Right after reading this, Man Young expression became grave. His brain was in a turmoil after reading the letter. His hand stopped moving for some time. He was just staring at the message for the time. After a little bit of thinking, his hand finally moved and turned to the next page. The capital is in a very big turmoil. They have started to move again this time. They have gathered a lot of strength. As the situation stands, no place in Korea is safe. Not a single one, not even the capital. I hope for you to come to the capital. I know that your son has not shown up yet, but I promise that if you come here, I will use all of my power to search for your kid. If you stay in Busan, you might lose your entire family, not just your son. I know that the capital isn't safe, but Busan isn't either. At least in Seoul, I can protect you and your family, friend. I beg of you to come to the capital, please. That was the end of the letter. After reading the letter, Man Young's face didn't show any emotion. It was very hard to know what was going on in his brain, or what was he thinking. But one thing was sure, that the letter might have been written before Kang Ho returned, as he mentioned in letter that his son was still missing. After the Man Young was done reading the letter, it started burning on its own. After some time of burning, the paper quickly turned into nothing but ashes. The ashes flew out of Man Young's hand because of the strong breeze. After reading the letter, Man Young sat back on the chair and started thinking about the stuff that was written on the letter. Man Young seemed to be focused on the matter about moving. He was lost in thoughts. What if Kang Ho went to the house? Are those guys still in front of our house? I don't think he would be able to defend himself if he encounters hunters from earlier. Suddenly, this thought jolted him awake of his thoughts. Man Young stood up as if he had been electrocuted. He slowly opened the window, wanting to enter the room. Then he slowly moved towards the little princess and patted her head gently. He didn't want to wake her up. After being patted by a warm hand, the expression on the little princess's face changed to that of peaceful. There was a smile on her face. Man Young turned around towards the door of the room. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed by someone. When he turned around, it turned out to be his wife. Is he back yet? Asked Yi Hanul. From her expression, you could tell she was extremely worried. It seemed she didn't sleep. She was still worrying about Kang Ho's return as well. From her expression, you should tell she was in pain. Any parents would be in this situation. Moreover, Kang Ho had just returned some days ago after disappearing for 2 years. She didn't want to lose him again. I will go and call his phone again. Don't worry, he would be fine, said Man Young, trying to console her. Even though he was also worried, he tried his hard to console her. After he said few more things, he exited the room. Man Young once more tried to call Kang Ho, but still the result was same. Kang Ho didn't pick the phone up. This made him even more worried. After that, he went towards the ground floor where Moon Jung was. Sir, we can't seem to find the whereabout of your friend. Our men have been searching all over the city. Ku Chin Mai told Moon Jung with a serious expression, as he didn't dare to neglect, as he knew that the situation was dire. All of the bodyguards were thinking that the attack was targeted upon Moon Jung. They didn't think that there was any reason for some hunters to attack the Yi family, as they were just a normal family. So, if Kang Ho somehow died by the hands of Moon Jung's enemy, they knew that Moon Jung would blame the incident on himself. They anyhow wanted to avoid that from happening, so they were giving their all to find Kang Ho. Also, the bodyguards knew about the friendship Moon Jung's father and Yi Man Young had. So, if Kang Ho were to die under their watch by the hands of the enemy, they couldn't dare imagine what consequences they would have to face from the situation. What? Have you used all the forces we have available? If so, just hire some mercenary hunter, post job on the official Hunter Association page as well as the black market page. Offer a huge amount of reward for whoever finds him. Remember, don't be stingy on rewards. If needed, take some of the money from me. I don't care what you do. I want him in front of me in 1 hour. Busan is not safe today. Fights have broken out everywhere in the city. I don't think the situation would cool down anytime soon. If he were to stumble upon a place where the hunters are fighting, or even if he goes home, he is not safe anywhere. Remember, he has just become a hunter, said Moon Jung with a very grave expression. Moon Jung was Hades, bent on finding where Kang Ho had disappeared. He was well aware of the situation out of the city, so he decided to release a search order in the 2 major websites where all the hunters search for jobs. These sites were used by guilds or individual to create a job request for the hunters. These sites were very popular among the guilds as well as rogue hunters. They all gathered here to get a great job request. In this kind of websites, it functioned like this. Party A would release a job request, and the pay for the completion of the job would be determined by Party A while they post the job. Then the Party B would look for the job, and whichever suits their interest, they would work for the job. This system was quite simple and easy to use. Mostly rogue hunters were the one who loved these websites, as some of the hunters would not get a chance to join a guild or wouldn't want to join the guild. They would use these websites to gather party for dungeon hunting and others. Yes, sir, right away, said Ku Chin Mei, after saying that he didn't have anything else to report on, so he moved towards the office they had temporarily set up for the situation. He then provided with the request Moon Jung made. Seeing the moving back of Ku Chin Mei, Moon Jung was lost in the thoughts. All he could think of right now was how his father would react if he found out that he couldn't even protect his friend. When he thought of that thing, Moon Jung's eyes were filled with horror. Have you found him yet? A voice approaching from Moon Jung's behind asked with a worried tone. Moon Jung was jolted awake because of the voice. Not yet, uncle, but I don't think it would take much more time. All of men are searching for his whereabouts right now. Moon Jung replied as he turned round. He didn't even have to look behind to know who the man with that voice was. Moon Jung had seen Man Young countless times with his father drinking alcohol, even after the dungeons appeared. But it has been 1 year since he had last visited. Moon Young didn't know why he had not visited in a long while, but he never dared to ace directly to his father. Moon Jung was well aware that their meeting should be secret, and he shouldn't have known about the meetings, but one day while playing, he had accidentally seen Man Young and his father having drinks as they discussed about some things. He had that day eavesdropped on their conversation, but he never dared to speak about that in the pubic or anywhere, as he knew how serious the meeting was. There was an emotional change on his face when he saw Moon Jung walking towards him. He suddenly had awe written all over his face, but he immediately changed the emotion to that of a neutral one. Whew, that was close. Moon Jung sighed and thought inwardly. I hope we can find him soon. Man Yang was too worried on his son's situation. He didn't notice the emotional change on Man Jung's face. All he could think of right now was the well-being of Kong Ho. Nothing else mattered. Man Young slowly made his way towards the minibar. There was no bartender, so after he went there, he started to prepare himself a glass of alcohol. Moon Young just watched him while he did so. Moon Young also wanted to have some, but he had a lot of things to do, so he controlled himself. He didn't dare be careless, or else God knows what his father would do to him. On the battlefield, on the other hand, after killing the mages, Kong Ho found out that the strength of the Crow Guild increased significantly. They were not being pushed around by the Choi Guild anymore. Seeing this kind of development, Kang Ho was elated. He suddenly decided to take out all of the mages. Kang Ho believed that if all of the mages were to be killed, Crow Guild and the Choi Guild would have an equal footing. So Kang Ho stuck around and started to give all a mage's nightmare. Kang Ho hid himself and waited for the opportunity to arise. Whenever any of them made a mistake or gave him a chance, he wouldn't miss it. He would strike the mages whenever they were very vulnerable. He would always only attack only one of the mages, and whenever he attacked, he would make sure the mage was dead. He would finish killing a mage in just under 1 minute every time. The way he killed them made it seem like he was swatting a fly. If he laid his eye on one of the mages, he would make sure that they died anyhow. On the process, he would get hurt, but he would always heal the injuries with potions. He used potion as if they were water. He didn't care about the money he was wasting on the process. Kang Ho followed the same rules when he attacked any of the mages. First, he would attack the vulnerable. Second, he would kill them quick. And the third and the last one, he would never stick to one location. He would use his speed as an advantage to dodge the attack as well as to hide from enemies. When Kang Ho attacked anyone, he would do it quick. When he was done hitting the targets in the vital places, he quickly ran away. The main reason why he ran away was because he was being chased by a group of melee hunters, and it was not that he was afraid of them. He didn't want to face them when he was surrounded by mages. Even when he was attacking the mages, Kang Ho was being bombarded by many spells. All he could do was dodge so that attacks didn't hit any vital spots, but still, he couldn't dodge every attack that was thrown at him. Even if he had a lot of healing potions, the attacks were having a lot of negative effects on his body. All the spells constricted his movements, so if he were to fight so many melee hunters at the same time with all the restrictions in place, he would surely lose. That was the reason why he was running. He was trying to distance himself from the melee attackers. Kang Ho continued his fight in the same way for some more time and managed to wipe out all of the mages. By the end, Kang Ho was just left with only some of the health potion. But Kang Ho was still happy as his efforts paid off. Right now, the situation on the battlefield had changed drastically. After Kang Ho successfully killed all of the mages from the Choi Guild's side, the melee fighters from the Crow Guild were no longer constricted. They finally freely moved on the battlefield. Now, after the annihilation of the Choi Guild's mages, Crow Guild finally used their own mages and used the same tactics against the Choi Guild they were using on them. Crow Guild too started to constrict the movements of the Choi Guild's damage dealers. After their damage dealers got restricted, the Crow Guild didn't lose the opportunity to attack the Choi Guild. They started to get aggressive. Sir, it seems that all of the mages were wiped out. One of the hunters came up beside Kim Min-soo and said, he had horror written all over his face. He knew what consequences there would be to lose all of the mages in a single battle. The man already knew that he was in a one-way ride directly leading to Hades. What? Why did no one informed me about mages being attacked? And what do you mean by they are already dead? You want me to believe that some people came and killed all of our mages? Are our mages that powerless? Kim Min-soo kept rambling like this for quite some time, but even after hearing all the questions, the man didn't give a single response. The man just stood still, not daring to answer recklessly. He knew that his lie depended on the words he used. The one responsible for reporting to you on the development on the battlefield was killed by you just some time ago, so I had to let you know of the situation, said the man after a lot of thinking. He didn't know what he's to say. Either way, if he didn't answer, he would be killed anyway, so he just answered whatever that came to his mind. Ah! Yelled Kim Min-soo as he pulled on his bow and released an arrow towards the incoming Crow Guild member. After killing the incoming man, Min-soo stared towards the man who informed him on the situation. "You stay here and report to me about all of the development happening on the battlefield," said Kim Min-soo, although he really wanted to kill the man. But he restrained himself from doing so because he didn't want the situation to repeat itself again. In this battle, he was the one who was commanding the troops. If he were to lose contact with the troops again, this would be disastrous, and he didn't want that to happen. So he started to think rationally. After that, Min-soo started to think of a way to reverse the situation to the favor of Choi Guild. After finishing his mission, Kang-ho once again hid himself in a building under a shadow. He wanted to see what he could do next to increase the chances of Crow Guild succeeding. After having a while of look for a while, at first Kang-ho thought everything was okay. But suddenly, Kang-ho realized that someone was killing the most powerful peoples in the Crow Guild. When Kang-ho realized the problem that Crow Guild was facing, Kang-ho got very serious and started to find the source of all of this. After a bit of looking around, Kang-ho found out that the one doing all of that attacks were none other than Kim Min-soo. Although taking down some of the members of the Crow Guild seemed insignificant, but in truth, Min-soo was dealing very heavy blows to the Crow Guild. The hunters that Min-soo was targeting were very strong hunters with rich experience in fighting. Killing them was equal to cutting off the roots of a tree. Without roots, a tree would die out. That was what Min-soo was trying to do. He was trying to kill the people who were in commanding positions to throw the Crow Guild troops out of order. The strongest advantage that the Crow Guild had was their coordination. If Min-soo managed to disrupt that, Choi Guild would have no difficulty to destroy them. Seeing the development, Kang-ho knew that if he didn't take Min-soo down soon, the Crow Guild would have no chance of winning the battle. Kang-ho decided and started running towards Kim Min-soo. It was time for him to confront him. After some running in between the buildings, he finally made it to the place where Kim Min-soo was. He was in the middle of the melee hunters. That was the best place for him to attack the Crow Guild. From that location, he could attack the Crow Guild from all of the sides. He was currently being surrounded by 1 mage, 1 healer, 2 tanks, and 3 melee attackers, which included 1 assassin and 2 swordsmen. They were not focused towards the battlefield, rather they were concentrated towards the surrounding. It seemed that they were trying to protect Kim Min-soo from any sneak attacks. Even the healer was not healing the frontline troops, he was just standing there with his staff, not caring for the battlefield. Kang-ho waited there to see if he could find flaws in their formation. But they were just too concentrated towards their duty to protect Kim Min-soo. There was nothing that could distract them. So, after some time of observation, Kang-ho decided that he should attack directly. There was no other way. The levels of the people surrounding Kang-ho wasn't that high. Most of them were just level 55, only the healer was 50. After contemplating for a little bit of time, Kang-ho decided to attack the healer first. Kang-ho sneakily moved in the battle. Not many people noticed Kang-ho as he was in a battlefield, and everyone were fighting for their life. And for those who noticed, they couldn't keep their eyes on him as he was moving too fast in the middle of a huge crowd. Kang-ho quickly made it to the group by running in middle of the crowd. Kang-ho didn't want to wait there to attack because everyone present there were extremely alert. They all were on lookout for a possible enemy sneak attack. So, Kang-ho wasted any time. He would be in a very bad disadvantage. He would run into the risk of being discovered. Kang-ho moved fast. He quickly, like a lightning, came behind the healer first. He had decided to attack the healer first because he always thought they were too troublesome in some situation. Although Kang-ho always aimed to attack the enemy fast and kill them, but sometimes when fighting in groups in some situations, healers proved to be very big headache. So, Kang-ho targeted the healer first. After Kang-ho got behind the healer, he raised his dagger and stabbed the healer behind his neck. The healer, on the other hand, was absolutely not aware what just happened to him. When felt sharp pain in his neck area, he felt some kind of hot liquid was on his neck. The healer brought the same hand in front of his face to see what it was. To the healer's horror, his hand was covered in blood. After seeing the wound, the healer wanted to scream, but no sound came from his mouth. The healer abruptly fell to the ground after losing the strength on his feet. Everyone in the group turned towards these sounds. What they saw made them angry to no end. At the same time they were horrified, Kang-ho was able to escape all of their senses and at the same time successfully launch a sneak attack on Healer and kill him. How is it possible? I didn't even sense him when he was this close to me. Just what is his level? Kim Min-soo thought while he stared at Kong Ho, who was standing in front of the corpse of the healer. What terrified Kim Min-soo the most was the unknown background of the enemy. All they knew about him was he wore a mask and he used a pair of daggers as his main weapon. You could clearly see the reluctance to fight in Kim Min-soo's face. It seemed like Kong Ho killing the healer right under his nose made him extremely nervous. After all, unknown enemy is very dangerous. You wouldn't know their weak points, attack patterns, etc. FK, it's that guy, sir. I think you should leave. We will handle the guy for you. You should focus on the war, yelled the mage. The mage saw the reluctance on Kim Min-soo's face as he was right next to Kim Min-soo. The mage was a good friend of Kim Min-soo, so he wasn't too afraid to talk to Kim Min-soo. Even though the mage himself didn't have the confidence to beat Kang Ho himself, but he believed if Kang Ho were to face his team, they would be the winner. After hearing what the mage just said, Kim Min-soo felt as if he had woken up from a dream. He shook all of his emotions out of him. He didn't want to appear weak. Kim Min-soo was a very prideful man. He was angry at himself after showing a sign of weakness in front of his guards. Shut up and focus on the battlefield. We would need to work together to take then Bassardi down. I don't need you to tell me what to do and what not to do, said Kang Ho with anger all over his face. Kim Min-soo felt as if he had lost his face after showing weakness just now. He wanted to skin Kang Ho alive and kill him, but he controlled his rage. Everyone attack! Yelled Kim Min-soo. After seeing that Kang Ho was in no mood of making the first move, Kim Min-soo ordered his guards to make the first move first. On the other hand, after seeing the enemy attacking Kang Ho didn't move towards them, rather, he moved a little backwards. A little distance from where Kang Ho was standing there was a little open area. Kang Ho was moving towards the exact location. As they were fighting in the middle of an active battleground, Kang Ho was sure when he started fighting it was inevitable that he would be attacked by the people, other than the guards as well. So Kang Ho decided to move towards an open area rather than fighting in a packed area. This would give Kang Ho an advantage. Kang Ho's one of the main advantages was that he was extremely fast. If he were to fight in a small area, it would be like crippling himself. Seeing Kang Ho backing away gave the team a little bit of relief as they thought that Kang Ho was afraid of them. Although it seemed like a minor thing, that gave them a major morale boost. Although morale seemed like it was unnecessary in battle, morale sometimes decided the outcome of the battle. After reaching the place he wanted to, Kang Ho stopped. He looked behind him. As expected, there were many new hunters in the team. When Kang Ho looked towards Kim Min-soo, he had a nasty smile as if he was asking Kang Ho, "Where do you plan to run now?" Kang Ho had a smirk on his face, which the enemy couldn't see as he was wearing a mask. The smile seemed sinister. If people were to see the ominous smile with the emotionless eye, they would be terrorized. Sir, I just got a signal that the masked hunter is attacking the first squad leader. Also, I heard that the mass is being chased around by the Kim Min-soo's guards as well as the surrounding troops. The informant also said that the masked mom seemed to be panicking as he was being chased by the group of people, said Chu Kong's assistant. It seemed that his informant thought that Kang Ho ran because he was afraid to face Kim Min-soo. Chu Kong fought for a little while after the battle began, but after taking care of some strong hunters, he quickly retreated to recuperate. He knew he would need strength to confront Kim Min-soo. When he heard that the masked man's next target was Kim Min-soo, he was elated. He thought he wouldn't need to fight too much, but when he heard the second half of the report, black lines started to appear on his forehead. After hearing that, Kang Ho single-headedly killed all the mages, as well as the healers. Chu Kong thought that Kang Ho would be able to take care of Kim Min-soo on his own, but it seemed he was horribly wrong. After thinking some things, Chu Kong's face suddenly changed from a worried one to a very happy one. Just now he had thought of a very brilliant plan. Although Chu Kong didn't know who the masked man was, he knew one thing, that Kim Min-soo was his enemy, so he thought enemy of his enemy is a friend. So if Chu Kong were to help the masked man in his time of need, he could get some benefits on the sideline. Maybe he could even get the support of the guild behind the masked man as well, Chu Kong thought. Chu Kong was not an extraordinary hunter, he was just a normal one, compared to the hunters that get public recognition. And he perfectly knew that, although Chu Kong was the guild leader of the Crow Guild, but he had no idea of the workings of the city and the turmoil within. The reason was before this day, Choi Guild was like the hegemony of the region, and no forces dared to compete against them. Chu Kong was the same, he never dared to act against the Choi Guild before this day. He always focused his guild on internal development while not provoking the Choi Guild. That was the reason why he never contacted any guild out of his region. He never planned to fight the Choi Guild. But after seeing what happened with the Choi Guild market, the way just one guy went and destroyed the entire thing motivated him the most. Chu Kong wanted Crow Guild to be the new hegemony of the Busan. Chu Kong also knew that with his only strength, Crow Guild wouldn't be able to become the hegemony. Chu Kong knew that he needed a powerful ally, so when he heard that Kang Ho was in trouble, he instantly became happy. Chu Kong believed that Choi Guild must have offended some foreign guild, a powerful one at that, and ended up being their target. He believed that Kang Ho was sent here to destroy Choi Guild, and just by seeing Kang Ho's powers alone, he believed that the guild he belonged to was a very powerful one. It's just normal, no matter how much powerful one became, one would always fear masses. This is a very good opportunity. We can go in and save the masked man. By doing so, we can hit 2 targets with 1 stone. For one, we can make the masked man have a favorable opinion of us. On the other hand, we would hopefully be able to gain the support of the guild he belongs to. Said Chu Kong, he wanted to make connection with a powerful guild as it would enable his guild to become hegemony in the Busan region. But sir, we are surrounded by many enemies. Reaching that place would be extremely difficult, the hunter said, expressing his concerns over the plan. He was right though, the position Crow Guild were in would make their advancement very difficult, if not impossible. Call the first hunter team and all the elites we have. If we charged in with enough force, we can easily make a hole on the enemy formation, Chu Kong said as he knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He knew that if he missed this golden opportunity, he would always regret his decision till the day he died. After hearing Chu Kong's order, the hunter finally moved. He knew no matter what he said would make no difference, as Chu Kong had made his decision. He quickly did what was asked for him to do. After collecting all the hunter, he once again went to Chu Kong. After meeting, they didn't move immediately. Chu Kong told them about his plan, and after a little bit of discussion, they finally moved. Where do you plan to run now? If you surrender now, we might let you have a peaceful death, said Kim Min-soo, although he knew that his words wouldn't work, but he tried. Kim Min-soo knew that even if Kang Ho was scared of them, he would not go down without a fight. If they were to fight, he knew that Kang Ho was capable enough to kill some of his man. After seeing the man fight, he now somewhat knew the capabilities of Kang Ho. Although Kim Min-soo had many troops, he didn't want any of them to die, as they were fighting Crow Guild as well. This was his last desperate attempts to save some of his man for the fight later. Kim Min-soo waited for some moments for Kang Ho's reply. After not getting one for quite some time, he was getting impatient. Suddenly, one man from his guild came running to them. Everyone's attention was shifted to the man who came running. Bad news. Chu Kong has started to make his move. He is currently heading this way, along with the elites of the Crow Guild. Their target seems to be here. They might be heading here to help the masked man. Said the man who came running. He was covered in sweat and blood. The man was covered in wounds. It showed just how fierce the battle between both the guilds was going on. Hearing the bad news, Kim Min-soo was enraged. He knew that facing both the opponents at the same time would be very difficult. You, go and take some of the man, form the forces, and try to block their advancement for as long as possible. Remember, you don't need to kill them, just block them, that would be enough, said Kim Min-soo, as he knew that he just needed some time to deal with Kang Ho. Kim Min-soo pointed at one of the tanks and melee hunter that were guarding him. After hearing the order, they didn't ask any other question. They went straight towards the direction from where Chu Kong was advancing. They knew that after hearing the order, they could not delay the process as every second counted. The longer they could hold off Chu Kong, the more chances they had of winning the battle. Attack! yelled Kim Min-soo. Even after he sent some of his people to block the advancement of Chu Kong, he didn't feel relieved. He knew the men he had sent would surely be slaughtered by Chu Kong, as he knew what strength Chu Kong had, so he was in a hurry to finish Kang Ho as soon as possible. After yelling, Kim Min-soo started the battle first, as he shot his arrow towards Kang Ho. After he attacked the mage by his side, also started his own chant. Hearing Kim Min-soo's command, all of the low-level hunters rushed towards Kang Ho. All of them were melee-classed. Some of the elite hunters of the guild remained back with Kim Min-soo. They had not seen Kang Ho fight properly, so they first wanted to see Kang Ho in action. Swish, the arrow that was shot towards Kang Ho by Kim Min-soo, came with the speed of lightning. Kang Ho didn't panic being under attack by the arrow. Rather, he was cool. He was already prepared from the moment the arrow left from Kim Min-soo's hand. Kang Ho remained still until the arrow came really close to him. When the arrow was just some feet away from Kang Ho, he suddenly moved his body. His movement was as quick as lightning. With the sudden change of position, he managed to dodge the arrow, which was aimed straight at his throat. From this one shot, Kang Ho could tell just how good of an archer Kim Min-soo was. After Kang Ho dodged the arrow, that was not the end of Kim Min-soo's attack. Kim Min-soo made it seem like that shot was just the prelude. The shots that continued the initial attack were more aggressive and faster. After dodging the first shot, Kang Ho didn't stop his body. He instantly moved his body to avoid the fireball from the mage beside Kim Min-soo. Right after Kang Ho dodged the attack, though what followed was constant firing of arrows. The arrows were extremely fast and accurate. Although Kang Ho tried his best to dodge all the attacks from the duo, the place he was at was not so good for his movements. After dodging most of the attacks, Kang Ho was unable to dodge one of the arrows which pierced his leg. Although the speed of the arrow was extremely fast, the arrow still didn't manage to pierce through his leg. It seemed that the reason behind arrow being fast was because the arrow was too light. Kang Ho didn't waste time and took the arrow out of his leg. From the looks of it, the wound didn't seem that threatening. Even so, Kang Ho still drank a healing potion. Holding the arrow in his hand, he understood just how light the arrow was. It seemed to increase his attack speed. Kim Min-soo gave up on his damage. That explained why Kim Min-soo's attacks focused only on his vital points. It seemed that Kim Min-soo must have trained his skills in using a bow to an extreme level. Kang Ho threw the arrow and braced himself for collision with the melee hunters. Attack! One of the hunters carrying sword yelled as he ran towards Kang Ho. The sword in the hand of the man was ready to strike Kang Ho at any moment. After coming close, the man swung his sword towards Kang Ho. The man used all the strength on his body to make this attack. Veins were popping out of the man's arms as he swung his sword. The man seemed like he wanted to finish Kang Ho's life in just one attack. Kang Ho didn't have to do much. He lifted his hand and blocked the sword that was heading towards his head using his dagger. After Kang Ho blocked the attack, he quickly stored the dagger he was holding on his free hand. After emptying one of his hand, Kang Ho swiftly grabbed the man by his neck. All of this happened so fast that man didn't even know what just happened. Kang Ho lifted the man by his neck and saw the man's eyes. He clearly saw the surprise and horror written all over his face. It felt like his eyes were asking, how is this possible? Kang Ho didn't stare just after having a glance accidentally. Kang Ho lifted the man by his neck. Kang Ho moved the man's body as a rag doll. His body swayed back and forth. Kang Ho was using the body as his shield against the barrage of the arrows that Kim Min-soo just showed. While Kang Ho was fighting the melee hunters, Kim Min-soo once again increased his attack speed. While Kang Ho was fighting all the melee hunters gathered around him, he couldn't keep track of every attacks Kim Min-soo made, so it was getting difficult for him to fight. If Kim Min-soo was not enough, there was even a mage who attacked Kang Ho constantly. All the attacks that was heading towards him from those two were extremely fast and accurate, so Kang Ho decided to use one of the hunters as his own shield. Kang Ho's gamble worked for a while, but after some time, as a result of carrying a body on his one hand, Kang Ho's mobility was affected. After some time, Kang Ho was having trouble to deal with the hunters that were surrounding him from all of the sides. Kang Ho's body was full of small wounds from the attacks that Kang Ho couldn't block, although the wounds were not that deep. Kang Ho was still losing a lot of blood from the wounds on his body. After his attempts of blocking the arrows using a body failed, Kang Ho threw the body away. "Keep going!" screamed Kim Min-soo. Seeing the development on the battlefield, he was extremely happy. From the place he was standing, he couldn't see how leather the wounds on Kang Ho's body were, but he could clearly see the blood flowing out of his body from the wounds. From the amount of blood that was oozing out of Kang Ho's body, Kim Min-soo guessed that the wounds were lethal, which made him extremely happy. If we continue on like this, we would be able to finish the masked guy in no time. Ha 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 ha. The mage beside Kim Min-soo said maniacally. In their eyes, it seemed like Kang Ho was just about to fall down to the ground and die. They laughed for a while and then continued their attacks. This time, they were more lethal than the last time. Kang Ho's body was full of wounds, but he didn't feel much pain. Kang Ho still had the attack strength and agility in his body. After failing the attempt of blocking the arrows, Kang Ho just had a brilliant idea on his mind after seeing arrows and magic spells coming towards him. Kang Ho made use of his agile body. This time he didn't grab one of the hunters to protect himself. Rather, he adjusted his body and hid behind the hunters. After making sure he was out of Kim Min-soo's sight, he quickly moved between the crowd. Kang Ho was moving as fast as he could. This way, Kang Ho managed to dodge the attacks. Kang Ho continued to dodge the enemy attacks in this way for quite some time. He was successful in this tactic. Whenever the duo would shoot their attacks towards him, he would use the same maneuver to dodge the incoming attacks from the duo. This irritated the both of them a lot. Where is that rat running to whenever we attack him? After receiving all of those wounds, why isn't that rat dead yet? Kim Min-soo asked to himself after failing to land a hit on Kang Ho for quite some time. If missing the target wasn't enough, all of their attacks straight landed on their own troop as well. Kim Min-soo was so frustrated right now that he wanted to bash his own head on a wall somewhere. He was quickly losing patience. Sir, I think we have a very big problem on our hands. It seems they weren't able to hold the Crow Guild back. They are here with full force. We are going to have a very big trouble in our hands. Chukong is bringing the elites of his guild. It seems we are surrounded from the both sides, said the mage anxiously. While Kim Min-soo was busy finding and attacking Kang Ho, the mage seemed to have been looking at the condition on the battlefield. While they were busy attacking Kang Ho, it seemed that Chukong had managed to bypass the troops they sent to stop them. What? What do you mean? How is that even possible? Are you kidding me? Asked Kim Min-soo back with a surprised tone. From his questions, it seemed like he didn't believe what Mage was saying. But if one were to look at his face, they would know what he was feeling right now. There was absolute horror all over Kim Min-soo's face. Even before he could turn around and confirm if the report was true, his face couldn't hide the fear of the possibility of that event happening. Kim Min-soo was currently having a mental breakdown. He didn't think that the situation would turn out this way. From the current situation, it was evident that the possibility of them surviving this disaster was very slim. On the one hand, there was Chukong. Kim Min-soo knew how powerful he was, as they had fought each other on many occasions. Kim Min-soo wasn't that worried about facing Chukong, though, as he knew that with the support of his team, he would be able to easily take him down. The main problem that plagued his mind was the existence of Kang Ho on the battlefield, whose strength was unknown till now. In this battle, if Kim Min-soo were to neglect Kang Ho, and it turned out his strength was higher than Chukong, he knew that the outcome could be disastrous, and if he were to ignore Chukong, that would turn out as same. Kim Min-soo right now was stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Nabartam. A black car stopped inside the black market where the battle was taking place. The roadhead was blocked by some kind of barricade set up by the Hunter Guild in a hurry, so that no uninvolved people would be able to enter the place. Also, they didn't want the fight to be spilled outside. One of the Hunter Association staff came in front of the car to inquire about the people inside the car. Park Kyung opened the window so that he could have a chat. There's a battle that's been happening inside. Are you sure you want to go in? Asked the Hunter Association staff to Park Kyung. Yes, we are from the Choi Guild. We are in a hurry. Could you please let us in immediately? Asked Park Kyung politely. No matter how powerful their guild was inside the city of Busan, they were nothing compared to the might of the Hunter Association and the high-level guild. They knew too well that the Hunter Association wouldn't even have to lift their finger. They wanted to destroy the Choi Guild. So, no matter how powerful they were inside the Busan city, they would never disrespect any member of the Hunter Association. All right, let me see your ID. The staff didn't immediately let them go. He still needed to know that they were the person they were claiming to be. Without saying a word, Park Kyung took 2 IDs out and handed they to the staff. After getting the ID, the staff scanned the IDs with a device. After making sure the IDs were okay, the staff handed the IDs back to Park Kyung, who still had a fake smile on his face. Seeing the fake smile, the staff snorted coldly. Park Kyung didn't take offense from what the staff did. She still maintained the fake smile he had on his face and took the IDs back. Right when they were about to drive away and leave the place to go inside, the staff leaned in the window of the car. Watch out. Be careful about what you are doing. If there is even one report of civilian dying, we have been told that one of the low-level official from the guild would show up here to get rid of all the filth plaguing the city. Warned the staff with a sinister smile on his face. Hearing the words of the staff, all the hairs on the 2 people's body stood up at the same time. Even the guildmaster Choi In-kyu, who was indifferent till now and didn't have any emotions on his face, had a horrified expression. Both of the people inside the car knew the meaning hidden in the staff's word. They knew that the words were directed at them. They also knew if one Hunter Association were to send one of their officials in Bosun to clean up, they would leave no stones unturned if that were to happen. If Hunter Association truly sent people to clean up the first one, who gets wiped out would surely be the Choi Guild. Both of them knew that in their heart. And if that were to happen, they would have no way of turning things around. They knew that the people helping them would also disappear if that were to happen. The main thing that was clear in their mind was to finish the battle as quickly as possible. They knew that the longer they stretched the battle, the more there would be chances of killing a civilian. After saying those words, the staff didn't waste his time on the 2 men who were still contemplating. The staff moved away from the car. Park Kyung had some questions to ask, but he knew that even if he were to beg, the staff wouldn't come back to talk to them. So, he silently started the car and went inside the barricade. After they were a little farther away from the Hunter Association people, Park Kyung finally broke the silence inside the car. Sir, if he said is true. Should we call them? Asked Park Kyung with a stern voice. He had a solemn look on his face, not daring to do something that would offend Choi In-kyu. No, if we were to inform them about the situation now, they would wipe us out of existence even before the Hunter Association does. Even if they don't kill us all, they would surely sever all ties. That links us together, and in the end, all the blame would come unto us, and we would be killed by the Hunter Association. On both the cases, we are sure to be killed. Don't inform them, it would only bring destruction. Drive fasted, we need to kill those who dared to enter our city and dared to be so brazen. Said Choi In-kyu, the encounter with the staff seemed to have woke him up from the madness. He no longer behaved like a madman. He finally spoke like a guild leader, and this time his main goal was to keep his guild safe. But sir, they told me, we would have any problem with the Hunter Association. What if we called them and they had the solution to solve the problem? Park Kyung asked with a stern voice. He couldn't believe that they couldn't help them in a difficult situation after working for them. You don't even know who they are and still dare to depend on them for safety? I know who they are, and I know what they do to those who they don't need anymore. They would push us under the bus if they don't need us anymore. Keep that in mind. Go, we don't have the time to waste it here, yelled Choi In-kyu. He was totally enraged after hearing what Park Kyung had to say. Although it seemed like he was angry when Park Kyung saw his face, he just saw fear, not anger. After seeing Choi In-kyu's fearful face, Park Kyung knew that Choi In-kyu knew something that he didn't, so he didn't say a single word and kept driving. After some time, they finally arrived in front of the place where the fight was happening. After reaching the place, both got out of the car. equipped themselves with their weapons, and were ready for the battle. Park Kyung and Choi In Kyu made their way towards the temporary outpost their guild had created to look over the battle. They wanted to know what was the situation on the ground. When they entered the outpost, it seemed that the situation was not so good. Even though they had expected that the situation was not that good for the guild, but still, they had hard time believing the reality. Up until now, no guild dared to go against the might of the Choi Guild, fearing their might. But right now, they couldn't believe that their guild members would be pushed to the back foot. Inside of the temporary outpost looked packed with people. All of the people inside the outpost were high-level members of the guild. They were looking over the ground situation through the monitors that was set up. All of the monitors were showing different situations on the ground. The members present there were instructing their forces through their communication device. On all the monitors, it showed that Choi Guild and the Crow Guild were evenly matched. If the guild members posted on the other market weren't dead, we could have swatted these Crow Guild's hunters like bugs, yelled Park Kyung after hearing and looking at the situation on the ground. Up until now, Choi Guild had been looking over the Busan city like overlord. He couldn't believe their forces would not be able to push these Crow Guilds back. Sir, the main problem here isn't the Crow Guild. If we are able to take out that masked man out of the picture, then these guilds are nothing. We could be able to wipe them all out in just an hour. Wherever that guy went, he massacred our guild members. All of our healers are dead. Our mages are dead. If this battle continues and the masked man isn't dead, I am sure we would lose this battle, said one of the hunters present with them. After those words left his mouth, no one said a word, but everyone present in that outpost nodded their head in agreement. Park Kyung also silently nodded his head as he was watching the monitor which showed the masked man. He was currently killing hunters left to right whenever his hands moved. He killed hunters. He was killing hunters ace if he was chopping onions. None of his victims knew what hit them before they fell to the ground. Currently, he was being surrounded by some of the finest of the guild members, but still, he acted as if it was nothing to him. After seeing the damage that Kang Ho was doing to the guild, Park Kyung instinctively turned around towards Choi In Kyu as he felt his back drenched with sweat. It felt as if someone was holding their weapon against his neck. He wasn't the only one who turned to Choi In Kyu. All of the hunters present inside the room turned their eyes towards Choi In Kyu, who was silently watching the monitor which showed Kang Ho. They all knew what was going on. Choi In Kyu was knowingly or unknowingly letting out his killing intent. Killing intent was manifestation of one's desire to kill. Only those hunters who were above level 50 could have killing intent. That didn't mean that every level 50 hunter would have killing intent. Only those hunters whose soul was strong enough and who had been too many battles could have killing intent. From what they knew about the killing intent, they knew that killing intent could not be used for offense. From what they had witnessed from Choi In Kyu, whenever let go of his killing intent, they just felt a certain coldness spread through the surrounding and nothing else. I will go kill him. You stay here and update me on the field situation, said Choi In Kyu, after a long moment of silence. After saying so, he didn't wait for a response as he made his way out of the outpost. Inform Kim Min-soo that guild leader is heading their way. Tell him to face the Crow Guild while guild leader takes care of that masked man. Park Kyung started to give out orders after Choi In Kyu left the outpost. He knew that it was his duty to turn the situation around for their guild. Everyone listened to his orders. No one said a word as they knew that Park Kyung was the best when it came to strategies. Meiki. Everyone focus on the Crow Guild. Guild leader will arrive here at any moment. He will kill the masked man. After receiving the call from the outpost, Kim Min-soo was finally relieved. He knew that they were saved after receiving the call. Up until now, he was having a hard time as he was being surrounded from both the sides. He didn't have the confidence to win the battle. Finally, hearing Kim Min-soo's voice, all the hunters regained their courage. Up until now, they had no confidence on winning the battle. But after hearing the arrival of the guild leader, they got the much-needed morale booster. In their eyes, their guild leader was invisible. No one could match his power. They knew that they would win the battle for sure after his arrival. Kang Ho, on the other hand, was happy as well. as he didn't have to go to another place to hunt for Choi Guild leader. His prey was coming to him on his own. What more could he wish for? Suddenly, killing intent flashed on his eyes. He had a smile on his face. Kim Min-soo, on the other side, moved towards the incoming Crow Guild members. Kang Ho didn't pursue them, as he knew that he would have a lot of time to kill that guy after he killed Choi In-kyu. Kang Ho continued fighting the Hunter-s surrounding him while he was on the lookout for a possible sneak-out by the Choi Guild leader. The fight continued for some time. Meanwhile, the fight between Kim Min-soo's forces and the Crow Guild forces seemed as if they were on the equal ground. While Kang Ho was fighting the forces surrounding him, he suddenly noticed a movement not far from him. From what he noticed, there was a man hiding not too far from the man had just arrived, and had no idea that Kang Ho was well aware of the man's presence. Kang Ho didn't want to make the first move. He would have to cut through the encirclement to make the attack. So, Kang Ho decided to let the man make the first move. Kang Ho waited for the man to attack. He didn't let the man know that he was well aware of the man's presence as he continued his slaughter. After killing some more of the men present there, Kang Ho could feel killing intent pointed at him coming from the direction of the man. Kang Ho sneered inwardly as he was amused by the attacker. Kang Ho was laughing from the inside, as he had never seen someone so foolish as the man. He was trying to sneak attack him at the same time letting his killing intent out. What is this guy? Thought Kang Ho. There is really no point in sneaking behind your enemy if you don't even have the control over your own killing intent, Kang Ho thought. While Kang Ho fought the enemies in front of him, his attention was always focused on the enemy hidden in the shadows. He knew the enemies he was fighting at the moment wouldn't be able to make a single scratch in his body. The only one he should be worried about in this battle was the leader of the Choi Guild. Hidden in the shadows, he was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. So Kang Ho focused all of his undivided attention towards him as he was unaware of the cards the man was holding in his possession. Some time passed, but the Choi Guild leader still didn't make a move, so Kang Ho decided to do something himself. Kang Ho moved a little while fighting. Now Kang Ho's back was facing Choi In-kyu. After that, Kang Ho just waited for him to bite the bait. Got you, BH Choi In-kyu inwardly as he made his move. He wanted to kill the masked man in one shot. That was the reason why he waited for so long to attack. Choi In-kyu suddenly jumped out of the shadow and swung his long sword towards the wide open back of Kang Ho. As Kang Ho was well aware of the attack that was coming towards him, he jumped and leapt out of the way. Kang Ho thought of counterattacking after dodging the attack, but he suddenly heard a sneer coming from Choi In-kyu's direction. Suddenly, chills started to run down his back. He had a bad feeling. After that, Kang Ho felt something pulling his leg, and he was dragged towards Choi In-kyu. You think you can escape me that easily? I don't care who sent and why they sent you, but one thing is sure, you are not leaving this place in one piece. Ha 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 ha, said Choi In-kyu and started laughing maniacally. He retracted his left arm, and now was swinging his sword with just his right arm. It seemed like he had no problem swinging his sword with only one arm. Phantom chain, mumbled Choi. In-kyu and extended his left arm. Out of thin air, transparent green-colored chain came out of his hand and extended towards Kang Ho. The chain spread towards the leg of Kang Ho and wrapped around his ankle, after the chain attached itself to Kang Ho Choi. In-kyu tugged the chain towards himself. Kang Ho tried to free himself from the chain, but no matter how much he pulled, it made no difference. The chain had tightly gripped around his ankle. After failing the attempt, Kang Ho swung his dagger towards the chain, but no matter how much he hit the chain, there were no scratches on the chain. After dragging Kang Ho with his chain, Kang Ho was right where Choi In-kyu wanted him to be. Without wasting any time, Choi In-kyu swung his sword with his right hand. He used all of his power on his strike. He wanted to cut Kang Ho in half in that one strike. Only then would his anger subdue. You forfeited your life right when you decided to show up on my territory. Blame yourself for being too cocky, said Choi In-kyu with smug on his face. It was as if he knew that masked man will be dead with his one strike. Kang Ho didn't like to have chit-chat during battle, so he just kept quiet and focused on the sword that was approaching him. Looking at the speed at which the sword was approaching, Kang Ho knew that he didn't have the time to dodge the attack. Even though Kang Ho was at a tough spot, he didn't panic. Kang Ho rolled around with a sudden jerk. Now the sword was coming for his body. After he was in position, Kang Ho used his right hand to block the incoming sword attack. Kang Ho managed to block the attack, but unfortunately the attack was too powerful, and the sword slipped over the dagger and landing straight into the shoulder of Kang Ho. Fortunately for Kang Ho, he managed to slow down the sword substantially. The sword did cut Kang Ho in the shoulder, but fortunately the cut wasn't fatal. Kang Ho didn't waste any time and retreated some steps back to face the enemy. Kang Ho started to think on how he could break the chain. It seemed that physical power alone wouldn't cut the chain. If Kang Ho didn't find a way to counter that chain fast, he would be in trouble. Boss is here. Boss can defeat this masked coward with the flip of his hand. Attack the masked man, we can take him down easily with Boss present here, said one of the Choi Guild member surrounding Kang Ho. Attack! Shouted all the Choi Guild members surrounding Kang Ho. After the battle cry, it seemed like the people who were afraid of Kang Ho until now were no longer afraid of him. They started to see Kang Ho as a juicy piece of meat. Whoever kills it first, get reward. Pests will only get in the way, said Choi In-kyu and swung his left hand around and cut everyone surrounding Kang Ho into half. It was true horror. Choi In-kyu managed to kill that many people with just one swing of his chain. Not all of them were killed. 2-3 people were still alive. Those alive were begging for mercy. Run away fast if you want to live, said Choi In-kyu with an angry tone. Thank you, boss. Thank you, said the survivors and started to run away. They knew if they stayed there any longer, they would die. They all saw how the others died. They didn't even know what hit them. The chain sliced them, like slicing hot knife through butter. Not one person was able to scream when they were killed with the chain. At the moment when Choi In-kyu swung the chain, Kang Ho saw something that no one else could with eyes. Kang Ho saw that the chain materialized through mana, and he made an estimate that Choi In-kyu can't make the chain longer than 2 meters, as those who didn't die were outside of 2-meter radius from him. Kang Ho had a smile of his face after knowing all the details about the skill. Once the place was clear, Choi In-kyu walked closer to Kang Ho. Kang Ho didn't walk away, as he was confident that he could face anything that came his way. Hey, ay, yai, yelled Choi In-kyu, and swung his left hand towards Kang Ho. This time, the chain seemed different from when the chain captured him. The chain this time had a sharp edge like when Choi In-kyu killed his guild members. The chain was approaching his body very fast. It seemed that Kang Ho was done playing around. Kang Ho didn't move an inch even while the chain approached him. He just stood there waiting for the chain to reach him. Right when the chain was about to hit Kang Ho, he swung his right hand. Kang Ho wanted to intercept the chain on its way. Ha 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 ha, you think you can block my gee? Choi In-kyu was trying to say something, but he couldn't finish the sentence because of what he saw. Choi In-kyu's mouth was agape from what he was seeing. He couldn't believe how it was possible. Ho, how is this possible? No, this is impossible. How did you break my chain? This is just an illusion. This is not possible. You did not use any skill. Heh. After seeing his chain break, Choi In-kyu began to go crazy. He couldn't believe that Kang Ho was able to break his chain without using any skill. It is true that I didn't use any skill, but I used mana. I simply coated my dagger with mana. It seems skills works the same way. I can control mana on my own, but it seems hunters from Earth are getting help from something to use skills. This is bizarre. I clearly felt mana being manipulated in his body to make the chain, but he wasn't the one who was doing the work. I need to investigate this more. Thought Kang Ho, when he was in that Hades-like place, he learned how to manipulate mana, so coating his dagger with mana was not a difficult task for him. The reason behind Choi In-kyu's surprise was because he didn't see Kang Ho use any skill, but he still managed to break his chain. This led Kang Ho to only one conclusion. That was that Choi and Q couldn't manipulate mana on his own. Anyone who can manipulate mana can feel it flow through the surrounding and feel it being manipulated. One more question bugged Kang Ho. That was, if they can't feel the mana, how can they use skills that requires manipulation of mana itself? Kang Ho decided to investigate about this later. After breaking the chain, Kang Ho moved forward without giving any explanation to Choi and Q. He just wanted it to be over as soon as possible. "Don't come near me, or else I will kill you. Stay back," yelled Choi and Q after loosing his chain. He was at loss. He didn't know what to do next. Right now, all he wanted to do was to run away. This is bad, thought Choi and Q. This was the first time facing this kind of situation. In panic, he started to backstep. Kang Ho didn't want to drag it any longer, so he leaped at Choi and Q. Rage was clearly flashing in his eyes when he leaped towards Choi and Q. It was almost as if he wanted to shred Choi and Q into pieces. Anyone who wished my family harm dies, even if it is God, thought Kang Ho to himself when he slashed his dagger onto the neck of Choi and Q. Choi and Q fell on his knees, and his head rolled backward in a weird degree. His head was just hanging because it was still attached to some of the skin. He had many expressions on his face when he dies. It was as if he was asking, "What have I done to you?" Why me? After killing Choi and Q, Kang Ho slashed his dagger in air to get rid of the blood on it. He then stored the dagger inside his ring. Kang Ho noticed something after Choi and Q's death which was peculiar. The measly amount of mana that Choi and Q had in his body dispersed, leaving no trace behind. Kang Ho found that bizarre. Kang Ho moved his attention towards the battle that was going on between the Crow Guild and the Choi Guild. It seemed Crow Guild were suffering badly. Kim Min-soo was standing on the higher ground, and he was sniping out the strong hunters from Crow Guild's side. The Crow Guild was losing their stronger hunters fast. At the rate this was going, they would lose the battle for sure. Kang Ho wanted to erase the Choi Guild from its root. He wanted no one from Choi Guild to be left alive. After thinking up to that point, Kang Ho didn't waste more time and ran towards the battle. "Boss, look! Choi and Q is dead!" someone yelled from Crow Guild. "What?" Chu Kong, in the middle of the battle, turned around to take a look at the place where Choi and Q and the masked man was fighting. He was so surprised after hearing about the news that he forgot he was in the middle of a battle. At first, he just thought that the news was just meant to distract him. But after seeing it with his own eyes, he had no other choice but to believe. He did it. He did it. Ha 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 ha. All right, guys, half the war is won. We just need to finish the half of it. Glory to the crows, yelled Chu Kong and turned towards the battlefield. Booze, look out, someone yelled to Chu Kong. When he heard the warning, it was already too late. One arrow was headed straight his way. The arrow was aimed at his head. There was no time for Chu Kong to dodge the attack. Is this it? If it is, at least I got to see that scumbag Choi and Q die. I have no regrets, thought Chu Kong, as he saw the arrow inching closer. For him, it was as if he was seeing his life. Right at that moment, a dagger came from nowhere and intercepted the arrow on its way. Chu Kong felt as if he was given a second life. Chu Kong turned around to see who it was that saved his life, and there he was, the masked man, standing from where the dagger came from. Chu Kong was confused. He didn't know who the masked man was and why he helped him. But what? Chu Kong was trying to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, the masked man started running towards Kim Min-soo, the one who fired the arrow. Seeing that his question wouldn't be answered, Chu Kong was a little bit upset, but he continued his battle. Kill all of Choi Guild, yelled Chu Kong. Yeah! Yelled all the Crow Guild members. Someplace in the dark where the battle was being held, there were two shadowy figures standing there discussing something. Did you see just now? It seems that the masked man is someone that Chu Kong knows. Our plan is dangerous. If we attack the Crow Guild after this battle, we might make the masked man our enemy. I don't think it worth the trouble. We will all be wiped out, said one of the men. Same here. I will rather work with him than go against him. I will support Chu Kong, said the other man. Me too, both agreed to support the Chu Kong. Me? Kang Ho had good a reason to save Chu Kong. If he were to die today at the battlefield, more leaders would rise up for the throne of Busan City. The battle for power would continue for a long time. Meanwhile, where they contend for power, there is bound to be fights, which would make the city dangerous. Kang Ho wanted the city to be in peace. He didn't want there to be any chaos for the safety of his family. Today, by saving Chu Kong, Kang Ho accomplished two goals. First is, he made Chu Kong the prime candidate to hold power in the Busan city, and on the second, he made sure destruction of Choi Guild. Kang Ho was planning to move to Seoul with his family after he visited the mass dungeon anyway, but he still needed this city to be peaceful, so he decided to make Chu Kong Gai the leader. After saving Chu Kong from the arrow, Kang Ho went straight to Kim Min-soo. Who sent you? Why did you save Chu Kong? Do you know him? Come on, man, you don't have to kill me. We can make the... Kim Min-soo started to beg for his life, but before he could, Kang Ho slit his throat with his dagger. After killing Kim Min-soo, Kang Ho didn't wait around there. He had more things to do. He started to move towards Chu Kong next. Hey, thanks for saving my life. I am Chu Kong, by the way. How can I ever thank you for saving my life? Chu Kong said, as he extended his hand for a handshake. Just don't let anyone from Choi Guild get away, that's all, said Kang Ho as he shook his hand. That's for sure, but... Chu Kong was trying to say something, but before he could say something, Kang Ho started to walk away. Well, I guess I won't know who you are after all, huh? I hoped we could have drank sometime, thought Chu Kong. A lot of things happened on the same night. Kang Ho was worried about his parents and his little sister the most. He couldn't wait to meet them. He hoped they were all fine. At least his sister didn't see the man who was attacking. That was a relief. But he wanted to be with his family as soon as possible. He didn't want them to worry. Kang Ho used his skill void walk to disappear in the shadow and then started to run towards his house. He changed his clothes on the way and threw away the dirty ones. Then he went to a store and bought some instant ramen and soju. Kang Ho knew that his parents wouldn't be in their house, but there would at least be someone to pick him up. That's why he bought some stuff, so that he wouldn't look too suspicious. After some time, Kang Ho finally arrived in front of his house, and just as he expected, there were some men and women in black suit, and their cars were parked right outside of the house. Who are you? Why are you in front of my house? Kang Ho asked politely after approaching them. It seemed the guy named Koo Chin Mai was present there too. The guy was taking on phone with someone. Kang Ho used his skill and found out that the man was level 200. He was somewhat shocked. He was wondering, why is a guy like Koo Chin Mai working as a bodyguard for his friend? Kang Ho turned his head around and found out that most of the people present here were about level 150. It seems that Moon Jung was some kind of important person. He decided to ask him later. Please, sir, your friend will explain everything, said Koo Chin Mai as he gave his phone to Kang Ho. Kang Ho took the phone and answered. Hello, said Moon Jung. Moon Jung, what's going on here? Why are your bodyguards here in front of my house? Asked Kang Ho with a worried tone. I visited your house this evening to give the gift I forgot to bring the last time. When I reached your home, 2 guys tried to kill me. We managed to scare them away, but I thought your parents won't be safe there, so I brought them with me to my house. I am sorry for putting your parents at risk. Please follow my bodyguards, they will bring you here, said Moon Jung with an apologetic tone. Why would anyone want to harm you? Are you and my parents okay? Asked Kang Ho with a worried tone. But inside Kang Ho as relieved that Moon Jung thought the attack was on him and not his parents. Come here, I will explain everything to you. That place is not safe, said Moon Jung. All right, said Kang Ho, and handed the phone to Koo Chin Mai. After that, he was escorted to a car and was taken to the location where Moon Jung and his family were. It seemed Moon Jung brought them to his own old house where they used to live even. They lived in Busan. Even after they left it, seems they kept the house well checked. The house looked as good as new. Right when the car Kang Ho was in entered through the gate of the mansion, Kang Ho felt as he just penetrated a force field created through mana. Kong Ho didn't know if others could also feel the same, but he was pretty sure that they couldn't. One needs to have deep understanding of mana like Kang Ho to feel these kinds of force field. If Kang Ho wasn't wrong, the force field was set up to find any intruder that entered the vicinity of the mansion. It seemed that the security was airtight in this place. After entering the gate, Kang Ho could see many people hiding in the shadows, most of them high level. It seemed not even a fly could enter the mansion without their permission. After some time, the car stopped outside of the mansion, and there they were standing his parents, little sister, and Moon Jung. Right after he got off the car, his sister came running and hugged him with teary eyes. "Appa, you are okay. We were worried about you," said Hua Young while erasing her tears. "Don't cry, Appa is here," said Kang Ho as he patted her head. "I will never let anything happen to you no matter what." Seeing his sister cry pained Kang Ho's heart as he made resolve. "Where did you run off to?" asked his mother with a worried tone. "I just went out to get some fresh air," said Kang Ho as he lifted the bag in which he carried the stuff he brought from the store. "Don't go out at night, it's not safe," said his mother with a worried tone. "All right, let's go in and have a talk there. Let's not stand outside," said Man Young as he turned to leave. He didn't show it through words, but his eyes couldn't lie. He too was worried. Everyone entered the house and had dinner together. They laughed and talked. After the dinner, Kang Ho's parents went to their room with his sister and Moon Jung, and Kang Ho went to the minibar in the house. "I have to tell you something. I am sorry I hid this until now, but my father is the Hunter Association president. I know I should have said it sooner. Now I have even put your family at risk. I didn't think anyone would know me here as the president's son, but I guess I was wrong." "Please forgive me," said Moon Jung with a very apologetic tone. "What Hunter Association president?" Kang Ho acted as if he was shocked, but in reality he wasn't in that much of shock as he knew that this was the only explanation for so many high-level bodyguards. But he still was quite amazed. After saying that, Moon Jung started to explain how his father became the president. Moon Jung's father was a very wealthy man, even before the dungeons started appearing. He is also a very great businessman. When the dungeons started appearing, his father saw an opportunity in investing in the dungeons, and his father started a guild. His father, with some friends, started exploring dungeons. After seeing the profits that he gained from the dungeons, his father invested all his money in dungeons. Everything was going great until the government decided to take all of the profits for themselves. They started to use all the military forces to guard the dungeons, and they took all the dungeons for themselves, leaving independent guilds like Moon Jung's father with nothing. Everything was going great for the government for a while, but everything changed when a mysterious group appeared. The group massacred half of the government officials in one night. The group started a civil war. After that, there was only chaos. Dungeons break used to happen regularly. You could find dead bodies lying in the corners of the street. It was a very dark time. But then independent guilds like Moon Jung's father and some others decided to join hands and started to fight back against the tyrannical group. After days of fighting, they finally managed to send that group into hiding. After everything was over, the remaining government officials tried to start things over. They were willing to give some of the benefits to the guilds. But by then, the ordinary citizens had lost all their trust over the government. People started rioting for the government to be removed and the hunters to run the country. There were so many people wanting the same thing that government in the end had to give up and accept the public demand. When the government stepped down, the guilds that were there to subdue the mysterious organization united and created the Hunters Association. As for the representative who would lead the Hunter Association, every guild chose their own candidate for the position. From Moon Jung's father guild, he was chosen. After that public vote started, and Moon Jung's father was appointed as first ever president. That is the reason why people support and love the Hunters Association so much, because they were there to protect innocent lives when none cared for the non-hunters. Ever since the Hunter Association was formed, there has just been peace. People are happy, and everything is orderly. I think it's not safe for you guys in Busan anymore. Why not move with me to Seoul? Don't worry about the money, you can pay me back anytime, said Moonjung, although he wanted to offer help by providing Kang Ho with a place to live, but he knew that Kang Ho would reject the offer right away. So, he suggested for Kang Ho to pay back later. Yes, I will move, but you don't need to worry about anything. I can manage on my own. Recently, I have been earning well enough to support my family through dungeons, said Kang Ho, as he didn't want to involve Moonjung too much in his life. Oh, that's great news. What's your level? Asked Moonjung with surprise. Level 20, I found a very nice group who helped me level up and gain some experience, said Kang Ho. Cool. Let me know if you need any help on the matter of dungeons. I can hook you up with some friends of mine. They will be of great help. Just know that I am there for you, friend, said Moonjung while we patted Kang Ho's back. Of course I will, said Kang Ho. Let's toast to friendship, said Moonjung. He was rather happy after having some drinks. To friendship, said Kang Ho as they drank the cup of soju they had in their hand. Friendship, huh? I owe you a great debt for saving my parents today. I will always be there for you whenever you are in trouble. You are the only one who I can call a friend, thought Kang Ho as he stood up from the chair he was sitting in and going out. Hey, where are you going? Done already? I can fight with you more. I can drink more than you, said Moonjung. He was obviously too intoxicated he could barely talk. Sir, I think you have had enough. I think you should rest. We also have a dungeon appointment tomorrow. It's best if you have some rest, said Kuchin Mai as he was worried about Moonjung. No, I don't want that guy to win once more, said Moonjung as he tried to stand up of the chair, but he fell down. He knocked himself out. Haha. Seeing all of this, Kang Ho couldn't help but laugh. After that, he went to his room for sleep even. He had some things to do tomorrow. The mass dungeons event was coming closer. He needed to prepare himself for that. In the morning, Kang Ho's parents insisted on going back home. They wanted to open the restaurant. They didn't care if anyone was after their life. They just wanted their life to go back to normal. Moonjung, on the other hand, was totally against the idea of going back there. He was persistent on making them stay. After they talked, Moonjung lost and had to let them go, but on one condition. The condition was some of the guards guarding Moonjung will go with Kang Ho's family and protect them. Kang Ho's parents had no other choice than to obey. Moonjung left them no choice. If they didn't agree, Moonjung himself would have followed them back. So, they finally came to an agreement. Although having high-level hunters around the house, it would make it harder for Kang Ho to move. But considering yesterday's incident, Kang Ho also realized that his family needed protection. As for the guards, Kang Ho was confident he could make some way. Kang Ho's family bided farewell to Moonjung and headed their home. Returning to home, the first thing they did was to eat breakfast, and then Kang Ho's parents and his sister went to the restaurant. Kang Ho just stayed at his room. Kang Ho surveyed the surrounding, and it seemed that there was only one guard guarding the house and him. Others left for the restaurant. Kang Ho used his void walk in his room and made his escape from the back window. It seemed that had done the trick. After making his escape from his house, Kang Ho was headed towards the black market. He had a lot of things to take care of. Good morning, sir. How may I be of help to you today? Asked one of the masked employees of the black market politely. Kang Ho, without bothering to speak, took his black market card out and handed it to the masked woman. Taking the card, the woman swiped the card on her device. Please, this way, sir, said the woman as she escorted Kang Ho to a private room. Please have a seat. Someone will be here shortly to attend to you, sir. Do you want any refreshments, sir? Asked the woman politely. No, thank you. Kang Ho declined the offer, as he just had his breakfast, and he was wearing a mask after all. Kang Ho waited for a little while. After some time, the same woman came who had done all his transaction with. Although Kang Ho couldn't see the face of the woman, but he could tell she was the same one through the way she smells and the way she walked. Sorry for the wait. How may I be of help to you today, sir? Asked the woman as she sat opposite to Kang Ho. I am here about the dungeon I last cleared, said Kang Ho. Yes, of course, sir. One moment, please. Are you going to sell the energy store to the black market with tax, or are you going to sell it elsewhere? As she said that, she took her tablet and started doing something. I will sell the energy stone to the black market, said Kang Ho. Just a moment later, someone came in with a book in their hand and placed it on the table in front of Kang Ho. Here in this book contains all the items you can buy from black market today. If you're interested in something, please let me know, said the woman. Kang Ho picked the book up and started to peruse through the contents of the book. After looking through the book, Kang Ho didn't find anything particularly interesting. The miners got 1,012 Class 2 energy stones from dungeons, so after deducting the Hunters Association's tax and black market tax, you get 931.04 energy stones. After converting it to money, you get $186,208. Please check the contents of the ring to verify the number of stones yourself, said the woman after she handed the ring to Kang Ho. Yes, that's okay, and also I want to sell all of my monster cores too, said Kang Ho as he handed the woman the pouch containing the monster core. The woman checked the contents of the pouch and found out that it was 8 Class 1 and 6 Class 2 monster cores. This will be $200,000, and after the black market tax, it will be $184,000. Altogether, you get $370,208. Please hand me your black market card so that I can complete the transaction, said the woman as she extended her hand. Kang Ho took his card out and handed it to her. After some time, the woman handed the card back to Kang Ho. Is there anything that you want from the list of items I provided you with, sir? Asked the woman. No, but I am interested in something that is not on that list, said Kang Ho. Oh? And what would that be, sir? Asked the woman, and she leaned forward. I want 1 permit to the level 3 mass dungeon that has appeared nearby, said Kang Ho with a serious tone. Please wait 1 moment, sir. I need to talk to my superior, said the woman as she started to call someone. She seemed little agitated after hearing about the mass dungeon. Kang Ho wondered why. Someone entered the room Kang Ho was in after some time, a masked woman. It seemed that she was superior to the girl Kang Ho was talking to, until now, as she stood up and bowed to the woman that just entered. You may leave now, said the woman to the girl. Without saying a word, the girl left. So you know about a top-secret dungeon that even I was unaware of until some hours ago. So, tell me, how did you come to possess the knowledge? Asked the woman. Kang Ho stayed quiet. He didn't even bother to talk to her, as he just wanted to know if the black market is selling the permit or not. All right. I know you don't want to reveal your identity. Sorry for asking. Yes, indeed, we are selling the permit as it turns out, but the price will be a lot. It seems a lot of bitwigs are going in the dungeon, so they are willing to pay high price. And the reason why the rise of price. If you go in, you will have to face off not just against monsters, but also humans. Are you sure you want to go? Asked the woman. Yes, price is no problem, said Kang Ho, and as for human threat, it didn't matter to Kang Ho that much as he was confident on his skills that he would be able to face off against any situation. And if the opponent was too strong, there was always an option of running away, so Kang Ho wasn't worried. All right then, at least I tried. The price will be $400,000, said the woman. Also, I want 2 dungeon permits to LVL2 dungeons, said Kang Ho. He wanted to level up before entering the mass dungeon. With his current level, he wasn't confident enough to enter the dungeon. Kang Ho knew the lure of the skill books was bound to bring some strong guys out to the dungeon. Once again, after he enters the mass dungeon, the jungle rule will start: the one who is strongest will win. So Kang Ho wanted to prepare for any case. All right, your total would be $490,000, said the woman. Kang Ho handed her his black market card, and the transaction took place. After she was done, she handed the card back to Kang Ho. Kang Ho transferred the leftover money from his card to real main account, and he was just left with $118,378. Take this. This phone will tell you where to meet and when to meet when the time comes. I don't know, and all I can tell you is the message will come within this week, so be prepared. All you need to know about the dungeon would be provided in the message. After the message is delivered, you can dispose of the phone, said the woman as she handed Kang Ho a phone. Kang Ho first checked out if there was any tracking device attached on the phone, but it seemed clean. Ha 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 ha. The woman started laughing seeing Kang Ho's action. You don't need to be worried about being tracked. This phone is like the black market card, untraceable. You seem to be inexperienced on these things, and yet you possess the knowledge of a top-secret dungeon. I wonder why, said the woman. I have my sources, said Kang Ho. Do you need the information on the people you would be facing inside the dungeon? We can provide you with some people's information, not all of them. It seems there are some people going in whose information even money cannot buy, said the woman with a disappointed tone. No, it's fine. Kang Ho didn't care who else was entering the dungeon. Anyway, Kang Ho at the moment needed money the most as he was planning to move his family to Seoul. So, spending money for some information seemed meaningless. Kang Ho was done with everything, so his next destination was his house. He used his void walk to enter his house and then he exited from the front door and was headed to the restaurant. He did so because he didn't want the guy guarding the house to be suspicious. If Kang Ho was not seen for too long, he might get suspicious. So Kang Ho decided to visit the dungeons at the night, and during the day he planned to stay with his family and enjoy their company.